Good morning, good day, and good evening. Sorry guys, I am a few minutes late. I know, sorry about that one. How are y'all doing this fine Friday? I'm doing quite good. I am a little bit tired. I didn't have the greatest night of sleep. I had one of those nights where, I struggled for a little bit to fall asleep, and then when I finally fell asleep, I dreamt that I drowned in a puddle, and then I woke up again. So yeah, that happened. Typically, it was not like a body of water or like a lake. It was a puddle. It was a small little puddle. That's what my dream was about. What's up, chicks? How you doing? Good morning, man. Nice to see you. As you might be able to see, I did put in a little bit of extra stuff yesterday in the game. I did get the save fully working here, and I did add the little display thing as well. I do feel like that was a pretty good decision, because it does give off a lot more feedback. Just being able to see like how many numbers you have entered. I also have a way of checking the code. I don't know, I think maybe I shouldn't try to show exactly everything I do here in the game, in case you guys actually want to try it as well. It's a little bit bad if I just go ahead and spoil everything for you. Something I was thinking about though was that I did have a few things I really wanted to work on. Excellent. Cheers, man. Yeah, I think it was a good addition. Let's see here. Gamedev, Shroud of Gloom, dev board. Have we updated this? The intro cutscene is pretty much completed. Close inventory of the new interaction. I think I kind of did that. I did it after a successful one, but not after an unsuccessful one. I think that's fine for now. Let's say this is completed. Sound effects, I think we are gonna work a bit more on this weekend. That probably won't be live, but I have Bjarne, the one doing all the sounds and music for the game. He's coming over, and I think we're gonna try and cram out a lot of the sound effects for the game. Because obviously at the moment we are still having quite a few placeholder sound effects, so it would be nice to get that added. As you guys might see from the title, we currently have about 9 days left, a little bit extra, to develop this game. Of course, that we can't use all of that time for the actual development, because, well, I also need to finish the itch page, I need to make the web build and make sure that it all works. I don't really know what the differences are when doing a WebGL build compared to doing a normal like executable file, whatever. I guess that my settings won't be as applicable, like stuff like resolution changes and stuff I don't think would do anything in a web build, so I think for the web build we might just even disable those, like make it non-interactable. And then I could also upload the full build if in case anyone wants to have the actual... Well, what's the difference to the WebGL build? The normal Windows build, I suppose. In case anyone wants to try it. But I do think it's nice for a game jam to actually have a build that's playable in the browser. Because, it's always that old thing with people trying to... Well, always, I shouldn't say always, but there have been cases of people trying to spread like viruses and stuff through game jams, so I don't know, I find it a little bit douchey to not do web builds, because as far as I know it's not really much more annoying to do a web build, but it's much nicer to the people who want to play the game, because we know that no one has to, fear of that. I mean, you probably could make a virus through a fucking web build as well. You never tried it? Yeah, me neither so far. So this will be the first time. That's why I want to make sure to do that build pretty early to make sure everything works. I don't want to sit here with like 3 hours left in panic because some shit isn't working. Also, holy shit, it's blowing a lot in the window. I think my windows are gonna fucking kick in. Give me just 1 second. I legit think these windows are gonna fall in on me soon. It fucking sounds like it at least. So yeah, web build, that will be interesting. Yeah, that's a big reason to not play Game Jam games. Probably have to play the executable in a virtual machine to be safe. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people do. I have seen some YouTubers who have done these kind of like, you know, when they play the games that their subscribers have made to like give them feedback and stuff. And I have noticed that they pretty much always do it on a VM. So I do think that's definitely a good way of going about it if you feel like you have to download it. Otherwise, I think like if anyone is joining a game jam, I think it's nice to just try and focus on getting a browser build. Because it is nice. I know myself as well, like sometimes I've looked at some YouTube video of someone who made a game jam game or something, and then I like, oh, that actually looked a bit interesting, maybe I should try it, and I go in and then you see that it can't be played in the browser and you're like, I'm not sure I want to download it though. Even though I probably think that's fine, but still like the extra effort, I think it's just nice to give people, especially for like small games like this. Of course, if you make like a massive game, maybe it won't be playable in the browser, but for games like this, I feel like it's a nice thing to do. I should probably reformat my computer, get to learn better security habits. Yeah, I did start to... I don't know, I had a moment where I went kinda obsessive about cybersecurity in the midst of this game development obsession that I'm currently in. I also had a bit where I was like, you know, I tried hack the box and like try hack me, and I started doing these introduction courses to cybersecurity and stuff. And I also read a book about cybersecurity, and it is very interesting. It definitely does make you slightly paranoid. Like I can't lie, that's the thing. Like it's hard to, the more you learn about cybersecurity, it's hard not to be a little bit more paranoid. But I do think that's a good thing, because in the end, I think in general we are not paranoid enough. So like, it's so easy to underestimate how easy it might be for someone for like a bad actor to actually, you know, get a hold of something or whatever it might be. And so like after I finished that book and those courses and stuff, you know, I changed everything. Like I switched out every single password everywhere, got a password manager. I have like, basically I set up multi-factor authentication on pretty much every account I have everywhere. Like even if it's just some lame like forum account or something, boom, I got fucking multi-factor authentication on everything. So yeah, I did have a time when I did go a little bit crazy about that, but I should say it feels really good now, knowing that like I don't have the same password anywhere. I have multi-factor authentication everywhere. Like, you know, you can definitely, it feels like you can relax a little bit more, because it is one of those things that, although I wasn't as knowledgeable before, I was still definitely aware that I could be doing this stuff better, and it does feel quite nice to actually have taken the time to go through it. So I can recommend it. I highly recommend getting a password manager as well if anyone doesn't have it, because otherwise, if you don't have something like a password manager or something similar, it's too easy. Like, you end up reusing passwords, which it just isn't safe. Because if one place gets hacked, what's the first thing they do is try the same password on other platforms. It ain't worth it. So get a good password manager. I did try to get a fucking like affiliate fucking partnership with a password manager, they fucking denied me. I feel a little bit sad about it. I was like legitimately like, I just want to fucking, I want so badly to promote them because I really liked them, but so I guess all I can say is just get a password manager, make sure it's a good one. Password manager added yet? It is indeed. How much do they pay you? Not a fucking thing they pay me, and I'm sad about it. I am butthurt. I am. Yeah. I don't know, I would have been so happy if they accepted my my application. Because I legitimately think it's a good thing, and it's nice to be able to, like, if I'm gonna promote something, if I'm gonna have some sort of ad, you know, I would rather have it for something I truly use, like, and believe in, you know, because if it was better, like, I don't mind promoting something like that, but whereas, like, you know, I don't want to do some weird promotion for some fucking energy drink when I know I don't even like energy drinks. Just as a weird example, you know, whatever. Who knows? Maybe this is the clip we're gonna look back on in the future in like 5 years when I'm like sponsored by one of those big, you know, energy thingies that everyone's sponsored by, and then everyone's gonna look back like, oh no, Sherpy has changed. Well, I guess, I mean, if they paid me a fucking $1 million to do it, I would probably do it. Let's say, everyone, like, there's a price for everything, I suppose. Let's not be too fucking holy here. How you doing, Spec? Nice to see you, man. Working from home today. A timer would be nice. More rooms and content I've actually started adding, and music ambience, we do have ambience. I don't know, maybe if we should add something else for the menu, some little maybe creepy piano loop or something. That's like the menu music, because right now it's full overlap from the ambience in the what do you call it, the menu and the game. It doesn't even, like, you know, it literally just keeps playing when you go into the game. You enjoy Notion? Do you use it a lot? I actually do use it quite a bit, and so far I must say I'm quite happy with it. I really like... I took this from, I think his name is DevDuck on YouTube. This is why I started using it, because he showed how you can have these, like... yeah, these boards to, like, track your progress and stuff, which I thought was pretty good, because before I just had a messy notepad with, like, stuff I wanted to do. And this I do quite like, and yeah, I've started using it more and more, so, like, I even do some of my personal stuff on here, which is like, you know, I have tables where I track, like, all my expenses in Notion. I have everything, all of my games. I have all the games I worked on. I have different ones, so even if we take, like, the roguelike, I do have, like, a design document, and my ideas are still in here. Dev board as well. Well, this one didn't have very much, but I do find it quite nice, since it also, when I had stuff just on the notepad or in my notes on the phone, it never synchronized between my phone and my PC, whereas now I can just, like, you know, if I'm out and about and I figure out, like, oh, a good thing I want to add to the game, I can still go into this dev board and just throw it in here, which is really nice. So yeah, I would actually recommend Notion. See what else I use it for. Let's make sure I don't just dox myself here, but I use it for personal stuff. Yeah, I even have my shopping list here. I have random lists as well, like all my PC parts for the new computer. I have stuff for YouTube as well, so I have something similar for, like, tracking your progress on, like, YouTube videos and stuff. I also have all my tag templates, so I don't have to, like, sit there and write new tags all the time. So, like, if I do a new game dev video, I just copy all of these tags and instantly paste them in. That's pretty neat. What else do I do? I guess that's most of it. It's like stuff for YouTube, game dev, and then some personal stuff like finances and stuff I track in here. I find it quite nice. I'm actually working from home whole week. Nice, man. Sweet. I wonder if there's an editor tool to do this in Unity. I made my own note-taking editor tool in Unity. Oh, that's cool. Editor tooling is my expertise, by the way. If you're into that rabbit hole, let me know. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, that kind of stuff is... I find it interesting, which, like, the amount of tools you could theoretically make just to, like, speed up your own process is kind of nice. Like, and I try to get, like, this is obviously not an actual tool, this is very simple. Like, for example, I made this... I had this jump scare warning, you know, and instead of putting it on myself, I just coded it into the game, so when the enemy is nearby and there could be a jump scare, I just automatically get a warning here, so I don't have to tell you guys constantly. One of those things when you realize that, wait, I can actually use code to make this simpler for myself. Like, I can kind of automate this thing I did manually before, which is pretty nice. I definitely think, though, tools seems to be more complicated. I feel like in game development, because I think that also is like how you go by in, if you look at like the payrolls of people. As far as I know, it tends to go like engine, tools, gameplay. Or no, even engine, tools, UI, gameplay. Kinda in that order. Unity editor API starts small though, so not recommended actually. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah. What were we saying? What are we gonna do now? Add a timer, that could be nice. Polish. That is something we do want to do. I think one thing I actually want to do is to add... I already started. We're not gonna completely refactor everything, but I do want to add an event manager, I think. Because I am working on some stuff in the game right now where my feeling is that I should probably just make another singleton instance, and then I realized maybe I should start just like slowly moving stuff over to events instead. So instead of continuing like digging myself deeper into the singleton instance hole, we'll just make an event manager. We have one issue now in the third room, which I don't really like. If we look here, this notepad, oh, not notepad, this numpad here, doesn't actually go away if I turn off the light, which is really annoying, because now this even blocks the door, so you can't fully see the monster. And it just feels weird that this still stays open. Like, because everything else, if I pick up an object, if I open the menu and I turn the flashlight off and on, the menu or the inventory automatically closes. We need to do something similar for this one. The only annoying thing is that compared to the inventory, this is a prefab that actually gets instantiated in the scene, so we can't have references to the... or the flashlight can't have a reference to this prefab, because this prefab won't exist when we start playing. I suppose we could do some kind of get thing to find that reference real time, but I think the easier way is to... maybe for now... no, we keep the flashlight as an instance for now, but we make a new event manager, and when we turn the flashlight off, that will trigger an event in the event manager. And then this one, we are going to make the event manager into an instance, and this will subscribe to that event. And when it triggers, when we turn it off, this one will turn off the numpad. I think that might be a good way of doing it. Because at least then the flashlight doesn't need a reference or something to this numpad. Give events a try, yeah, I think it's gonna be worth it. But the monster also cannot see you. Well, in this room he can. Not now, because now I'm theoretically playing the first room, but if we start from the first room and I'll actually make it all the way over there, then in this room he can see you. Oh, no, wait, you mean when the flashlight is off? Right, yeah, that's true, he actually can't see you, so technically as long as the flashlight is off, it is fine, true. The annoying thing though is that it's harder to know when you can turn the flashlight on, because you don't see him in the window. Which is normally what you do is that like when you hear him come or when you just see him, you turn the flashlight off and then you wait till you see him start to walk away. But like when this one is blocking most of the door, you don't see him start to walk away. I did move it a little bit, we still have a little bit of extra room here, but I do think it's kind of nice to block it because it does, you know, distract the player a little bit, which I do want to do, it's good. I think that's one of the pros about these little like notes and stuff that I've started hiding in the game. Because if you start like reading this stuff, it's a good chance that you will get distracted and accidentally be caught. By the way, singletons is one way of resolving dependencies. There's many approaches to resolving dependencies between scripts. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to note that, to be clear, I don't think that singletons are bad. I mean, obviously, I fucking love singletons because I love the global access aspect of it. I just find it so convenient to never have to find all of these fucking scripts, but I now realize that there are a lot of advantages to singletons, it's just that I use them in a bad way. Because what I do is that I make loops. Like, my game manager talks to like the inventory manager, which might talk to like the flashlight, which talks back to the game manager. And, you know, they talk like back and forth, so they are like completely intertwined, which I don't think is good. Because that, you know, it's not flexible whatsoever. If I delete one of my scripts, the entire game crashes immediately. Which is like, there's so much like intercommunication, cross-communication between different managers and stuff. Back and forth. I think usually, if I understand it correctly, one-way communication between scripts can be kind of fine. But when they keep talking back and forth to each other, it gets a little bit messy. They're great for prototyping quickly. Yeah, definitely. Like, it's just that's the thing, and that's the reason why I use them. It's so fucking easy to work with global access to any script, you know. What's up, Verity? How you doing? Good morning. How you doing this Friday? Yeah, I really like singletons, but I do think it's time for me to start learning more about how to use events. Because in this case, I feel like events make more sense, because otherwise, the only reason I can fix this is that I would actually make this safe, this prefab of the safe, into yet another singleton instance, and then when I turn off the light in the flashlight, we check if this instance is null or not, so whether this safe currently exists in the scene, and if it isn't null, then we tell it to remove the numpad. But in that case, we have just created yet another singleton instance in the scene, which I feel like that's not what we want to do, exactly. Yolan will be here to watch you eat your spaghetti, for sure. Nah, I think events is a good way of handling this. There was something else I wanted to do, I feel like it's quite important. Oh yeah, because that one we pretty much need to be able to fix this, and it is to make the actual like game over scene. Because without the game over scene, right now the game kinda just breaks when you finish. Technically we need like a win state as well. So we need the game over scene, and I guess we need like a victory scene. Those will be quite important. Like, those I really want to have done before we publish the game for the jam. But I think we're gonna start off with the event manager, because I got really annoyed with this one. I also did the first playtest yesterday. Had my sound guy, the one Bjarne, who's working on the audio effects, try play through the game. And fortunately I had done some stuff here off stream, so he didn't know. And I did realize a few mistakes that were not great, because in one moment in the game I had these like scratches that will give you like a clue. The only annoying thing here is that, like, for example, this one I read as 9, you know, this is 9 scratches. I realized that that's not super intuitive. I'm assuming that people are gonna look at this the same way I do. And just what I realized yesterday when we did like the first playtest is that it's very easy to read this as 5-4, which messes up everything. And if you get like tunnel vision on 5-4, like you get stuck. So the way I did here is that I just didn't make it bigger than 5, so right now we only use these ones. Easy fix. Let's not overcomplicate stuff. Okay, event manager, like I said, I did prepare one yesterday. I don't think I've actually coded anything in it. I did make the object though. So what we're gonna do here is, I think we're gonna keep this as like a central hub, and the event manager in the future, I will see that as 9, not 5-4. Yeah, I do think it's like it is definitely individual, like how you would look at it, but I do see that it's still like relatively easy to look at it that way, because they are kind of separated. And especially, here's the thing we need to keep in mind. In this moment, I think the reason why it makes it even easier to read it as 5 and 4 is because in the scene you are prompted with a puzzle, and there's another part of the puzzle that basically tells you you need 2 numbers. So in that point, in your mind, what happens is, okay, I have to look for 2 numbers, and then all of a sudden you find this. And at that point it's like, I mean, this should be 2 numbers. I have a 5 here and I have a 4 here. We did also consider, like, something you could do is just to put this like more together or something. But I find that makes it a little bit more hard to read, which I didn't really like. If it's a puzzle and 9 doesn't work, then I would possibly try 5-4. Yeah. Now I do think we can always do like more playtests and see. The only annoying thing is I've realized that there's a big disadvantage to making puzzle games, which is the fact that you can only playtest once. One puzzle can only be playtested one time with a single person. Like if you're making like a gameplay or like mechanic heavy game or something, maybe like a roguelike or some shit like that, like it's super easy. You can just have the same person playtest the game. Of course it's not the same as when someone new does it, but then the same person can continue playtesting the same mechanic and see whether it's better or worse. With a puzzle you can't really do that. Because now when I had Bjarne play like this puzzle for the first time, like a puzzle you can only really do one time, you know? Like he can never try this puzzle again and that be like a genuine experience. Because now he knows what to look for and he knows the solution. Which is actually a pretty big disadvantage. I feel like you don't necessarily need more playtesting for a puzzle game, but you need more playtesters, you know? Puzzle virginity. Yeah, that's pretty much what you need. Like you need to have more like puzzle virgins for your game so that you can try the puzzles for the first time over and over. And then you just have to chuck them away, like, because then, I mean, of course they can try another puzzle later on, but then they can never try the same puzzle again. It is interesting. But yeah, I feel like now for the game jam, the simple fix to make sure that that doesn't happen, because I could tell when he playing, like, if you get stuck at something like this, it is easy to like, that's the point where you could start getting a little bit frustrated because you feel like you have the solution because you were looking for 2 numbers. It seems like you found 2 numbers, but it still doesn't work. So for now, for the game jam, I think I'm just only gonna use these and make sure that that number can never be higher than 5, so that there's no way to misinterpret it. That's like the safe way of doing it. What's up, Red Raka? Good morning. Nice to see you, man. How are you doing? Is the only reason you're making me stand up here? Is it because you are flexing on me the fact that you didn't need to hold down your buttons? I'm still pissed off about that. Now I feel like I have some ghetto desk here. Welcome, Raka. Nice to see you, man. Will it work better if you put a square around it? That should probably be another way of actually making it more... Like if we actually had like a... because that would kind of combine them a little bit. I think like something like that could be the solution. Just somehow made sure that these are more connected and look like, oh yeah, this is probably one number. Because I think I did it worse by separating them so much. But the nice thing about separating them a lot is, of course, the fact that I feel like it's easier to read. It could definitely be easier with something that like, how do you say it, like frames them in some way to show that this is one unit of a number. Yeah, that kind of stuff is interesting. It's the kind of stuff where it's so hard to see yourself when you make it, because I know the solution, so I don't have to look for it, you know? And I think that's the reason why it's so important to do playtesting of your games, because it is so hard to predict how people are actually gonna react to different type of stuff in the game. And even the stuff like UI with like the tutorials and stuff, it's so easy to assume that people are gonna instantly know how to play your game, but I think that's a really dangerous game to play, no pun intended. Yeah, I'm the 1% of the standing desk population. Yeah, probably. I mean, I still feel good. I have a mate of mine who bought the same desk as me, but not like the automatically fucking raisable. Like, if he wants to raise his desk, I'm pretty sure he has to like unscrew the fucking thing at the leg of the desk and like manually raise the desk up and screw it back. And like compared to that, I'm still chilling. But yeah, I do like having the ability to stand. Even though I definitely don't stand enough, like the vast majority of time that I actually stand is the time that Red Raqqa redeems stand up for. Like that tends to be the equivalent to the same exact time that I end up standing. To be fair, not really, because I usually actually go a bit overboard. I think the redeem there, the channel reward, is actually for 10 minutes. I think I tend to accidentally stand for like 15 or 20 minutes. I'm less productive when standing. Interesting. Why do you think that is? I do know sometimes if I start like Muted Pylabs with the raid. Welcome. Thank you very much. How was your stream? Cheers, man. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Barris13, welcome as well. That's great. How are you doing? We are doing good. We are currently working on a puzzle horror game for my first game jam here. And so far it's going quite nice. I have a few more... trying to work on getting this safe to work as I want at the moment. So, welcome. Looks good, thank you very much. And Batrus, thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, so far I'm feeling quite good about it. I think this might be one of my best products so far. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty hyped. What were you working on, Muto? Were you game deving it up as well? What's the theme of the jam? The theme of the jam is safe in the dark. So basically what we have here is a game where I suppose the main mechanic is the fact that you need to solve a puzzle in these rooms while there's a monster walking around looking for you. And the only way to remain safe is to turn off the flashlight and make sure that you are not caught. It is an optional theme, but I did want to implement it. I mean, in the end, the theme is what gave me the whole idea for the game, so... yeah, so far I'm feeling quite good about this. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to add, which I actually think I started doing, is save points. I do think we might actually do the thing where we implement, like, floppy disks we have to find, and that will set your checkpoint. I think that could be fun rather than having like fully automatic checkpoints. So, but we do need to fix this little numpad. Right now the issue we're having is that I want this numpad to go away when you turn off the lights. Because otherwise it keeps blocking the door, you can't like see the monster. So I want something similar to this inventory where if I have the inventory open and turn the light off, it goes away. So, thank you very much for that follow, much appreciated, man. So yeah, I want something similar to this for the safe. And Mewtwo as well, thank you very much for the follow. I'll make sure to check you out. Did you answer me, by the way? Were you game developing as well? Are you working on some game too? But yeah, compared to the inventory, the difficulty we have in here is that the safe is a prefab that gets instantiated. So when we start the game, this whole room is actually destroyed, and then when we get to room number 3, we instantiate it. So I can't have direct references. Usually what I do, as the noob, self-educated programmer that I am, is that I just make everything into singleton instances, and then I don't have to worry about it. Now, what I think we're gonna do is that we're gonna try to learn how C# events work, which doesn't seem to be too complicated, to be honest. So, I think that's the plan. We are, however, going to make one more singleton for this event manager. Just this one, we do want to be able to have like global access to. Yeah, nice. What kind of game are you currently working on? And how long have you been developing games? Boom, boom, boom. I don't know why that happens. There we go. We now have a singleton instance. Okay, for some reason it I think it's after I fixed IntelliSense. Sometimes my like macros. Is this a macro? I don't know. I think it is. It kind of messes up. There are a few things after I installed IntelliSense that actually are a bit annoying. Same thing when I want to do debug logs. Oh, are you gonna work now? Just I'm gonna show it in front of my friends. Of course you fucking are. Because usually for some reason... Oh, is it because I don't... I think if I have the TypeSmesh Pro library and I want to make a debug log... No! Of course you're gonna fucking work now, just because I wanna show it. It's happened like 18 times, and just because I wanna show you guys, it works perfectly. This shit is fucking conscious of it, I know it. I now believe that IntelliSense has actual consciousness. Thanks for asking, working on an augmented reality role-playing game. Holy shit, that sounds interesting. As if Pokemon Go and D&D had a baby. Oh. Interesting. So you're still having some form of like creature catching mechanic? Similarly to Pokemon? But then more like role-playing elements? Is that kind of what you're doing? I'm working on it since January. Cool. I mean, it sounds dope. Sounds difficult. For someone like me, I wouldn't even know where to start with that, but it sounds cool. Not really, more like turn-based encounters. Oh, okay. Cool. Do you play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons as well? Does anyone here play Dungeons and Dragons? And character development. I've heard a lot of people actually talk about how like valuable experience with like Dungeons and Dragons can be for game development, which I do see why that is, especially for like if you are, I think you refer to it as a dungeon master, right? The one like hosting the game or whatever. Because that is basically game design, isn't it? Like in the end, it basically is the same thing as game design, just that the medium in which you play is a bit different. Not lots, but some D&D. Okay. Yeah, I find it quite interesting. I'm not gonna lie, the more I've seen about it lately. I've started feeling a little bit like, I actually think I could enjoy it. I actually think it could be kind of fun. I don't think I would be reluctant to try it at some point. It does seem like if you have a good group and stuff, it seems like it could be pretty fun. D&D is hardcore. Yeah, that's one thing about it, which is that it does seem like it's not like super like beginner friendly, if that makes sense. It doesn't seem super approachable in the beginning, because it seems like it does so much stuff. It's so deep with like mechanics and stuff, which you might not expect in the beginning. But I assume that's when you would have to go for like if you have a really good like dungeon master who can kind of set up a more simple game for you to try. I assume it still works. I think that's the thing. Like if you have, this is just assumptions. Of course, I have no fucking idea, because I've never played it. But I assume that if you're gonna have more like beginners and stuff who are trying it out for the first time, I guess that it just puts a little bit more responsibility or on whoever is the game master or like the dungeon master, for them to make an appropriate campaign or whatever. And it takes a lot of setup. Yeah, it does seem like it. Like it's not like even just making a character isn't really done in 15 minutes, you know? It seems like. Yeah, you are kind of there onboarding. Yeah, exactly. It does feel like the onboarding of someone into Dungeons and Dragons seems to be a responsibility of whoever is the dungeon master, because if they can't like somewhat simplify it, I assume, then it's gonna feel probably a bit too complex for a new beginner. It's my assumption. But it does seem, yeah, I think it should be valuable for like whether you want to get better at like the role-playing element itself, or like, you know, writing stories. Because I assume that even if you are playing Dungeons and Dragons and not like hosting the game, you are still part in the story writing in a way, because you still get to determine what you want to do. And I think that kind of stuff could be quite valuable for, especially for stuff like game development, but probably for other stuff as well. It seems interesting. Like, I have thought about it more and more recently, where I've been like, well, I think it could be fun. I think it could be interesting to do. Okay, do we need to look up something about events here? Because I don't even remember where to start. I think I need a like public event handler, which we're gonna, let's see, this will declare a single event, right? So here it would be something like on game over, etc. So I think we can do like on light toggled. As far as I know, I think when you're handling events, I think the convention is to call it on something, I'm pretty sure. Once again, for anyone who's new, I am basically a complete rookie when it comes to coding. I have been coding for maybe 1 year and a half or something, but you know, I'm completely self-taught. I don't actually know what I'm doing, but I do try to learn this kind of stuff. I feel like it's valuable to learn. Easiest is public event action my event. So what's the difference between making it like because you can make actions and you can like, there was one other thing you could do as well, right? Event handler delegates. This is not really what I was looking for. Wait. Funk is less common than action. Okay. An event is a notification sent by an object to signal the occurrence of an action. Events in .NET follow, and .NET is the framework for C#, I'm pretty sure. I think that's how it works. Don't really understand that, but I know that's how you say it. It will help to understand what a delegate is, maybe start with that. Yeah, let's see. Let's read a little bit and see. Yeah, I understand this with you have publisher and subscribers. That makes sense. Multiple subscribers of a single event. That's kind of what makes it useful. Publisher raises an event when some action occurred. The subscribers who are interested in getting notification when an action occurred should register with an event and handle it. Okay. Mewtwo, what game engine do you use? Use Unity as well or something else? In C#, an event is an encapsulated delegate. Depends on the delegate. The delegate defines the signature for the event handler method of the subscriber class. What if we want to pass a function as a parameter? The answer is delegate. Okay, so a delegate is... Oh yeah, that's because this would actually not be like this. If I use the event handler, I would actually do this. Because this is, as to say, is a function, I'm quite sure. Okay, so that's why a delegate makes me able to pass a function as a parameter for something else. Unity as well? Okay, cool. And Node and JavaScript on the server side. Oh shit. How long have you been coding in, like, how much experience do you have? Just out of curiosity. Okay, so we have a subscriber, which subscribes to an event. The publisher is the delegate and fires the event to both of these. Wait, subscriber event? Oh no, yeah, subscribes to the event, yeah. Like 14 years? I'm old as fuck now. Okay, not bad. Okay, so then I will assume you know a lot more than me. Which is, this stream is probably like cringe for anyone who actually knows how to code. If anyone, like, you know, if you're an actual like software engineer and you're watching this, it's probably just torture for you, but that's where it goes. Maybe one day I will understand all of this stuff and we're gonna be a professional game developer here. Or maybe not. We'll see. Okay, delegate void notify. And public class process business logic. And that's where you say this is an event which will take in the like notify function. And then we call this event process completed. The only thing I was a little bit disappointed at is that I thought that subscribers didn't need references for the publisher. I think you can make it that way, because I think you technically could make like a static event, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe there are ways to work around it. Delegate variables store functions of a specific signature, i.e. action delegates requires functions with void return and no parameters. What if I want to use a parameter as well? Not at all, it's also my first year using Unity, so I'm learning every day. Oh, I see. What have you used before? Or is this... Do you have a lot of experience with code, but you just started game development, or have you done previous game development in like other engines? Oh, you come from a web dev background. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cool, man. Software and game development category on Twitch is the best, full of helpful, supportive people. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing, because I am also... I'm so open to help when it comes to this stuff, you know? Because, like I've said multiple times, like, I want to learn. That is a pretty big thing here. So, I usually make the joke that when I'm playing a game, I really don't like backseat gaming. I don't want any spoilers of backseat gaming. when I'm coding, I'm all up for batshit coding. That's completely fine. If you want to tell me a better way of doing something, go right ahead. Action int requires functions with signature of void return and int parameter. Oh, okay. So I can still declare a parameter when I like do the delegate then, if I understand that correctly. Exactly, yeah, it's so nice when you get to help someone with their code. Nice. I mean, that's fine. I'm glad about that as well, because that means I can get free help here. And if you get something out of it, it's just win-win. I like teaching because it helps me learn as well. Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's a good point and something to actually keep in mind. They do say in general that teaching is, generally speaking, pretty much no matter the subject, one of the best ways to actually learn as well yourself. Even with, like, I did the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for a while, and it's the same thing there. I think it's almost impossible to become a black belt unless you can prove that you are very good at teaching someone, because if you can teach someone to do the different like moves and stuff, then it shows that you have like a thorough understanding of what you are doing yourself. It's pretty interesting. Program. Wait, so this is... Oh. Wait, is this like... Is this almost using this like a static script or something? So this is not like a... Because this isn't a reference to like a specific script in the application. This would just be like, hey, I want to use this logic, so create a new type of this. And then I subscribe to the event in... Oh, interesting. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And then start the process. So, and that would call the function in this one, which has the event handler. It would start the process. And on process completed, this event args empty. This would fire off the event. Here. This question mark checks whether there are any subscribers or not, because I'm pretty sure you get an error if you don't have any subscribers. So this is the easy way of just checking. If the, basically like if the subscriber list isn't null, then invoke this method. Okay, that's something I thought about before. I saw this video on YouTube with this guy who looked at the Zelda Ocarina of Time, and basically went through like the source code to see if you could understand the game. That seems pretty interesting. I think it would be kind of fun to do something like that. Maybe take like a really simple game or something, if I can find the like source code for it. And maybe we'll have one day when we just sit and try to see if we can like understand how the game actually works. Because I think it could be pretty interesting to just look at someone else's code, you know? Do you want me to talk you through a quick example? I can hop in voice channel on your Discord, no worries if not. Yeah, maybe. Let me look a little bit here, and if not, we can definitely do that. I think I think the main thing I'm a little bit confused about is what the advantage is to making my own delegate. Because if we look over here, where is that little bugger? Also, join my Discord if you haven't. Shout out. Self-promotion. #ad. Because here, I know that CodeMonkey shows both of them. Here he does it with the event handler. But then later on... Oh wait, that was the test subscriber. Here, testing events. He also shows how you can use your own delegate. And here he takes in a float, because I think for the flashlight I might want to have a bool as a parameter. So I only need one event and it will fire off whether the flashlight is set to true or false, whether it's on or off, basically. But then here it seems like even with the event handler, he can call the function on space pressed event args, which does take in a parameter as well. But yes, you can do it with the event handler too. I've only used pre-made action and action delegate. It's all you need, really. So that would be like this: public event action on action event. And then... Oh, and then you can pass in the parameters like that. But then do I still need a reference to... No, because that is an event, so then I don't need... Do I not need to delegate or declare like an event handler in that case? So is all I need to declare the action and then have a function to invoke that action? And then how does this work? I should make a function to fire off this event from somewhere else. Yeah, it's just a one-liner. Well, that sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? Which is then what I think we might do. Which is the only thing here is that although we could make it so that the event manager actually fires off the event, but the call to fire off the event still kind of needs to be from the flashlight, since the flashlight is the one that has the on-click function where we toggle the flashlight on and off. So I guess here again I reference the event manager and say that when you toggle it off, call the function here, which fires off the event and tells all the other class or all the subscribers to do something if you are subscribed to that event. I think that's the way we do it. So what, in that case, I don't need an event handler. All I actually need to do is to have a public event. Oh yeah, that's the thing, because the event handler is also a type of event. So action is just a... Yeah, we still declare the event there. That's why I don't need to declare like an event handler. Correct, you trigger the event from the flashlight, but it's handled by the event manager. Yeah, that seems... So that's a pretty good way of doing it, right? Is that... That's basically the thing, like... I want to find a more reasonable approach to do this, because before I did it in a backwards way where, you know, I have like 18 singleton instances in the script, or in the game, which is a little bit messy. What's up, Kamarao? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Have you finished the game? You must be very close to your deadline, if not, right? How's it going for you, man? Kamarao is also developing games here on Twitch, if anyone wants to check him out. You trigger the event from the flashlight. Oh, yeah. So broadcaster will have one line, public event action my event, and then someone inside he will broadcast by invoking that event, my event.invoke. This will tell all the subscribers to call that function that they subscribe to using event manager.myEvent plus equals my method with correct signature. Okay. Now this seems like it should be pretty easy. I've been procrastinating writing the script for the video for the past 4 hours. Someone help me, please. Oh, you released it yesterday on itch. Cool, man. GG. How do you feel? How do you feel about it? How was the experience? This was your first game, right? So how do you feel after completing it? But yeah, I can relate to the procrastination. I am very good at procrastinating. Okay, so we can make a public event action, and here I can pass in parameters if I want, right? And then we call this something like on flashlight toggled, maybe. Do I need, since this, no, this is just a name, so I don't actually need the parentheses. I hate that word. Parentheses. Is that how you say it? Wait. What the fuck do we say in Swedish? Parenteser, I think. Oh wait, brackets?
Brackets.
But wait, you can say like... Can you not say parentheses as well in English? Yeah, exactly.
Parenthesis.
Parenthesis. And now, I want to know, what is the plural of this? Is it parentheses? What? I am so confused. Parentheses. Oh, maybe it actually... Oh, I thought it would be like parentheses. Which is so weird to say. I enjoyed it a lot. I really want to get back to game dev. Nice, man. I'm happy to hear that. Probably gonna get into a jam after finishing the video. Nice. I mean, you basically kind of did the jam now. Just not like an official jam, but you basically did the same concept as a game jam already. My goal is to make weekly videos. That's a pretty fucking high goal. I could not fucking do that. Holy shit, if you look at my YouTube channel, I barely even do fucking half-yearly videos. Just like I said, I'm really good at procrastinating. Yeah, it's certainly coming out. That's why I thought as well. Why, like, just when I did parentes, the Swedish word, and I wanted to translate it to English, it said brackets, but these are not brackets as far as I'm aware. Like, yeah, like you're saying, brackets is like the harsh cornered ones, right? It is like translator doesn't know and just use brackets. Yeah, pretty much. It feels like the translator was as confused as I was. That's basically why I got out of this. The wind is straight up blowing through my windows. It sounds like someone is whistling in my room. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's fucking mad windy here today. For clarity, action is a delegate. It's just already declared in C# system namespace. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's already declared in you call this a namespace? Interesting. I don't know if that's the incorrect term. I usually, for some reason, I call this libraries. Is that incorrect? Same with action generic one as well. Okay. I think parenthesis is written the same way, plural or not. Yeah, dude, that might actually make sense. Because obviously there is quite a few of those words that are, like, you know, they're always the same whether it's plural or not. And it also kind of makes sense because I think that is the plural word. Because you always have them in plural, don't you? Like, you almost never... When would you ever use one? I mean, I guess if you do a smiley, you only use one. But otherwise, you tend to use... You know, they kind of tend to come in pair. Because there are other those, like, inherently plural words, like, you know, a pair of pants. Like, that's... It's one object, but we call it a pair, so the word itself is plural. Interesting. I am also a little bit of a language nerd, if anyone doesn't know that yet, so I can get a little bit into these language rabbit holes sometimes. And if you want to join me in them, that's completely fine. I forget what the squiggly lines are called. Do you mean this one? Oh no, you mean these ones. because those are also squiggly. Don't we call these brackets as well? Handlebars? Oh, yeah. I mean, they definitely look like handlebars. Like top-down handlebars. Parenthesis is plural. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it made sense, it made sense. In C#Landia, it's namespaces. It's just a collection of classes. So library works. Okay. But I guess namespaces is like the... Oh yeah, that's because if I get an error when I'm missing one, it actually says like, are you forgetting a namespace? That makes sense. Just search and it's called a brace or curly brace. Yeah, curly braces. I've heard that one. I know I've heard that one. English makes no sense. Dude, no language makes sense. Like, when you get into like language learning, at some point you just realize that there's not a single language that makes full sense. There's always like weird stuff going on that you kind of can't explain. Stuff that might, even like, when you... One thing that's interesting when you start learning languages is that if you start learning a new language, it kind of teaches you to look at your own language in a little bit more of a analytical way, and you realize that my shit doesn't even make sense either. It's interesting. In Portuguese, it's... let's see here. That would be... Parenthesis. No? Something like that. Same in singular and plural, okay. I think we have a plural word for it. Because I think we say parentes for one. But I think you can say, yeah, parenteser, which would be the plural version of it. So in Swedish we actually do have plural, and that's probably why I looked for a plural word in English. Interesting. Languages make no sense, it's all based on vibes at some point. Yeah, you got that right, sweet. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much true. Like, you're just gonna need to find the right words to get the correct vibe. Like, if you're speaking Portuguese, just throw in a few fodas every now and then, and fucking you got it. Can we get a little... Where are everyone from here in the chat? Where are you hailing from, people? I know Camarão is from Portugal. Parenthesis, singular. Parenthesis, plural. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. It's a... what you call it? I was gonna say inconsistent conjugation. No, it's an, like, exception from the standard conjugation. Interesting. It's a hard word. There's a lot of those in the fucking... What's the other one? Caballero? I'm not even gonna try now. Hawaii? Oh shit, that's cool. I'm from Argentina, but living in the Middle East. Oh, cool. I can't fucking say it. It's so difficult. What is it? Caballero. That's a mad word. That's a fucking mad word. Like, what the fuck is this? Caballero. Mad. You got it? Sweet. I do know a few of those. I mean, if you wanna hear tongue twisters, I got a few as well. What is it? Dropping a few Portuguese tongue twisters here. What is that? That's the Portuguese word for hairdresser. So that's the thing, it's actually a pretty common word, but it's so fucking difficult to say it. Yeah, oh yeah, for some reason I do it plural. I always go for some reason. Yeah, it's fun. Languages are fun. And that's the thing. Something I find quite interesting is the fact that like obviously we call this programming languages, and this might be a bit controversial, not everyone probably agrees to me, but it does have a lot of similarities to like human languages. It really do, because like you have syntax. Syntax is literally grammar. It's the exact same thing as grammar in normal like human languages. And you also, to be able to code the language well, you need to have a good vocabulary. You need to be able to know what type of like variables and stuff you can use. That's a vocabulary. Like there actually is quite a bit of like similarities between the like programming languages, and I guess that's why we call them languages. Just it is what it is. Yeah, I find it, languages are interesting. Okay, let's see, can we get this little bugger to work here with the events? Higher level languages like C# are intended to be human readable, useful for humans to be able to understand other human code, yeah. But the compiler does magic stuff to translate it into machine code. Yeah, and then you have like assembly code in the middle, right? Which is like almost machine code, but also not like it's not really fully readable, it's not full machine code, it's like the in-betweener. Doesn't a lot of stuff get like compiled into assembly code, like before it becomes machine code? Maybe. Let's keep in mind here, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, so feel free to correct me if I'm mistaken, but that's kind of the way I know it. Zero 1 0 1, yeah, the full binary machine code. Okay, event action on the flashlight toggled, and then we would need we need to call this event somewhere. So what we would do then is make, I think, let's do something like, or should we keep these separate or together? Should I make a list of all the events and then have the list of all the actual like functions to invoke the events? Or should I, how do you guys do it? This is actually quite interesting. Just generally speaking, what I do, if we take like a bigger script, is that, you know, I have all like the variables and stuff at the top and then all the functions. I think that's kind of the norm, as far as I know. But like here, in an event manager, what would you guys do? Either I do a public event here, and then we do some public void to invoke that event, blah blah blah. So would you keep on adding more events up here and more evokes below, or would you keep them in pass so that you would do something like this, you know, where you have an action with an invoke method, an action with an invoke method? Just out of curiosity, what would your guys' go-to be? Wait, did you actually send something in binary? No. No. That seems too random. What's up, Crystal Mess? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Some Shakespeare shit right there. I just sent you my event manager. Now, let's have a look. There's a lot of furries in the IT, that's the joke. Oh yeah, I have heard that. There's a little bit of like a meme, isn't it? The furries actually run the internet. Event variables up top. Okay. Dude, I don't know if there is a standard for that, but I could totally be wrong. Yeah, I think in the end a lot of stuff like this is like, you know, it's a lot like subjective. What is a gist? Dude, I really need to start learning how GitHub works. Because if you guys want to cringe about something, listen to this. I have no version control whatsoever. Yeah, take that one. Okay, here we have a event manager. Oh! Yeah, you call it Events Manager. Maybe that makes more sense, to be honest. Your line 25 is declaring a variable, technically. I don't know if that's clear. Oh yeah, because it's a delegate, which in the end is a... Oh yeah, huh? But is this not like a function too? Dude, I am still a little bit confused here, not gonna lie. Cringe. Oh yeah, learn source control. I really need to. Delegate is a variable for storing functions of a specific signature. That just sounds like it's everything at once, which it kinda is. Okay, let's see. This is interesting. We are reading someone else's code. This is from Muto. Okay, so we... Okay, you use Unity events. Wait, what is this? Because here's the actual class we're in, like the mono behavior class. But then you declare like a custom event that inherits from Unity event string. Okay, let me see if I can understand this. Private static events manager instance. Okay, so we make some form of singleton instance here. If it's null, then we find it. This instance, if that's null, we couldn't find it. Otherwise, we call some function to initialize the events manager, which checks for the events dictionary. And if that's 0, then we create a dictionary with string custom events, and that would be a reference to this class. Unity event is Unity's built-in event type. Yeah, I did read a little bit about that one as well. What's up, Sub Lockdown? How you doing? Just do the classic. If after the third read you can't understand, throw the code into yours, and if it works, I hope you don't need to fix it later. That's a very good one. That's a good one. How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, let's just steal this and pretend like I wrote it. It's a little bit harder because Muto, whose code this is in the chat right now, so... You might enjoy Unity event. It allows you to serialize and set up the event listeners / subscribers in the inspector. Yeah, I did see that, which seems like it could have advantages. I kinda, not gonna lie though, the more I've delved deeper in Unity, I've realized that I kind of prefer coding as much as possible. Like in this game now, like even if we look at the individual like objects in the scene, I don't even use like the Unity button component. Like, I just have my own, like this hammerhead is just a collectible item which derives from a clickable object. So I've just made my own button because I find that it becomes more customizable rather than, because I feel like Unity, I had one game where I had a lot of issues with the Unity button component, which is what I realized is that the Unity button component calls the animation before it calls the onClick function. And that messed up in one of my games because I had an animation which like shrunk the button a little bit when you clicked it, so you would get this like animation like it gets pushed down. The issue is that if you clicked on the edge, it would actually call the animation to shrink it, but then your mouse is outside of the button and it wouldn't call the onClick function. So I would get like the animation but not the onClick call, which like took me ages to realize why. And that was the reason. As soon as I made my own buttons instead of using the built-in component, it worked great. Because then I could make sure that I always call the onClick function before I trigger the animation. So after that, I feel like that's the reason why I kind of lean towards using C# events, because I don't know, it seems like it might actually be more customizable. Easier to debug. Yeah, I guess that's true as well, because I can see all the code that I'm using. Yeah, not fan of a drag and drop serialized references. Yeah. No, I rather... That's why one of the reasons why I like static instances. Because I don't have to do any drag and drop. I can just code in the reference immediately. Or otherwise, if it's on the same object, you can use like get component or something like that. What engines have you tried, Manchapi? I've only tried Unity. Unity is the only thing I've ever coded in. I have made, like, way back in the days, I made like one console application as well. So that was only made in Visual Basic and just for the console. But other than that, like, everything I've ever done is in Unity. So try to define an event in your keypad code and invoke that event every time you click on the keypad button and just log to the console. Key pressed event called. Log from a subscribe, I mean. Yeah, I think we're gonna do actually the opposite, because I don't need an event from the safe. I want the safe to react to an event triggered by the flashlight. Because what we want to happen here is that when I turn off the flashlight, we want the numpad to disappear. Oh, sorry about that one, Muto. I know that might have been you trying to paste code, which can look like... yeah, I imagined it was code. Thank you for lurking, Crystal Mess. Appreciated. I can permit you if you wanna show the whatever code you wanted to send. YouTube PyLabs. Now you should be able to send the code in the chat. Apparently, I just fucking scammed you. Did I misspell your name or something? No, I didn't. What the fuck? What the fuck? Streamlabs, why are you scamming me? That was mad. I'm sorry, but I don't know what the fuck Streamlabs is on about. I clearly permitted you, and he even responded and said you have the permission to post the link, and instantly afterward purged you for posting a link. What the fuck? Nah, we're gonna have to write our own bot now as well. Just sent you the bit by Whispers. I don't see any code. Oh, there we go. Start of the button pad, subscribe to events manager.start listening on lantern on screen trigger the event from the lantern, just event manager.trigger event. Oh, interesting. The way you subscribe is not how I would have expected. Oh wait, this is your event manager, so this one... Wait, let's see here. On lantern on. Oh, so you have start listening. You make a... Wait, can you make... Wait, a static void? Does that mean you can call this function without referencing the class itself? By only calling this function if you made it static? Is that how that works? Using web HT I have the second time it does show, it's posted and didn't get timed out. Using web text, oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck Streamlabs is on about. I clearly did a permit. There's a button you can press to view the message. I don't know if that... I have not been able to do that for ages. I know I could before, but now all I have is the... blah 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 messages were deleted. I can't actually like force show the message itself. I don't know why. I know I used to be able to do that. This way is Unity event and not C# event. Oh yeah, that might be the difference. Static means you call it from the... Static means you call it from the class, not the object instance. Okay. Okay. Let this just cook in my brain for a second. Static means you can call it from the class, but not the object instance. So I wouldn't call it from the game object that the events manager is on, but I can... Oh shit, I'm dropping frames. Okay, we might be lagging. I think it stopped. Are we fine? Are we fine? I dropped a few frames there, I don't know what happened. I think we are still up and running though. If anyone is experiencing lags or something, you might need to refresh the page. Testing 1, 2, can you guys hear me? Are we still up and running? I think we are, it does look fine. Fine now? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what that was about, sorry about that. Static means you can call it from the class. No, okay. So then in another script, if I have a static function, can I literally just say start listening? And that's it? Oh no, because you still... Wait, in the code that Muto sent to me, it still says events manager.start listening, but you don't actually have to say events manager instance. So is that because the event itself will still be like static, so whether I do it with the direct reference to this class or not, it doesn't really matter? I don't know if I'm fully understanding this correctly, but I think it might be something like that. Okay, so you have it to start and stop listening, and then to a function to trigger events, which takes in the event name and some message. I don't know what you do with the message, but the event name, I understand this you probably use to find the event, right? Yeah, you look in your events dictionary and see if you can find an event with that event name, and if you do, you invoke that event. Way too complicated, you just 3 lines of code between 2 scripts. Yeah, no, I still think this is interesting though. It's still interesting to see how the different ways you can do it. Okay, I need to learn about making like static functions. Because I don't think I've used a lot of static instances for like classes. No wait, I did do one static function for one of my games. I had a function to pick a random name. So then I had like a name picker class, which I think that was a static function, which made it so that I can just like call that without a reference. Okay, wait, I need to close it. I have way too many things open here. That's flashlight and events manager. Let's keep you guys for now. And let's see. Public event action, and then he can say some parameter here. So then I guess I should say that I want a bool in this event. Sorry, I didn't mean to... No, absolutely not. No, I'm very thankful you sent this to me. It is true though that you do seem to be using Unity events, which is different. I'm still not entirely sure whether what's best to use. The thing I really like here, which seems really good for like... what you call it, like... for scaling, is that you actually don't really have to define single events anywhere. Like you made this very modular where you have like functions to start and stop listening to certain events, and then just one function to trigger an event, and then you just find that event. That seems pretty good. Because otherwise, what I would do here is to make like 16 different trigger this event. But I guess it's better to have like... We could make some type of function that like finds which event you want to trigger. That's way better. And then just have... But how do you... Because you use a dictionary, right? Events dictionary. Is that like an actual dictionary in like a C# dictionary? Or do you just call it a dictionary? Because I guess you could do this in multiple ways, where I could have like... I guess I could have like a list or an array of fucking events, maybe? I don't really know. Okay, let's try something. Let's start off just making one, and then see if I can make this more flexible. Just because that would be neat, because I might reuse this code later in another game as well. Because I'm probably gonna start using events a bit more. So like, here for example, we have the... Let's say for example that we make a public void called trigger on flashlight toggled. That's a mouthful. And then we need to have a bool called like is on maybe. And in that case, what we would do is that the on action event, did he call it action event? He did indeed. So this would be on flashlight toggled question mark to check whether we have any subscribers, and then invoke it with the method we have, right? I'm pretty sure this is how we would do it. So now what we could do in a subscriber is to... So in the flashlight, we could call this event to trigger this one. And then in the safe, we could subscribe to this event and check if it is triggered and this is off, then turn off the numpad game object. Ideally, the flashlight class is responsible for providing the event, and anyone who cares about the flashlight would subscribe to its event. Event manager is an unnecessary middleman. Yeah, I do see what you mean, because I guess an event manager might be better if you do more scaling, maybe? But I do see what you mean, that it becomes a little bit less coherent in one way, because the flashlight, who technically should handle everything about the flashlight, is technically not handling the event for the flashlight. Try it and see if it makes sense to you, that's all that matters. Yeah, like there's always gonna be multiple ways you can do stuff. I think for now I might use an event manager just to kind of learn more about events, and it's gonna be easier to just have the full function in one place. I wonder if I wanted to do something similar to what Muto did here, how could I make this into a more flexible one where I don't need to make... maybe I need to make more... declare more public events here. But could I make like a flexible function to find, so that we just, instead, we would just have one public void called like trigger event, and then pass in some kind of parameter to find the specific event? I mean, that it should be possible, I assume, but I don't know now, because we don't have like a... In your case, Muto, you used a event dictionary, and since I don't have an event dictionary, I know I'm going a little bit overboard now, because this is a game jam, and this, like, basically I just need to get it to work and it's fine, but like I've said before, I enjoy learning as well, and this is more... What I'm doing now is more for the sake of learning, and then I'll just stress myself out later with actually finishing the game. Maybe not the best idea, but hey, it's what we're doing now. Because I guess we could do... We would need like a string event name. I just don't know how would we go about... In some... I guess this doesn't work unless I have a way of actually... I need to have somewhere I have all my events like collected. Like that's why you use a dictionary Muto, right? Because there you have all of your events, so then you can use functions to find which event you want to trigger. Is there a way to do it straight up through here? I wonder. Can I? Just out of curiosity, can I make a list of events well, it did complete that for me, so I guess we should have a list of all the events. That's why I use the subscription at the object that is listening to the event, because you have access to its methods. So when you said that you use a subscription at the event, yeah, you mean like because you call the start listening function, which is basically subscribes. Ah shit, sorry Muto. Fucking Streamlabs is going crazy today. What was his dictionary for exactly? So I think, if I understand this correctly, Muto uses a event dictionary, which I guess holds all of the events in the game. And then when you start listening, you just find that event in the dictionary through the event name. Same thing when you stop listening, and then when you trigger it, you do the same thing. You actually check the dictionary to find the event and trigger that event. So it becomes like very modular. You don't really need a lot of functions. Right on the keypad. Make him temporary VIP, might give him permissions. Yeah, I do think VIP actually does allow you to post links. I'm pretty oh, I think that depends on how I set it up in Streamlabs, isn't it? Because I do know that I do know subscribers have permission. That's why you can post code checks. Let me see how I set it up. Otherwise, I might be able to just whitelist people as well. Could very well be the case. Link protection. And then it says that I can use the permit one. And that didn't fucking work. Auto permit. It does seem like it's only subscribers that have auto permission. Oh, that's annoying. And I can't actually whitelist people, I can only whitelist links. First question, what is the source of your event? Where will you call the event invoke method? Where does the event moment occur? I was thinking about maybe doing something like here where we actually, this is a little bit weird maybe, I don't know, but we would have the invoke method for the event on the event manager, but then call like this function from wherever we want to trigger the event, if that makes sense. That's annoying. Why can I not like whitelist? I can auto permit regulars. How does Streamlabs define who is a regular? I'm gonna assume that is through the whitelist system. Oh, sorry, the loyalty system. Oh, okay, wait. We do this, and now Muto. Wait, I think we have a solution. Add Muto. Confirm. Boom. Mod tools. Link protection. Okay, I think it It might actually work now. Muto, if you're still here, can you just do a test? Write some test code or test link or something just to see? I think I might have a solution for it. It does indeed work. Sweet. Trigger event. Okay, so yeah, this would be the way to have like a flexible trigger for the events. But I don't know how I would find the events. I see, so you want flashlight to call event manager.trigger on flashlight toggle. Yeah, I think that was kind of the plan I was having. I don't know if it's the best way of going about it, but that's kind of what I was thinking. So all the events will kind of be handled solely inside of the event manager. But then certain objects might trigger the events from the event manager, and then subscribers to those events will react to it. That was kind of the thing I was thinking. Line 65 of the event manager. Yes, but here's the difference, because you have a event dictionary, right? So that's what you use to find the event. I don't have a dictionary. So that's what I was thinking, like, is it possible to somehow make a list of events and like maybe in like the await function add all the events that I have into that list and then use the list to find what event you want to trigger? Does that sound like a viable solution? Is that something that could work? Because it does seem like I can make a list of events. I don't know, maybe if we look now, events manager. Did I not say public event? No, public list event. What if I just do this? We just create a public list of events. Will I get a... No, I can't actually get a list there. The dictionary is a list that you can access by a key. Oh, interesting. I have used the dictionary before, but that was very much with the help of ChatGPT, I will not lie, so... Okay, so a dictionary is actually a list. But then this should kind of work, shouldn't it? I should be able to make a list here of events. And maybe somehow... Is it possible to do something like events... What is it? Add. Could I add on flashlight toggled as an event into my event list? Like that, is that possible? Can I convert from system action bool to Unity event? Oh, does this need to be a list of actions? Action bool to system. Yeah, maybe I am overcomplicating it. Because we're only gonna need to use a few events, but it's still interesting to see how this should be done. The event should be defined inside the flashlight script. Why would you want to remember the dictionary string to look up an event for the flashlight in a general event manager? I think because it could be very like flexible and modular, which means I could like just throw in this event manager to any game I want to use events in and just have a full like logic for setting up and using events. It was kind of my thought process. I disagree, but right. Yeah, no, I do think... I see what you mean, though, with that. It definitely makes sense to... I mean, especially in this game, I think... Because, I don't know, just for reference, how many events would you say that you have, Muto? Just out of curiosity. Because obviously in this game it's quite simple. We're not really gonna have a lot of... I manage all my UI through events. But I would assume you probably have more events than me then. Because you mean like almost every button has some type of event you fire off? Because I think we're not gonna have that many really. Everything? Yeah, okay. Because we are basically going to have when the flashlight is on or off, and then maybe we will start refactoring and make stuff so that we have like a game over event and like maybe a victory event, maybe a jump scare event, stuff like that. I'm not saying this is the right way. Chess definitely knows more than I do. No, I think in the end nothing is like the right way. It's like you said, Chess, the other day as well. In the end, everyone is a bit different in how we structure stuff. But I do think it's very good to see the different ways you can do stuff, because that's how I can find what type of way makes most sense to me. And what I like about your event manager is that it's very like, I don't know what the correct term is, but it's very like flexible or modular. Where like this looks like something you could paste into whatever application and immediately start setting up events, which that kind of stuff I quite like. I do agree to what Chex is saying, that it might be a bit more coherent handling the events in the specific scripts, like obviously in the case of like maybe triggering the invoking and declaring the flashlight event from the flashlight. And then what we could do in that case is that we maybe have like the game over events and stuff like that in the game manager instead. So the only issue I have is that any script can call event manager.trigger on flashlight toggle method when only the flashlight should be allowed. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, because like you're saying, like no other script should really be able to trigger that event, since it's something that has to do with the flashlight. Because there's no reason why, you know, why this painting should be able to theoretically trigger the flashlight event. You might accidentally call it from a random script and you will waste time searching for the bug potentially. Yeah, I do see the point that it seems to be more coherent, keeping it more to the specific items instead. And I think maybe it does make more sense in this case, where we won't be handling very many events. Because I guess maybe an event manager makes more sense if you are doing something where you maybe have 100 events and it feels like it's easier to keep the events in one place rather than to spread them out. Sounds like the best practice. Yeah, maybe we'll do it that way. Maybe it is better to... because in the end, kind of the reason why I want to use events is to like decouple my code a little bit and make stuff more coherent. And I suppose there is an argument to be made for the fact that handling the flashlight event through an event manager like could very much be seen as something that's less coherent, because you would expect everything that has to do with the flashlight to be called from the flashlight. I think of it as responsibility. Flashlight should be the only one responsible raising this event. Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense. Okay, let's do it from the flashlight now, and we'll see. Maybe we do the other stuff. We should do the more general stuff from the event manager, or maybe we put it in the game manager. That's something I want to talk about. This is something I have thought about a lot, which is... I know people say that game managers are supposed to be used for like the general flow or pacing of the game or something like that. That's too broad for me. I don't really understand. What exactly do you guys use game managers for? Because I do it a bit weirdly, where my game manager handles like the return to main menu function, which I suppose you normally would put in like a UI manager. But then I have like game over, which I think made sense, having the game over being the game manager. But otherwise, like, what in general do you guys use game managers for? Because I feel like that is so, like, for me it's easy to understand what like a tooltip manager does, because that's very niche. It's like, well, this handles tooltips. But game is very broad because everything here is in the game. That's something I've been thinking a little bit about, like exactly how people tend to use game managers. Because I feel like it's very broad in some, or you could view it in a very broad way. Game manager can have its own general events, keeping track of a game progress. So in that case, I guess something like, for example, I have a room manager, which basically checks what room you're in and like spawns the specific room. Maybe it could have made more sense to keep this logic inside of the game manager, since this is basically how I keep track of the progress. Because I think that's the thing that ends up happening for me. I make a game manager and then I use it for like incredibly general stuff that should maybe be in other stuff, like the return to main menu thing, for example. But then every time I want to do something new, I end up just doing a new manager, because I never feel like entirely confident about what I'm supposed to have in the game manager, you know. But maybe that could be like, in this case, maybe the room manager would have made more sense to have this logic on the actual game manager. You have a key interactable, right? Imagine your key has its own event, then the game manager subscribes to key on collected event. When the key gets picked up, the game manager knows you progressed and picked up X amount of keys. Yeah, so that would be a way of like keeping track of the progress. Which is like, just here's the thing, I think I end up doing very niche things, because like keys has to do with the inventory, so that in my case is handled through my inventory manager. This is what I mean, I end up like, rather than using my game manager, I just keep making more and more like niche managers all over the place. Which in this case I think it made sense, because my keys are like inventory items. But for me is that use it as a single source of truth of the game state. That's the thing. I do think that like progress and game state makes sense, that's the kind of stuff you check in the game manager. Just for example, my game manager, which is a little bit messy right now, I do have like pause the game, I guess should be maybe in like a UI manager, but like the game over function I feel like fits here quite well. And the objective completed, this is a little bit weird, because when you call objective completed, meaning you have finished a room, then we actually call the room manager to set up the new room, unless it was the final room. And the good game well played function, that's basically like, that's a victory state. I just named it that because it was funny. And I was thinking about having like the checkpoints here, so I guess that kind of stuff seems to fit the game manager quite well. Yeah, game state. Yeah, I think that made sense. That made sense. I just find it harder to initially like decide what's supposed to be in the game manager, because it's not as niche as saying like, you know, if I have an inventory manager, it's obvious what's supposed to be in the inventory manager. Okay, so for now, what we're gonna do is, okay, we keep the static function up here. I think at the top, holy shit, I have so many references here. At the top, what we're gonna do is declare the event of the flashlight being toggled, which takes in a bool. And then we don't need to have a public one to trigger this. We don't even really need to have its own function to trigger this event. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna steal this little piece of the code, and then I guess when you let's see here, when you click the flashlight, you call the toggle flashlight event, or not event, it's a method, and this toggles the light. And while it's on, we flicker the light. Okay, so I think we need to do it in the toggle flashlight. Because if we do it here, it will only happen when you actually click on the flashlight. But sometimes I actually automatically turn the flashlight off for the player. And in that case, only this function is called. So right now, what I think we're gonna do, and later, because now this is confusing, because what we do now is basically that when you complete an objective, the game manager tells the flashlight to toggle the flashlight off. So what we're gonna do here later on instead, to make this a little bit more cohesive and logical, is that we're probably gonna set up an event for when you complete an objective, and then the flashlight will subscribe to that event, and when that event is invoked, we automatically toggle the flashlight off from here. So in that case, it makes it more coherent, because the game manager never needs to do direct references to the flashlight. The flashlight would just subscribe to an event that happens when the game manager says that the player has completed an objective. I think that makes sense. Game manager on objective completed. Yeah, exactly. No need for public method to trigger the event. It's all encapsulated in the flashlight. Yeah. You're getting it. Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand how we can decouple this shit. But it's like, this is bad. Like, this is just straight up bad. When we say that the objective is completed, the game manager literally talks to 1, 2, 3, 4 other instances of managers in the game. And like, sometimes these might actually talk back to the game manager and stuff as well. We get this weird fucking circle loop of cross-communication between every manager in the game, and everything is completely spaghettified. We have like incredibly high dependencies all over the place. This is not good. Whereas when we start using events for all of this stuff, we'll be able to remove almost all of these like references to specific managers and just call upon the, like, yeah, as you said, like the on objective completed event instead. And all of these functions will actually be called from within the specific script, which is how it's supposed to be. Because that script will just subscribe to the on objective completed, and when the room manager notices that on objective completed is called, that's when you fire off the set new room. Encapsulation, it's all cohesive, it's coherent, it makes more sense, it's logical. This is chaotic. This is chaos. This is not how you're supposed to do it. This is how I do it, because it's easy, but it's not good. And it doesn't become easy in the long run. It's easy short term, you know, not long term. It's a bit chaotic. So when you toggle the flashlight, now what we're gonna do is make sure that the first thing we always do is that we invoke this event. Oh shit, what did I do? We're gonna change this to be the same bool, so that if the flashlight is toggled to be on, we will invoke the on flashlight toggled event and set that thingy to true. Right? Okay, wait, I think we have errors from the... for now, let's keep you clean. Now you're cooking. Okay, that looks good. Now we need to test this and make sure that we can subscribe to this event. So what we're gonna do is that we are going to go to our dear little safe, which is the locked safe. And you... What do we need to do? We need to start off by subscribing to the event, right? Which we do by having a reference. And in this case, this is pretty easy because the flashlight is a static instance. Because we can't use an actual reference since this object is a prefab which will be instantiated. And prefabs can't have references to specific objects in the scene. But we can find the reference since the flashlight is a static instance, which, like I said before, I think it's fine to keep a lot of this stuff as static instances if I feel the need for it. It's just that we need to like de-spaghettify it. We need to stop all of this like cross dependencies all over the place. So in this case, the flashlight staying as a, luckily you singletonified literally all classes. Yeah, pretty much. So that makes it pretty easy to call it from prefab. Because almost everything I have, like, should we actually look how many instances, singleton instances I have? Because I do think it's pretty mad. I know that our cursor is a singleton instance. The settings UI is I'm pretty sure is a singleton instance as well. No, it's not. Okay, the settings UI is not a singleton instance. Okay, so the cursor is a singleton instance. The monster is a singleton instance. The NPC is not. Obviously the systems here, like the audio manager, that's a singleton instance. Save manager, singleton instance. Settings, singleton instance. System canvas, that's fine. So what are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The systems itself, this is a non-destroyable static instance. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I have 12 singleton instances in my game at this moment. Every single manager is a singleton instance. Almost all of the systems are singleton instances. And then the monster and the flashlight and the cursor. Okay, we have... I think I have 13 singleton instances in this single click and point game. That's fucking mad. It's actually mad. Like, I am singleton... Like, I am singleton instance crazy. That's what I am. Need to resolve your dependencies? Wow, no problem, mate. Singleton, exactly. That's how we just singleton everything, make everything have global access, and we don't have to worry. Unless when you realize that everything is completely dependent on each other and the whole game breaks if you remove one thing. And that's when you're like, maybe this isn't great. This party awards Mad Sharpie with the Guinness World Record for most singleton instances in a Game Jam game ever. I think I could actually get that record. I actually think so. I don't know if many people have used this many singleton instances in one game with the size of this game. Okay, how did we subscribe to events now? We do like... You do that as it's... Oh, you do it in the start, right. No, I don't think I want to do it in the start. I think I want to do this in on enable and on disable. Because as far as I know, I did talk a little bit to ChatGPT about this yesterday, and from what I understand, it's pretty good habit. It's a good habit to actually unsubscribe to the event before you destroy the item, because there is potential to have like memory leaks and stuff otherwise if you keep on using if you keep on subscribing but never unsubscribing, because events are like an exception in the Unity garbage collector. So if something has subscribed to an event, it won't actually delete that even though you're not using it anymore. So if someone keeps playing the game and you keep instantiating new objects which subscribe but never unsubscribe, you're gonna start building up this like backlog of subscribers in the application, and all of a sudden you're gonna have a computer like mine which runs on like 99% RAM usage, which isn't great, I can tell you from personal experience. So let's try to avoid memory leaks here. Yes, on enable use plus equals operator, and on disable minus equals. Yeah, that seems good. So let's... Wait, I don't like this. you come with me. For some reason, I like keeping everything that has to do with the singleton instance at the top, and then with the Claire, and then here is like where the actual script starts. I don't know if that's conventional, but that's how I tend to do it. And now, what we do is, what do we need to do? We need to have a reference. We can actually reference it straight up in the on disable and on enable one. So we don't need to do it here in the start function. Yeah, because he uses get component. We will just use the singleton instance. So basically all we need to do, if I'm not mistaken, is to make a... Can this... On enable and on disable can be private, right? It will still be called when you destroy the object from elsewhere. Yeah, it should always be called, as far as I'm aware. So on enable, we would say... okay, so he has the reference to the object and then whatever thing you want to subscribe to, plus equals with an underscore. That's interesting. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, I should say something like flashlight dot instance dot on flashlight toggled plus equals I guess flashlight underscore on flashlight toggled, right? The underscore is just naming convention. Oh yeah, because wait, is this just what I call this event in this class? Is that how that works? This is just a name I decide to give this event in the specific class. Is that... Am I understanding it correctly? What class is the event in? It's in the flashlight. This is where we... In the flashlight we have the on flashlight toggled. And in case this is correct, the name flashlight on flashlight toggle does not exist within the current context. Oh, is it because I don't have a function? Oh yeah, because this is the... That's the actual function. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Now I get it. So, what I need to do is that I need to make a private void, and I guess I need to write bool, because we have an argument for a bool, right? So, what we would do is have a private void, then called flashlight on flashlight toggled, and then we need a bool arg, which I think stands for argument in this case. And for now, let's just make a debug log. Yeah, now you need to define the method with that name. You subscribe a method that does not exist. Yeah, you're adding the custom function to the event delegate variable. You're adding the custom function, this function, yeah, to the event delegate variable. Yeah, so that when this is called, we will fire off this custom function I made. Flashlight on the flashlight X-rated. Yeah, I think I get it. So what we can do now is just to test this, we do like flashlight toggled on, and then we do plus on. But now we also need to make sure that we do a private void on disable, where we are basically going to do the same exact. Did I misspell this? On. Oh yeah, wait. Flashlight. This should not be a capital L. There we go. So on disable, we're gonna say minus equals, so we unsubscribe to that event. And then when this event is fired off, this should react and say whether it's turned on or off. Let's see, do we have any errors? Doesn't seem like it. Notice the redundancy of the event name. Should have it named flashlight.toggle. Oh yeah, that's actually right, because this is... Yeah, because this one, the flashlight will just be toggled. That makes sense. You already understand that, because you're not gonna toggle anything else in the flashlight. So we could just call this light on-toggled. And then what we do, because we are smartos, is that we do Control RR and we rename it here, and we're gonna rename it everywhere. A genius! Since it's inside the flashlight script, you don't need it in the name. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. And then here, there's no reason why this needs to be called like this. We just call it on toggled. Why didn't I use the Control RR? Dumbo! Okay, so flashlight.instance on toggled plus equals subscribe with this function, the flashlight on toggled. And here we're taking the bool. Okay, that should be good. So now we should get a debug log from the safe telling us whether the flashlight is on or off. So when we click here, it should say that it's toggled on true. It does. False. True, false. This is fucking amazing. And now we remove the need to have another static instance, because otherwise I would have made the safe into a static instance, and that would have been dumb. Okay, so what we do now is that when this one is toggled, all we're gonna do is make an if statement and check. I'm gonna not call this arg, I'm gonna call this on flashlight toggled is on. That makes more sense in my brain. So if is on, if it's toggled to be on, no, if it's not toggled to be on, meaning you're turning it off, in that case we're gonna say that the numpad should be closed. You need a celebratory sound effect in your... Wait, hey, we got stuff. You don't think I got fucking sound effects here? You don't think we got a full-on fucking soundboard? Of course we do. Of course we do. This is the Mad Sherpa channel. We got fucking sound effects for days. Full-on soundboard, fam. Yeah, you guys think I can't do funny shit here, eh? We can do a lot of stuff here. What else can we do? Well, it's not that much more we can do actually. That was about it, really. If we're being honest here, there's not that. I can run an ad. That's not as fun though. I can check my RAM usage. It's usually around 90% because I have some memory leak in my computer. But yeah, otherwise that was mainly a few sound effects. I mean, in the channel rewards, yeah. We did have that thing where people, I think Red Raka was the one who told me that I should have something positive as well, because almost all my sound effects are like negative towards me. So I did actually make one. I did make the flawless one. That's like the only one that's actually like positive. Otherwise, almost all of them are like
Check's party thinks it's time to just get good.
Yeah, most of them are more in that kind of tone, you know? I can check my RAM usage. I can. Not only my RAM usage, I can check a bunch of stuff. I can see my GPU and CPU usage, the temperatures and everything. Usually I just do it to stress myself out about the fact that my new, really expensive computer is burning up in real time. So it's not really... It doesn't usually make me feel better, but it works. And now, obviously I also have a few lazy stuff, like I have my own tab for coding, so if I want to be lazy, if I just want to cheap making more singletons, I do it with one button and we just instantly create a singleton. That is... Have you heard about love? That's love. That's love. Setting up singleton instances to be directly built in. Yeah, that's how much I like singleton instances. I don't even write them anymore. I just tell my Stream Deck to do it for me. Okay, should we see if this works? Forever singleton, yeah. I don't know, that is probably the one I've used the most. I did used to have one, I have one to make for loops as well, just I kept forgetting the syntax of for loops. But I think I actually know how to make a for loop now, so that's fine. Because now it's gonna finish it for me, so int I less than whatever the limit needs to be. Human limit? That was a weird autofill. And then we just do I++, and now that's should work. So I don't really use that one much anymore. I did used to use it a bit, just because I kept on always having to look up how to actually name, or how to formulate a for loop. What namespace is human limit? I have no idea. That was full like autofill. Can I see where that comes from? What the fuck is this stuff? Human body bones. Human bone. I have not made this stuff. This is... I don't know what this is about. What the fuck? That was mad. Skeleton in the code closet. Yeah, pretty much. What the fuck is the function for? It's in the Unity engine namespace. An enum for human body bones. The mapping between a bone in the model and the conceptual bone in the mechanism human anatomy. Oh, is this for like rigging? Human limit sounds like Doomsday AI Skynet shit. Yeah, pretty much. I guess they do something like if it's gonna be something like if humans is greater than the human limit, then destroy world. Right? That's what they use it for. It must be. Holy shit, this is going too far. Okay. Okay, numpad is up. We turn off the light. We turn on the light again. And the numpad is gone. We fucking did it. GG. It actually works. So now we should actually use the same function later for this one as well. Just this one is dependent now, where it some other script than the inventory one tells the inventory one to turn off the inventory when you toggle it off. So in the future we'll just make sure that this one also subscribes to this event instead. Ah, that's so much better. Let's go. Should we try? How many attempts do you think it would take for me to guess this code? To be clear, it is randomized in runtime, so I actually don't know what the code is. Because it's lame to have the same code every time, because then if you want to do a second playthrough of the game, you're gonna breeze through this room without even having to do a puzzle. To be fair, that's kind of the case with the other rooms, since you know the answer to the puzzle, so... But that's the thing, if we want to, later on, we could actually randomize where stuff is located in the room. Okay, so now we can turn off the numpad, that's pretty much donezo. And now we kind of know how events work, which is really good, because this is gonna be very useful. Should we see if maybe we should make the game over scene? Because right now, if you actually die, the game just kind of breaks, and you have to like reload the scene if you want to continue. We should make some way to have like a restart function or whatever. Or should we make the save system? No, I think the save system is less important, because right now the game is really short. This is a game jam, we need to make sure to finish it. Alright, I'll go grab some food, I'll be lurking. Thank you very much for the lurk, Muto, and thank you very much once again for the raid. Highly appreciated, I will make sure to check you out. And thanks for showing the code and everything, that was cool to look through. Pleasure to meet you as well, my man. Thank you very much, thank you very much. See you later. Enjoy your food. Guess what? You have one-way coupling. Holy shit, but exactly, exactly. Crazy, isn't it? Have a good one, you as well, Muto. Cheers, man. Flashlight does not know or cares about who subscribes. Exactly. So good, so good. And I guess what we could do now instead, because... or now, maybe later. What we could do, because right now, if we look at the monster... What the monster actually does is that when he has stopped, if the game isn't over and he has stopped, that means he's at the door and looking for the player. He actually looks if the flashlight.instance is on. And if that is the case, we trigger the jump scare. So here what we're gonna be able to do instead is also listen to the flashlight, and then we can just make our internal bool, maybe, for whether the flashlight is on or off. And when the event is fired, we set the internal bool to on or off, meaning that we no longer will need to have a direct reference to the flashlight here. Instead, the event will control a bool in the monster. So that will also make it like separated. So lastly, the beauty about C# events is that you're not allowed the equals operator, only plus equals or minus equals. So it's a more restricted version of delegate. Oh, I see. Because that means that you can't like change it somehow. You can only subscribe or unsubscribe. You'll never overwrite the master list of subscribers. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Dude, we're gonna be able to do so much good shit with events. Events are gonna be really useful. So I think now, what we're actually gonna do is... I'm not gonna start refactoring everything into events now, but I think that every time, for all the new stuff we make, we might as well start making events for it. And then slowly but surely, maybe after the game jam, we can make sure to start like refactoring everything and get rid of all of these dependencies. So... we might as well make an event here, because we do want to have an event that gets fired off on game over. And that event is... how are we gonna trigger the game over? Maybe we shouldn't actually. Maybe the monster should have an event for when you get caught, when we do the jump scare. So like here we would trigger an event to say that... because this is actually, the monster is technically what handles the loose thing of the game. So maybe here we should have an event that's triggered, that's something like, you know, the player was caught. And then the game manager will listen to that, and if it notices that the player was caught, then we call like the local event, or like the more global event of game over. And then more stuff happens when that event is called. Maybe something like that would be a bit more coherent. I think now, should we look at... I was thinking a little bit about making it so that we have like a blood transition after the jump scare. So that it would be like, after you get the jump scare, there's like blood running down, and then the screen goes black, and that's when you get like the game over UI, if that makes sense. I do think my jump scare is very loud right now. So let me lower this a little bit. Let's do like 0.4 maybe. Let's override the system. So a quick warning here. We are going to have to trigger the jump scare a few times, so you might get a little bit spooked. If you do, it's kind of good. It means that the jump scare is working. But I will let you know before it happens. I'm gonna be a bit nice here. I don't want to scare all of you too much. But first we could actually start off by seeing if the transition would look good.
Don't forget to save.
That's a good one. Cheers. I wonder where would... I mean, is it a cutscene? It's not really a cutscene. It's a transition. I think I do have a... Do I not have like some form of like transition manager? What's that? System canvas transitions. This is what like fades the image in and out. So I suppose this blood scene would actually be a transition between the jump scare and the game over scene, so it makes sense to put it here. So transitions here, we could make a empty object, which this should be, this is going to be a, it's going to be an image. We're gonna call this blood, I suppose. I'm gonna pick this image. Oh, you are actually behind the scene. Why are you in front here though? That's a bit confusing. Huh. It's behind here. Because if I turn off the main canvas... No? What? Why can't I see it here? Oh, is it because you're actually... Oh yeah, you're here. Because this is... Screen space overlay. Oh, that's a bit confusing. I'm mixing screen space camera and screen space overlay. Oh, and this one is... the wrong size. You're set to 1080p, whereas the native game is actually like 180p. Some values are driven by the canvas, but I can't change the... That would mean I need to scale up the blood, which is fine. As long as I... Let's actually make sure we've set up this one correctly. I'm not entirely sure I have. Yeah, we need no compression, and the filter mode is point no filter apply. Because you don't want to start using like compression and stuff on pixel art. That is a no-go. Now, you probably shouldn't be lit either. I think we're gonna keep you as an unlit material. Raycast padding? No, thank you. I don't think we want you to block raycasts, because we already have stuff in place to make sure that you can't click on objects in the scene after you die. And it is definitely by checking singleton instances, just to be clear. Why screen space overlay? Oh, is it because what happens if I scale the game down here into native size? Then you actually cover the screen. Interesting. That's... I think I'm gonna change this. I think we're gonna say that you will actually be screen space camera. No, that's not gonna work. Because this one is a don't destroy on load, meaning it's brought between different scenes. I mean, we could do it where you... When you change scenes, you made sure to find the camera in the scene. Maybe by making the camera into a singleton instance. I can't stop making the fucking singleton instance joke now. It's gonna be a running joke forever. Okay, so that's the reason why I used screen space overlay. But I don't know, this doesn't seem to work great with scaling, because if I go to 4K, now you're way too small. Oh, I'm dumb. Just make the fucking image. No, wait, you need to only scale with the width, not height. Boom. Can I do... Oh, but then it doesn't... Wait. If I make you scale everywhere, can I still move your position? I can. So that should be fine. So if we go back, make it look like you're supposed to be. This is the correct size. Okay, so we make you normal, we scale you up 6 times to cover the entire screen. Now we set you to scale. Now this stuff will be set up correctly. Now the pixel art sizes will be right. Can I see the... There we go. We made sure that you are above the entire scene from the beginning, so you're not visible. And now, in this one, we are going to make a new animation. As long as you don't want to convert this into a multiplayer game, you're good. Yeah, pretty much. And this is not gonna become a multiplayer game. That's another meme, right? Fucking just make it multiplayer. Just click the add multiplayer support button. Okay, so this is the fade out. We're gonna create a new clip, which is going to be in Project Animations, Transitions, Transition Manager. We're gonna call you Blood, I think. Yeah, that's fine. You can trigger events through the animator as well, right? Yeah, add event. Is this referring to C# events? It calls a function. Oh, interesting. That should probably be useful. I haven't used it yet. Funny because that's Unity's goal, just download the multiplayer package. I mean, that would be pretty fucking sick if it works. I'm way too scared to even try multiplayer. Timeline events is probably messy magic string based. Yeah, might be. Yeah, because it didn't seem to be. I thought that would be like I could put references to actual the standard event things. It did seem like it might be a bit different because that was like functions from the animate and stuff, I think. But I probably could make it like trigger some function in the transition manager, probably. Okay, let's see here. Let's record. We're gonna take this blood. We're gonna... So let's see. I can't actually change the position here. So let's just do this. Set up a start in position. Then we're gonna roll down. We're gonna make sure that this goes all the way down until it covers the entire screen. Something like so. And afterwards, after we've covered the entire screen, we are going to take the color, take the alpha value, and make you go away. Now go... Oh, did that actually work? No, because here we still want the alpha value to be max. So it's going to drip down and then fade away. That's way too quick though. That's way too quick. So we take these and just move them. Let's see, that's 1 second. Maybe like 1.5 seconds? I don't know though. Yeah, I have no clue. I've never used events from the animator. Even that seems like it might be a little bit quick. Nah, that's actually... You know, that's not too bad. I think the fade out can be slower, but the actual drip of it kind of looks fine. I think. This is where I'm learning stuff. I don't use timeline much. In the beginning, I actually like hard coded 90% of my animations. So I would even have like movement animations. I would just code by instantly teleporting the sprite to a new place. But animations can be nice since you can start like setting up curves and stuff, which can be a little bit dope. That's not too bad. I don't want it to be too long. I actually think this looks pretty good. But then, of course, like the entire room and stuff, or like in this case, the flashlight will not be visible afterwards. So that looks a little bit weird. So it would probably be something like this. Right, my flashlight is of course a singleton instance that's deeply dependent on other objects, so the game crashes if I turn off the flashlight. Anyone surprised? Oh, this is so fucking ironic. Let's see. Boom, boom. Huh? Oh, fade out. Never mind. We want blood. There you go. Look at that. I think I like it. I think I like it. Let's see. Let's go to systems. Let's apply this to the prefab. And let's have a double look how we actually trigger this one. Oh yeah, I made a splash animation as well. That one I'm currently not using, but we should use it if we want to have like a splash screen in the beginning. I think that maybe just... It should just be annoying for people, so I might not end up using it. Because we already have the fucking Unity splash screen I can't get rid of. At least without paying money. Fade to scene, this is used when we're switching between different scenes. We have a function if we want to fade inside, so that will just be a quick fade in, fade out in the same scene. Oh, we don't actually have one specifically for... Oh, interesting. I didn't make this very modular. It should have been something like trigger transition and then choose what transition and what to do. Ah, fuck it. Let's keep it like this for now. So we're gonna have a public void, which we're gonna call... I don't know. Trigger blood transition, maybe? Unity 6 allows you to disable splash screen. Do they actually? That's fucking mad. Yeah, I actually think Unity made a big mistake by forcing people to have that splash screen unless they pay. Because I think that's what, for a moment, gave Unity a little bit of a bad rep. Because people tend to kind of view it like, if you see the Unity logo, it feels like a less of like a quality game. Because it's only the ones who didn't have a budget big enough to remove it that has it. All the good games made in Unity never have the fucking splash screen. So you don't like relate the good games out of Unity with the Unity logo. When you see the Unity logo, it just tells you that this is by a game, or this is by a studio or a developer who did not have the budget to get rid of the splash screen. Yeah, we only see the Unity label on lesser games. AAA don't have it. Yeah, it's so, and I think that's a really bad decision on Unity's part, because they end up just they make it so that it's only like the lesser games. Not always, of course, there are good games who still have like the Unity logo, but it just means that the lesser the budget is for the game, the bigger chance that it will be like related to Unity and their brand, you know, which is like a very weird decision if you think about it. I understand that it's like a money-making decision, of course, because it means that it's a way for them to monetize the engine, so it still made sense, but I don't think it had a really good impact on Unity's brand, to be honest. Transition animator, and then we need to create a trigger, which is going to be blood transition. And we're not gonna do anything after, are we? Oh, we do need to do something, because right now that one is... Because I guess this one actually has a default. But the default animation only refers to the fade image. So what we need to do is take blood. We're gonna add this one to the default animation to make sure that it's never actually in the scene during default. So here we just move this a little bit. You will be put there. Did we get... Yeah, that's all we need. Because now if we run the default animation, it will never show that transition. Because otherwise, it would keep looping this animation, which is obviously not what we want. So now in the animator, we just do something similar here, where any state can go to the blood transition, but it's only if we trigger the, or set the trigger called... I didn't need to call this blood transition, it's obvious that it's a transition. That's redundant. But here we're gonna say if we trigger that one, then no exit time, no transition duration, just immediately go to this one, and then afterwards you go back to default, and that we do with exit time after the full animation, no transition. And then my OCD just wants to line this stuff up. So much better. So now, as far as I'm aware, if we trigger this one, if we do it in runtime, I'm super excited for Unity 7, might be another couple of years though. I still don't use Unity 6. I think. Should I get it? I probably should, shouldn't I? I guess I should finish what I'm working on this engine first, but... Okay, trigger, blood transition, roll down, fade out, and then now... You should be running the default animation, I'm pretty sure you are. Why is this one... Huh. Why isn't it... Why doesn't it go to disabled? It's not a bool, it's a trigger. Ah, who cares? Should be fine. So now... What we really should do is make the game over event and have the transition manager subscribe to that event. Because the lazy way of doing it is to just make sure that if you call the game over function, which is called from the jump scare. Oh my god, this is such a loop. So, objective completed is called from an actual objective in the scene. That one calls the jump scare one from the monster. And the jump scare one calls back to the game manager to say that the game is over. This is so... This is spaghetti. Yeah. Recommend using /star style comments to keep your old code. Is there a nice way of doing that without like... Is there a way to like select an entire thing and just... Is there some shortcut to comment it out? Or do I actually have to like actually type the comment thingies? There is a shortcut? Because that seems... I have been looking for that before, but I don't know how to do it. Because, I mean, if I just do this and do / then I overwrite it. Might be something here. Insert comment? No. But I can't tell you, you must explore yourself. The fucking Rucker vengeance. Oh, that's funny. That's funny, man. I use a different IDE. Which one do you use? What do you use, Rucker? Do you use multiple ones? No. I mean, I guess you might have to use multiple ones if you use multiple languages. JetBrains Rider. No idea what that is. Visual Studio Code primarily. Okay. So that's not the same, right? Because I use Visual Studio. But yeah, but Visual Studio for C#. Yeah. Because Visual Studio Code, does that have more support for other languages, right? I do remember we were looking up a little bit about this before. Quick actions and refactoring. No. Breakpoint. No, I think that's different. That's for like debugging, isn't it? Surround with. Nope. Annotation. Outlining. Huh. Visual Studio comment shortcut. If you quickly want to comment one or more lines of code, you can press Ctrl-KC. So if I would do this, and then I do Ctrl-KC. Holy shit, look at that! Look at that shit! Can I use it again to uncomment it? No. How would I uncomment it? Is there a word? Uncomment? Ctrl-KC to comment and KU to uncomment. Okay. KC, KU. Holy shit, look at that, that's so convenient! Dude, I need to start, I'm starting it, I'm gonna start writing down these fucking shortcuts. I have a fucking whiteboard here anyway, so why not use it? These are fucking good. We have, what do we have? Control plus R equals rename all. Control plus, what was it? KC, right? Plus K plus C comment, and then Control KU is uncomment. I'm legit gonna start writing all of these shortcuts down, because this is the kind of stuff that actually makes it quicker to type it. Thing C for comment, U for uncomment. Yeah, for sure. That's a good mnemonic. Yeah, Visual Studio Code is an all-rounder. I really like it and the community around it. But if it's an all-rounder, could you use it for C# as well? And if so, what's the reason you still use Visual Studio as well? Just out of curiosity. You can? Oh, interesting. So, is it just that like Visual Studio is more optimized specifically for C#? Okay, so how should we do this? Maybe we should do that thing where we... Yeah, it made sense having a game over event. I don't know if we should make like a successive events here, because like I said, in some regard the monster should probably trigger an event when he catches the player, and then maybe the game manager listens to that event and triggers the new event of game over, which everything else reacts to. Because I feel like it makes more sense having a game over event in the game manager rather than putting the entirety of that function from the monster. Because in the end, maybe we want to have multiple ways of the player losing, not only the monster. So if we put the entire game over logic in the monster, that means that we can only trigger it from the monster. Visual Studio is more dedicated to C# and has a lot of features and need for work. Okay, gotcha. Question is if it supports Unity syntax / conventions. But why do you not use Visual Studio, checks? Disclaimer, event subscriber order is not reliable. Event subscriber order is not reliable. Can you elaborate on that? In what sense isn't it reliable? Because technically the order it happens, I'm not entirely sure I care about. But wouldn't it automatically be the correct order if one event calls another event? Because that, as far as I understand how the computer would like read through the code, it wouldn't be able to fire off the second event before the first event, would it? Oh no, this is gonna be an explosion. Oh, that was very fine. Yeah, I do think, for now, I think we triggered the game over from jump scare, don't we? So it kind of works that way now anyway. But I do think we should make a game over event. So let's see if I remember this. Just to be able to put it in our brain a little bit more. That was a weird phrase, but... So we're gonna have a public action. Do I not... If I don't want any arguments, can I skip using those? We are gonna call this on game over. Don't know if I'm... Wait. I need to double check. Am I doing this correctly? No, event action. Right. So it's a public event of type action. Maybe. Called on game over. And then we need to make sure that we have an actual function for that as well, don't we? No! We don't necessarily need a function, we just need to call this one. Or to trigger it. So when we trigger game over, that's just when we need to say on... No, we need to do the question mark invoke. Yeah, so I think on game over question mark dot invoke, I think. We're trying to learn how events work here, if anyone is confused. Yeah, on toggle question mode invoke, and we don't need a parameter for this one. Just talking one event with many subscribers, the order they execute is not predictable. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you don't really set up the subscribers in like a specific order. You don't subscribe as subscriber 1, you know? So depending on in which order the like... If you subscribe in like the start functions in different scripts, it's hard to predict who would end up subscribing first. Because I guess there is a order, there is a list somewhere in which order, because you can't do them all at once. That's, as far as I know, that's kind of impossible. I don't know, I'm talking out of my ass, but as far as I know, that couldn't happen. It would still do one thing at a time, which means there should be a list somewhere, just that we don't really have access to it, and it's hard to predict the order it will make that list. Visual Studio is great, I started out with it. JetBrains Rider is more of a luxury IDE. You might want to invoke at the end of the method just to be safe. After all your state in the function is done, then invoke. Yeah, that's probably true, because maybe something... It could be that something checks whether the game over is true, but that... No, we're not really gonna need this bool anymore. I mean, right now we need it because the monster is actually dependent on the... if the game isn't over. But when we refactor this and make it into good code, we're probably not gonna need this bool anymore. Because that's what we've been doing now. To handle my different game states, I just have a shit ton of bools. And what we're gonna be able to do instead is make these into different like events that the other managers and stuff subscribe to. But for now, let's just make sure that we... yeah, I think that made sense. We invoke this one at the end of the function. And now, what we can do is that we can go to the transition manager. And we need to... subscribe to that event. How do we do that? In this case, we are going to make a private void start, and in the start we are just going to say, let's see here, we need a... I know I already written this, so I can just look it up, but I think it's good to try and remember, because then I will remember it better for the future. I feel like it's a good way of memorizing. So I think we're going to say that we need a reference to the GameManager.instance and then the actual event, which would be on game over, and then say plus equals to subscribe. This one technically we never need to unsubscribe, because this is part of the systems, which is a don't destroy and load, so we don't actually ever destroy this object, so I don't think there's a reason. Maybe it's still good convention to unsubscribe from the event, but I'm not necessarily sure that we need to, because the only time this would be destroyed is when you actually quit the game, and at that point I don't think it matters whether it was still subscribed on or not. I think. Plus equals, so then here we're gonna say, convention was to say where you take it from, underscore, on game over. I think that's it. It's a good habit if you ever manually disable this singleton game object and re-enable it. You will have a bug from doubly subscribing. Okay, so in that case, just to be safe, let's do this on enable. And then on disable, we will unsubscribe. It's better to be safe than sorry, you know? Why not? Why not? Why not make sure we do this as good as possible. And now we need to make this into an actual function, which is going to only be in the blood transition. So here we're gonna do a private void. And also, why is this public? Why? Oh yeah, just maybe I thought about triggering this from the game manager, but instead we're gonna make this private as well. You understand the differences between Unity callbacks, await, start, and on enable? Yes. So await happens before start, but it happens once. Start is the same, it only happens once at the start of the scene or when the object is enabled, but it only happens one time. Whereas on enable happens each time you activate the object, whether that is in the beginning of when you start the game, if the object is active, or if you later on activate it, and even if you deactivate it and reactivate it. That's as far as I know. And then updates every frame. Fixed updates does something like every few frames, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I have a little bit of an idea. I think that's, unless something was wrong in that case, definitely correct me, but I think that's how it works. Yeah, good, sweet. So we're gonna have a private void called game manager on game over, and when that happens, why do we actually need to have two functions here? Why call a new function? We know this is all we want to do from here, so we might as well just say that if this is triggered, then immediately trigger the animation. I think it's unnecessary to have the second function. No errors, sweet. That, dear friends, means that we have to test it. So, let me actually, just for safety, I don't want to fuck up anyone's ears, let's lower the sound effect of the jump scare even more. So this is the official what happened now? Object reference not set to an instance of object. Transition manager, did I forget to write instance? 23. Game manager.instance on game over. This is an instance. On game over is invoked. Oh wait, was that just a... No? System Transition Manager 23. Wait, have I... Game Manager .instance .on game over. Have I done this incorrectly? Let's look here. Flashlight.instance.onToggled plus equals, and then the function. Game manager.instance.onGameOver plus equals, and then the function. Why am I getting a null reference exception? You encountered your first execution order issue? Oh wait, is it because... Oh wait, on enable shouldn't happen before the game manager is an instance, because this happens in void await. So this script's on enable is being called before the others awake. That shouldn't happen. Oh shit, okay. So yeah, that means that the transition manager can't find the game manager.instance because the game manager's instance hasn't actually been set up yet. So that's why we get a null reference. Great way to solve this is to make your game manager execution order earlier than the others. How would I do that? Oh, there's actual settings for that? Oh, holy shit, I have no idea. Project settings. Execution order. Timeline? No. Am I blind? Script. Oh, script execution order. So, Unity event systems, text message pro stuff, rendering stuff. Oh, so I can just add it and make sure that this happens. So we take like the game manager, and I guess this is the actual order. So default time, that's when stuff normally happens. So if I do this at -1, that should make the game manager be executed before the other scripts in my scene. Let's see if it works. Whoops. And now we have more issues. Object reference. Oh wait, that might be because we were playing the game. That might actually be because we were in runtime when I changed it. Yeah. Oh shit, we're in the wrong room. Okay, let's see if it works now. Thank you for the help checks. Appreciate it. Once again, I'm going to make a disclaimer here. We have to test the jump scare, meaning that you will see a jump scare. I'm gonna warn you beforehand, so don't get too scared. I will tell you once again right before it happens. Big wisdom aligned in Unity is, does not call all awaits first. Okay, I see, yeah. You can sometimes get on enables before others awaits. Yeah, that is pretty confusing, because you, like, at face value you wouldn't expect that to happen. Be the case where it calls each script's await start on enable before moving on to the next script. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's more about what happens internally in the script rather than globally in the application. Let me actually check the monster position. Okay, everyone, jump scare incoming, just so you know. I have to test it. Come in now. Okay, way too early. Way too early. That does not work. Because you need to actually play the jump scare. Oh, maybe that's the thing. Maybe we shouldn't call game over immediately. Because now, as soon as you call the jump scare, we call the game over. Maybe you could argue that the game isn't over before the jump scare has finished. So good. Cheers, man. Yeah, And I should say, it is like, when you don't, not like, obviously now I'm trying to be very clear about the fact that there's a jump scare coming, because I understand that some people might not like a random jump scare to happen. But like, when you don't expect it, it's pretty fucking bad. Like, sometimes when I've been playtesting, I've been like, getting too focused on my inventory or something and forgotten about the monster, and then all of a sudden you just have that fucking loud ass jump scare happen, because I've lowered the volume of it now as well, and like, when you don't expect it, holy shit, I jump out of my seat. Is the monster animation considered a transition? No. You need to chain link transitions. Yeah, right now we have, let's see, when we call the jump scare. Oh yeah, that's just an innate, I don't even trigger the jump scare animation, it happens at enable. So when we, like, the jump scare is actually an object. So here, the jump scare object is set to true, and when that one starts off, it automatically plays. You need to chain link transitions or bake it into one timeline. Yeah, I suppose that could work to make sure that if we could put that one. Yeah, to be honest, that's the thing, maybe we shouldn't. Ideally be nice to keep them separate. I don't know if it actually has to be nice to keep them separate. Because if you think about it, like, this is it's a blood transition. That means it's like in the death scenario. Death scenario would pretty much only happen when you're caught by a monster. So perhaps it could make sense to just actually instead put this blood object as a child object of the jump scare and then handle it all in the same animation. Like, it doesn't actually need to be, because here I made it as a transition, but it doesn't necessarily, it's more like, yeah, theoretically I can view it as a transition from the jump scare to the game over scene, but it doesn't need to be viewed that way. It should just be a part of the jump scare. Made sense to bake this one. Yeah, I think that might be what we're gonna do actually. So in that case, the transition manager won't need to subscribe to this event, because this will only be used when we actually switch between scenes and we do the fade out animation. And then instead, I bet I can't move this one now, can I? Jump scare. Boom. Yeah, that's what I expected. Can I copy you and then paste as child? There we go. It would be nice to steal that. Ah, fuck it. Let's just redo it. It's not really that. It was like 3 events, so that's kind of fine. Remember, you can comment out instead of deleting in case you want to go back the other way. Yeah, that's true, that's true. That's probably a good habit of getting into. I guess you don't want to keep like multiple... No, that's actually fine, but comments doesn't really do anything on performance, because if I understand it correctly, when you compile the code, doesn't the compiler remove all the comments? Or is that a misconception I have? Okay, so jump scare, boom. Let's see, we have the light here. Maybe we actually should make the light, like when you get the jump scare, maybe it should dim up. Maybe that could be kind of cool as well. I haven't thought about it. Because right now all we do is change his position, and then we also have a bit of screen shake, but that's handled differently. Maybe, yeah, I actually think that could be, okay, let's see, let's record. light, you are at 2.43. Let's copy you. And let's maybe set the light to like 0.123 maybe. And then when you're full, I don't know if this is gonna make a big difference, but we can try it. And then here, we set you back to the initial one. Let's try it. Maybe keep it a little bit higher from the beginning. Let's do like 0.5. And now, after we get this one, after like a few seconds, it can't be too long because it's weird when you just keep looking at this still face. So we do want to trigger the blood animation kind of early. So what we would do here is at... Oh yeah, so this one... Okay, wait, let's keep it for now. Oh, right, you're all weird in size now. Let's scale you down and center you. And then set native size. There we go. So, in the beginning, first of all... Wait, that's not the native size. What happened here? 320, that is the correct width. Am I playing in some weird resolution? No. Wait, am I? Why? Oh no, that's because when he's small, he's not pixel perfect. Here, he would look good. Yeah. Yeah, comments don't hinder performance. Version control when half the man size relative to parent. Oh yeah, that's true. And he is scaled. This object is scaled down. Okay, I think we need to make a new parent object to handle the animation. Yeah, I think that's how we need to do it. And then we can handle the scales and stuff differently in the child objects instead. Yeah, I do need to set up version control, man. I feel bad about it. Like, I keep stressing about this shit all the time, because I know you're supposed to do it. I know it's the logical thing to do. I need to take a day of, like, a full-on GitHub course and then just fucking start using that shit. Because it would be sad if I lose, like, all my progress. Okay, let's make a new parent object. Let's call this the jump scare. Let's remember that I think we should do this immediately. If we go to the monster now, we need to make sure that the jump scare parent is actually the new jump scare object. Because otherwise it's only gonna trigger this one. Now we can take these and separate them all. We rename this one into monster. Let's... Did we lose the light as well? Oh, it still handles the monster correctly, that's nice. Your position is a little bit weird though, not gonna lie. Why are you so far down? It's really easy, won't even need a dedicated day. I mean, that's good, that's good. Yeah, I think it's just... I just haven't taken the time yet, but I know it's not good. Real chats just copy-paste main project backup 69. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I do, man. See if I can get my old hard drive to actually open up. It's been a while, but I have a backup from August and September. These are my backups. Yeah. So what I do is that I just, like, I have my entire PC is organized into one single folder, and I just back up my entire PC every now and then. Obviously, as you can see, I don't do it often enough, but this is my backup system at the moment.
Red Rucker thinks you're very good at being bad.
I mean, to be fair though, I know this isn't version control, but listen to me. It's still a backup. It's better than no backup, right? At least give me that one. It's still better than not having any type of backup whatsoever. But yes, it could definitely be better. You're gonna love using it? Yeah, I need to just get on that. I think in general it's probably a good thing to know how to use GitHub in general as well. Okay, let's see. For now, I think we're gonna delete these frames. And here we need to... Something weird happened here. Oh wait, this one's... Oh, no, wait, I think it's fine. It's the parent object that has a weird position. Boom, there we go. And let's make sure, just for the sake of it, that you are 320 times 180, so we have the full resolution size, just for the sake of it. Oh right, wait, the animator is here now. Can I can't move the animator? Oh, but can we not just... Ah, fuck, okay. Let's remove this. Let's keep the animator on the parent object. Let's see if we can just set this up to be the... Why do I have two called jump scare? No clip. This one has a clip. That's one we want to use. And now you control this entire thing, which is not what we want to do. It's 5 AM, holy shit man, catch you guys later. Yeah, for sure, thank you very much for dropping by, checks. Always nice to have you here, man. As a horror game guy, your jump scare is perfect, your job, thank you very much, man. I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, like I said, thank you very much for dropping by. Have a good night of sleep, my dude. And I'll see you next time. I think... Let's just start this whole thing over. It's not that difficult. Let's see. You are set. Why is you not on? Never mind, that just happens when you preview. Let's record. Let's start off with the actual jump scare monster. What we're gonna do here is in the beginning get rid of these gizmos. I don't want no gizmos. Oh wait, there we go. We take the monster. We are gonna scale you down to 70%. Even though this isn't correct pixel art, it pains me to admit, but it's gonna be quick enough, no one's gonna notice. Look at that. Oof, different pixel art sizes. Not good, not good. We are pixel perfectionists over here. But we're just gonna have this very quickly before resetting him into the correct size and position. I'm not sure I want him to be... Because this feels like he's almost covering too much. I think I might actually rather have him be... Oh yeah, look at that, he's even too high. Position -2. Okay, so this is a half value, so -1.5 would put him there. And then let's put him like 5 more pixels down maybe. Yeah, maybe something like this. Now it looks like the lamp is a little hat of his, but that's fine. There we go. That looks so bad in native resolution. Let's scale it up to 1080p and it should look fine. Boom. How quick is this? Very quick, but that might be fine. Just for testing purposes, let's copy this, repaste it here. Yeah, that's probably fine. What else do we want to do? Well, we want to change the way the light works as well. And I think here it could actually be pretty nice. So the original position is -15. So I think that's where we want it on this frame. Here. And then full blast on the... Let's turn off the light so we see how this actually looks in game. But then when it's down here, in the beginning, we lower this to like 0. Maybe we even lower the outer radius. Oh yeah, this is gonna be creepy. We do something like this. Maybe we say 5. And then we lower the light to be more centered on him. Maybe you want to just about see the hands though. So the outer radius would maybe be something like this, so we at least see like the nails maybe. And then when we scale him up here, we bring the outer radius up again. First of all, we need to set a higher intensity. Is that too high? 2.3? Maybe something like this could be kind of cool too. A little bit cartoonish transition maybe. Okay, we do... I don't know if I want the fall of strength to be higher actually. Maybe something like that. Maybe it's just slightly too quick, to be honest. Maybe we should make it like 50% slower. Yeah, I think this might be better. And then we have like, you know, we still have like screen shake and stuff when we trigger this. Yeah, I think that might be good. And then, let's see, after this happens... like, boom, and then maybe here the blood transition starts. So then we would take this one. Oh, I see now that we can actually just about see the blood here. So that means that from the beginning, the blood needs to have a higher position, maybe like 190. Now you should be completely outside. There we go. We keep you there until a little bit after the jump scare. Here we reset you back to 190, meaning that this is now going to be the starting point. And then we do the transition of the blood pouring down until it covers the whole screen. That's actually a little bit too low. See how this looks in game. That seems to be fine. Now, after that, we also need to make sure that here, at the last pixel, the alpha value should be full, and that will make it so that we can fade the image out afterwards. And you know what we actually could do here to make sure that this will be like a nice transition? Can I turn off the object in the animation? No. That's a bit annoying. I could turn off the child objects. Which is then what we could do is make sure that when this has fully covered the screen, we actually turn off the monster. So he's gone afterwards, and I think we turn off the light as well. Oh, that's way too quick, way too quick. So this part, let's see. I think maybe it should actually start a bit sooner. And then maybe this stuff will be even a bit slower still. Yeah, I think it should be even slower. I think that's too quick. Yeah. Yeah, maybe something like that. Let's see how it looks in-game. Nah. Still too quick. I think the fade out needs to be longer. What's this? This is the monster's entered position. We actually don't care about you no more because you are deactivated there anyway. This should be longer. Maybe not that long. I guess this is subjective, but I'm just trying out, testing and see what seems to look good. I still think the blood pouring down is a little bit too quick. So we take these and move you guys maybe here. Yeah. What do you think, guys? And then obviously with sound and like screen shake and stuff, I think this might look pretty cool. And then the only thing is that I would like to... We would like to deactivate the entire object afterwards. But I think we might do that through the monster. Because here we... Let's see, we play the sound effect for the jump scare. And we activate the jump scare object. And that is what innately triggers the animation. We also call the heavy screen shake. Game object set active false. This is the actual monster in the scene. So I think we do here. We could make this into a... IE numerator. And put some wait time and then deactivate both of these objects. And then I don't know later if we maybe should do something like set up an event like jump scare finished and that will trigger like the game over. No, I think that's the thing. I don't think we should trigger game over before the entire thing has finished. And then when we trigger game over, that's when we actually set up like the game over screen. Like when I say that the game over screen or scene, I mean like where it says like, you know, if you want to replay or go back to the main menu. Because that should happen after this animation has played. So I think for now, just to test this, also, why are you... Wait, you have two references? Monster and... Oh yeah, the game manager calls you at one point as well. That is probably gonna be removed because that is a temporary function for now. Okay, for now, just to not get the error, let's do this. Let's make a new private IE enumerator, which is going to be called something like maybe playing jump scare. I don't know. And when we do this, we actually need to set off the... At the moment we need to trigger the game over immediately because that is what sets the instance to game over. But we should change this afterwards so that we have like an internal bool instead where it doesn't need to constantly check the game manager. Because that, you know, raises the dependency in the scene or in the game. But for now, let's move this stuff over here, and when we call the jump scare, we are instead going to start the coroutine called playing jump scare. And when we do, here we are going to make a yield return new wait 4 seconds. And we can actually check exactly how long this jump scare animation is. So these are, let's see, this is seconds we are talking about. So the jump scare is 2.4 seconds. No, that's not right. Because these are... Okay, so it's... This would be like 2.8 seconds or something. No, wait. No, this is easy. 40, that's 2/3. So it's 2.66. 2.66 seconds. And after that, we're gonna start off by saying that the jump scare object we shall set active false, and then we set the actual monster object. We need to do that one afterwards, because otherwise we are... Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work actually. I don't know if we can turn this off during an IE enumerator, because this is the object that runs the IE enumerator. So what we do instead is that we call disable monster, and then when we enable and disable the monster, instead of just changing this bool, we can also say... No wait, this doesn't change anything. No, maybe it does, because when it calls this one, it should be finished with the IE enumerator. I think. Set active true. Set active false. I'm not entirely sure this is gonna work. I don't even know what I use disable monster. I can actually check that. The references is from the game manager. Yeah, I think that's depending on how I initialize the game. Object reference not set. I have no idea what that is. I think that might have been one of those weird ones that just pops up for no reason. Okay, do all of this. And then... wait 2.66 seconds. Turn the jump scare object off and disable the monster. So I think we need to disable the monster, because otherwise he's gonna... Do we even need to do it? I was gonna say you can keep on getting the jump scare, but you can't, because as long as we have said that the game is over, it's gonna stop the entire AI of the monster. So I think that's actually redundant. If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, we have some weird System collections generic list. System boolean. I have no idea what this is trying to tell me. I mean, it is a null. Is it just that I haven't set everything up here? No. Dumpster is the correct object. Oh wait, does it have to do with this stuff maybe? What if I delete you? Let's check the... Yeah, I think it has to do with the transition animation, doesn't it? Because here, we still have the... Yeah, this stuff is not set up. I think this might be the... So if we remove these properties, as well as this property... Wait, how do I just... Can I delete the animations completely? Yeah, wait, we can just delete it from the project files. No reason to have those still here. So that would be in animations, transitions, blood, goodbye. Okay, let's see if this makes a difference. Oh shit! Unity editor.graphs.edge wake up. Do not wake up edges. I know that system.collections.generic has to do with... I know that IEnumerators come from that namespace. So I wonder... Did I close Visual Studio? Oh shit. I wonder... It did come after I did this IEnumerator. Jumpscare starts the coroutine playing jumpscare. Game over. I think this is the issue. Because the monster might not be fully set up. Fuck! What's going on? What else did I change? This one, we removed everything here, right? Yeah, we don't have the reference to the event anymore. And that event should be fine because we have the question mark, so even if there's no subscribers, that should not matter. Okay, wait. What we could do... Because the issue here is that this error doesn't tell me anything. I mean, it says that it's something to do with Unity graphs, but I don't even know what that is. And something when it tries to wake up. System.boolean in edges used to be valid. The thing is that it doesn't like give me a... Oh. We're missing a namespace. System.generic.collections. Is that the one? Nope. System.collections.generic. I think this is the issue. We can't have a IEnumerator without that one. What the fuck is going on? When the game isn't over, then call the jump scare. When we start that coroutine, we say that the game is over, so that should no longer be valid. Turn off that. What was it? Control K C. Control K C. Still get it. Control K C. Okay, I think I'm gonna try restarting Unity. Or restarting the project. Because I find it usually to be quite weird when you get those kind of errors that doesn't like actually tell you anything. Because now it's not here. Let's see what happens when we play. Yeah, it's gone. I think that was one of those weird little, like, I don't know. So let's take this, KU, and then take this one, KU, there we go. That was a bit odd. Let's hope we don't get an error now. That's fine. Sweet. Okay, so everything should be set up correctly now, as far as I'm aware. So I think we have to, once again, test the jump scare. Make sure that it is working as it should. Once again, I will warn you before the jump scare happens. Just need to quickly get down in the second room. Then now, let me just check here. Game monster. Okay, it's coming. The jump scare is going to come soon, in about 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's a bit weird. He's still there, but that's fine, because I think we're gonna turn off the entire game afterwards, so all of this will disappear. I do think the blood transition might have happened a little bit too quickly. The whole jump scare felt a little bit rushed, didn't it? I don't know if it's just me, but I did feel like that was a little bit rushed. I think maybe we just take this stuff and give it a little bit more time. Oh, no, wait. We take this stuff. And we move you like here, maybe. What's up, Carol Jata? How you doing? Nice to see you. We're making a cheaper like FNAF like? Yeah, pretty much. It is. I haven't played Final Fantasy Freddy's myself, but I do think it definitely has some similarities to this game. I'm alert for sure, man. Enjoy the alert. Thank you very much for being here. I need to start unpacking now that I'm back home. Oh, where have you been? Yeah, I think something like this might be better. Give it a little bit more time. Let's see, how long is actually the heavy duration for screen shake is 1 second. Yeah, meaning that the screen shake would play all the way here until the blood starts coming down. I think that should be good. Let's turn this off and try it once again. Maybe add some flickering in the light, like you're shaking the lamp by fear. We do have flickering. And also, what's up, Elilo? Okay, there is some. I think I could probably push it up a little bit more, but we do have some flickering lights at least. I did change it recently. Before, what I did was that I completely turned the light off and turned it on again. But I found that to almost be a bit harsh to look at. So what I did now is that I actually just, for a split second, like lowered the intensity of the light. I felt that it was a little bit nicer for the eyes. Oh, you've been to London for 10 days. Sweet, how did you like it? London's pretty nice. If you don't know, my girlfriend actually lives in London, so... I basically doubled down on my cancer intake this year. A lot more smokers. Ah, I see. Oh, you went to Comic-Con. That's fine, I hope you had a good time. I meant more during the jump scare. I think the issue there, I see what you mean, but I think I actually turn off the flashlight. Because I found it to be a little bit... If I put the flashlight in front of the monster, it looks a little bit weird. Because now this looks like it's the wrong size compared to him, like the perspective gets a little bit weird. So what I actually do is that I completely cover the flashlight. I do see what you mean, but I feel like this perspective is a little bit... Because now it looks like he is closer to you than the flashlight is, but then it doesn't make sense that the flashlight would be in front of him. I don't know, perspective is hard though, so... But yeah, I do see what you mean. You know, we can meet and hang out. Where do you live otherwise? I need to befriend your girlfriend. I have probably asked you before, but sorry. I need to befriend your girlfriend so I can stay in London for cheaper. Yeah, it's not super cheap, that is true. Oh, you're planning to set up an art table next to you in London. Oh, that's cool. Okay, speedrun, second floor, let's go. Oh, in Norfolk side. Wait, where? My uneducated ass. Oh, I see, I see. How many hours away would you say that is from London? That's bright, that's not logic. That's right, that's not... Oh, okay, okay, I see. Yeah, I do think the perspective becomes a little bit weird. Okay, are you guys ready for a jump scare? I will warn you once again. Okay, let's have him walk away again. And let's see. Oh fuck, he really walked far this time. Okay, he has turned back, he is on the way back. Jump scare coming in like 5-6 seconds or something. 3, 2, 1. That's not too bad. That's not... I still find the blood is a little bit quick, isn't it? I feel like it... why is this not working? Oh, you're not enabled. For some reason I find it to look fine here, but when I'm actually in game it seems like it's a bit too quick. I think the start in time is good, but I think it should probably... It should probably drip a little bit slower. Yeah, maybe something like this. Maybe something like this. And also, how you doing, Elilo? Nice to see you, man. 1.5 2 hour trip on a bus for me. Okay, that's not too bad. We are planning a trip. I think we're gonna go to Ireland pretty soon. So fuck, I'm soon. Soon I will have been to most of the countries around your islands. So, cause last year, I think, was it last year? I think it was last year. We went to Scotland as well. So I guess I only need to go to Wales? Wait, no, I'm missing one. What's the other one? England, Scotland, Wales. Oh, I guess I also have technically Northern Ireland, if you want to count that separately. Which you probably should, because otherwise I feel like the Irish and Northern Irish probably get mad. Just my assumption. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time in game. Sorry if you don't like me spamming jump scares here, but like a disclaimer, we are making a horror game, so, you know, it's kind of to be expected. I have to make sure this stuff looks good. Okay, let's make him rush. Jump scare incoming soon. 3, 2, 1. I think that's better, but we do turn off the object too early now. But otherwise, I feel like that looks fine. Let's see, the entire animation is... let's just say it's 3.5 seconds. So, meaning that here, we need to wait for 3.5 seconds before we turn off the object. Because now we didn't let it fully fade out. Fine, day off. Oh, nice, man. Spend time with my daughter, taking pictures. I use my old camera to test it and get used to real camera, not just toy camera. Oh, that's fun. Taking pretty good pictures for a 4-year-old girl. Nice, nice. What else should we do? I guess maybe... should we set up the event where after the jump scare we play like an event like the blah 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 play was caught, and then we trigger some stuff. You know what? Something we should do is we can set up more menus. That's something we need to do anyway. Let's see, menus, because we do have this pause menu that I should say is completely faked. Just so you know, the game is not paused when you pause the game. So you can still die with the game paused. It is technically not a pause menu, it's just a overlay menu. I do need to fix that. Actually, speaking of which, isn't that super easy to fix? Because if we pause the game, if it's paused, we should just... as long as we make the monster not move, everything should be fine. So, if we just say that the monster is not active... this is bad, this is more spaghetti code, but let's do it for now and it should work. We will fix this stuff after the game jam. So, monster dot... what is it? Monster... do I have something here to enable the monster? No, that would be bad, so I'm happy if I don't. Good. So we're gonna say... oh, is monster active not a public? It isn't. Oh, but wait, we have enable and disable monster, which actually changes the monster active bool, and those are public, so that's fine. So what we do instead is that if the game is paused, then we disable the monster, and if the game is unpaused, then we re-enable the monster. And now we actually should have a function in... because that's the only thing we really need to pause, otherwise it's kind of fine. So we can actually test this pretty easily. If we skip, we can hear the footsteps of the monster. Let's have him get a little bit closer so it gets a bit louder. And yeah, the footsteps pause when I pause the game, meaning that you can't lose while in the pause screen. And there now we have the footsteps. Okay, we actually have it. That was very simple. Do you think that it would be weird if I ask you front 3/4 and profile picture? Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean? I'm starting 3D, I need some challenge or some goal, making stylized version of your head can be cool. Hey, you know what you could do? You know what would be cool? No, you don't have to do it. But I do need more, what you call it? But maybe, oh, that probably doesn't work in 3D unless you made something 2D out of it afterwards. I do need more, or to change up my channel alerts. Just I still have those old GIFs that you made me back in the day. I think I actually even gave you credit for it. If you check below my screen, I'm pretty sure I have you as like a contributor for it. Okay, let's see. Pause screen is working. I think the easy thing we do here is that we just duplicate the pause menu. Easy peasy. And then we call this game over menu. Enable. And the title should change. I don't know if I cut out the other one. Let's see, art, and then UI, sprite editor. Whoops. Yeah, so here, I think we're gonna use the you died one. I might have to change this if I end up making other ways than dying that you could lose. But for now, let's use this as the you died title. Might as well cut this one out while we're at it. Boom, this is the end title. Now this one we can change to you died. Let's make sure we set it to native size. Doesn't look too bad. Let's see, this is resume. That you can't have in game over. This would be like try again maybe? I'll add a beard PNG on the old GIF and voila. I mean, that would pretty much work. I think the only issue is that when we did those old ones, what was it? I don't think I had the subscribe button yet. So right now I'm using the, you know, the money rain one you did. I use that one both for donations and for subscribers. But like I said, I want to be very clear, Lilo, you don't have to do this. You absolutely don't have to do it. If you want to, you absolutely can do it. And like now, I would definitely like at least credit you for it. But that absolutely you don't need to do it. To be fair, I can actually make GIFs in A-Sprite now, since we actually finally have A-Sprite, so I probably could set up something myself as well. Let's see, resume. I don't want to say replay, that sounds a little bit lame. Maybe try again. So then this would be like, try again. I guess settings and main menu we can keep. And this is actually, we can pretty much get this to work immediately, because we have this reload scene button, and that's actually all we need to do if you want to try again. So if that is the case, we just call the reload scene function. And that should start it over from the beginning. Now we hear the door yank. If I press this, we hear it again. Sweet. That is pretty much all we need, right? Maybe if I do have the time to implement like checkpoints, I guess we should make something where we can, like, in runtime change, either try again if you don't have a checkpoint, but if you have a checkpoint, we could do something like, you know, continue from checkpoint or whatever. But for now, I think this is pretty much all we need. So now We just need a way to set that one to active. And I think we should do this with events, because here's the issue. If we now do it in the game over one, it should work if we make like an I enumerator, but that's weird. That's weird and I don't think I want to do it. Because the issue is that right now, if we look at the monster, we actually call the game over first and then we play the animation, which would be a bit bad because that means that here we would set the we would open up the game over menu while the monster animation is playing in the background, so that's a bit weird. So I think it's probably better to do some event where we check if it's game over, and if it is, we turn off the entire game and start the game over. Well, this event should be different, because this is handled by the monster, so it should be like on player court, maybe? Because that means that after this has happened, the player has been caught, and then the game manager can listen to that event and be like, oh, if the player is caught, then call the new game over event instead, and then slowly we're gonna be able to reiterate on this and make the functions handle through events instead. I know I don't have time to do big stuff like animation, etc. I'd love to, but being a father, that consumes all your free time. Yeah, I understand. I fully understand. That's why I said you don't need to do it. Like I said, I haven't actually thought about it, but I can actually make the animations in Sprite, and it would be pretty easy. So I think I might just do that. Yeah, and I think the pixel art GIFs should suit quite well, because almost all the art I have at the moment for the channel are pixel art. So like all my panels below and stuff is pixel art as well, so I feel like it could fit quite well to do something similar for like the alert GIFs or whatever. I think that could be pretty cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a short break here though, and I will be back in like maybe, let's see, what time is it? Let's say I'll be back in like 20-30 minutes or something. I'm just gonna have some late lunch, get something in my belly, and have a little bit of a leg stretcher, as we say in Swedish. I need to be better at taking breaks. Fucking hell, I stream for like 10 hours without a single break sometimes. It's pretty mad. I need to try and take care of myself a little bit, you know? But yeah, I will take a short, be right back, and then we'll be back and start working more on the game. So far, so good. Thank you guys for being here, and I will see you soon. Now, if you turn up the brightness, you would only affect the flashlight and his eyes. I'm quite sure. Those red eyes are super, yeah, I like him. Oh! Sorry about that one. Sorry about that one. Hey, I have given quite a few disclaimers today. We are working on a horror game. There is going to be accidental jump scares every now and then. It's kind of inevitable. And all of these are sort of sitting in that style. Am I supposed to sit here? I might be like super. Fucking found it! My fucking hammer, dude. You can't even see me.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the
It's covering
darkness.
half the screen. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this shit.
like embers linked by Lord's pass.
Right, 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 down, left, left, down, right. We got it. 8 seconds left. Holy shit, we actually did it.
Damn, that was intense.
Oh, dude, yeah, Okay, side is open. Wait a minute. Oh shit, do I? Thank you. That was a bloody long fight. Jesus. Dragon headstone. Ooh! Easy! What is it? Fucking third try or some shit? Holy shit. You're a madman. Let me guess, there's an easier way to kill him. Yeah, no, I just keep him like that, and then we do this. Break the rules in test chamber 7, that was an achievement. GG! Okay, it did work, it was a little bit tricky.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
You fucking piece of shit. That is outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. After all of that time. Fuck you. Oh shit, I don't have any more Estus. Oh no. Who cares? Who needs Estus anyway? I do. This close! Couldn't do it. My heart came back. I can't kill an innocent animal. Not like that. I just can't do it. Oh shit! We got him! Oh wait, is he still alive? Nah, he's fucked. So anyway. Oh wait, there's a circle on the orange one, I think that was the one. So now we put this one. I was just gonna look and see if it went to the right place. Ah shit. Do not aggro, do not aggro. Shit, I think I aggroed. That's not good. Here we go. Fuck you, dude. We're chilling, dude. Sit down, boy. Third time's the charm. Let's fucking go. First try. I mean... Oh shit, no, wait, is it one of these? No, 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 not again.
I'm on my way.
Not again, no. No, it's like the Abyss Watchers. No.
Brother.
Don't do this to me.
Wielding sword of Lothric's
Oh.
prince.
Shit.
Rise if you would.
Wait, I think that's the song that plays when you beat the game. Yeah, I think it's the ending, like the credit music or whatever. Oh wait, I think I have one left, don't I? No wonder you didn't recognize it. Fuck you, dude. Okay, I didn't have anyone left. Ah, shit. Oh wait, we didn't even find a bonfire. This is the same bonfire. This is one of the doors we couldn't open. Okay, GG. But where's the drop?
Bonfire.
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. I am so stupid. Okay, someone fucking... Hello, friend. So, do you want to hang out tomorrow? Okay. Fucking easy, bro! Fucking easy! Sit down, boy! Okay. Let's go. Just give me something small, like brimstone. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, one free, Guppy's tail. Oh, is this Guppy? Holy shit, dude! Oh. Let's see what is behind the fog gate. Oh my god. On what day is it today? It's Thursday. Did you notice the dragon? No, I did not. I did not notice any dragon. Unless you mean the weird statue in the middle, but I don't think that was a dragon. I didn't really pay attention. No, dragon these nuts. So yeah, that is when we are going to end the stream. Thank you guys very much for watching. Fucking hell. Ah, clip it. What was I saying? Yeah, next stream is going to be on Sunday. Yeah, I won't be able to go live Friday, Saturday. Yeah, so Sunday, and I think I put in my schedule that I'm going live 3 PM, so let's stick to that. So 3 PM Sunday, we are most likely continuing with... Now, if you turn up the brightness, you would only affect the flashlight and his eyes. I'm quite sure. Those red eyes are super, yeah, I like him. Oh! Sorry about that one. Sorry about that one. Hey, I have given quite a few disclaimers today. We are working on a horror game. There is going to be accidental jump scares every now and then. It's kind of inevitable. I don't understand what that means. Just for me, in my head, when she says the lords have left their thrones and must be delivered to the... Oh, now I get it. I'm supposed to deliver the lords to the thrones. That's what I've been doing the whole game. That made sense. I thought she was telling me to become like a furniture mover and deliver the thrones to the lords. Now I get it. That made sense. That made sense.
Just this is what I've been doing for ages. I thought she wanted me to become like a furniture mover. Apparently that's not what she wants. Okay. Okay, I got it. Those are mine, and peace. Holy shit, fucking hell, dude. Oh my fucking god. Actually didn't mean to do that. Fucking hell, dude. Is that a fucking Dark Wraith? Wait, I wanna LT. Okay, yeah, it's not an attack in any way. Okay, I'm gonna die. I died twice because I wanted to test that thing. But what did it do? He just went and casually killed someone else. Okay, Dark Wraith. Easy, dude. Did anyone say first try? No? Well, first try. Wait. Am I bamboozled? This is not gonna be like part 2 of the boss fight, right? You're gonna stay down. You... Why did I say first try? I hate myself. Fuck this. Fuck my life. I know I'm gonna get a few of you with this, because I bet what a lot of you do when you wanna have the genius idea to make your fucking password secure. What do? You take your fucking... Let's say you have password. What do you do to make it safe? You change the A to a 4 and the O to a 0, don't you? And then you think, boom, maybe you even add an exclamation mark at the end. Boom, you're fucking safe. No, you're not, you fucking knob. Get a good password, get a password manager, fix your shit. Ooh, ladder. Why are there no enemies? That just makes me feel... Shouldn't have said anything. I fucking jinxed it. Should have been quiet. Ah! No! Dude, I almost did this fight, no hits. Imagine. Yes! My shot hit so hard. Dude, I almost fucking got him, no hits, literally. Holy shit, that was mad. So we can also go another way. I mean, if we really want to, we can actually go another way too. I'm not saying I'm scared or anything. I'm just saying that we could go another way. Holy. Okay. Okay, I just need to take a breather real fast. Holy shit. This is the reason I don't play horror games. Or... Ooh, fucking hell, dude. Jesus Christ. From now on, no more fucking moose. Until we have a better rifle, I'm not even looking at moose. Oh shit, I found a moose. Do you think I can make this shot? I'm not gonna get cursed. So, does cursing not work like in Dark Souls 1? Because last time I did get cursed during the boss fight, but I just died. Speaking of which... The bad thing is I only have one shot in the shotgun, so I need to shoot, switch weapon. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Die. Oh, I have no bullets. I have no bullets. Fucking hell, give me bullets. Reload. Fuck. We actually got him. You know how Americans, they have like soft T's and then they pronounce their R's, so they go like water, you know? Whereas like the British, they tend to have either hard T's or they do like the glottal T, so but then they do a schwa instead of pronouncing the R, so they say water or they say water. Whereas the Australians are kind of in the middle, aren't they? Because they take like the soft D's from Americans, but they don't pronounce R's, they also say a schwa like the Brits. So rather than saying like water or water, they say water, isn't it? Oh, you fucking cunt, give me some water! Holy... Okay. Okay, I just need to take a breather real fast. Holy shit. This is the reason I don't play horror games. I know I'm gonna get a few of you with this, because I bet what a lot of you do when you wanna have the genius idea to make your fucking password secure. What do? You take your fucking... Let's say you have password. What do you do to make it safe? You change the A to a 4 and the O to a 0, don't you? And then you think, boom, maybe you even add an exclamation mark at the end. Boom, you're fucking safe. No, you're not, you fucking knob. Get a good password, get a password manager, fix your shit. Or... Ooh, fucking hell, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, there's a circle on the orange one. I think that was the one. So now we put this one. I was just gonna look and see if it went to the right place. Ah, shit. Do not aggro, do not aggro. Shit, I think I aggroed. That's not good. Here we go. Fuck you, dude. Okay, side is open. Wait a minute. Oh shit, do I? We're chilling, dude. Sit down, boy. Third time's the charm. Let's fucking go. First try. I mean... Oh shit, no, wait, is it one of these? No, not again.
I'm on my way.
Not again. No. No. It's like the abyss watches. No.
Brother,
Don't do this to me.
wielding sword of Lothric's
Oh.
prince.
Shit.
Rise if you would.
Hello, friend. So, do you want to hang out tomorrow? Okay. Just give me something small, like brimstone. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, one free. Guppy's tail. Oh, is this Guppy? Holy shit, dude! Oh. Oh, ladder. Why are there no enemies? That just makes me feel... Shouldn't have said anything. I fucking jinxed it. Should have been quiet. The bad thing is I only have one shot in the shotgun, so I need to shoot, switch weapon. Oh! What the fuck? Oh. Die! Oh, I have no bullets. I have no bullets. Fucking hell, give me bullets. Reload. Fuck. We actually got him. I hate you. You can't kill me after I get Guppy on the first floor. That is not okay. That is not okay, dude. Just don't. And I kill myself. Please restart. Oh, dude, I hate it so much. I fucking hate. Oh wait, we didn't even find a bonfire. This is the same bonfire. This is one of the doors we couldn't open. Okay, GG. But where's the drop? Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. I am so stupid. Okay, someone fucking... And all of these are sort of sitting in that style. Am I supposed to sit here? I might be like... Fucking found it! Now, if you turn up the brightness, you would only affect the flashlight and his eyes. I'm quite sure. Those red eyes are super, yeah, I like him. Oh! Sorry about that one. Sorry about that one. Hey, I have given quite a few disclaimers today. We are working on a horror game. There is going to be accidental jump scares every now and then. It's kind of inevitable. Let's see what is behind the fog gate. Oh my god. Oh!
Right,
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 down,
down,
left,
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 down,
down.
right.
We got it. 8 seconds left. Holy shit, we actually did it.
Damn, that was intense.
Oh, dude, yeah, Fucking easy, bro. Fucking easy. Sit down, boy. Okay. Let's go. Ah. No. Dude, I almost did this fight, no hits. Imagine. Yes! My showcase so hard. Dude, I almost fucking got him, no hits, literally. Holy shit, that was mad. I don't understand what that means. Just for me, in my head, when she says the lords have left their thrones and must be delivered to the... Oh, now I get it. I'm supposed to deliver the lords to the thrones. That's what I've been doing the whole game. That makes sense. I thought she was telling me to become like a furniture mover and deliver the thrones to the lords. Now I get it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Just this is what I've been doing for ages. I thought she wanted me to become like a furniture mover. Apparently that's not what she wants. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. On what day is it today? It's Thursday. Did you notice the dragon? No. I did not. I did not notice any dragon. Unless you mean the weird statue in the middle, but I don't think that was a dragon. I didn't really pay attention. No, dragon these nuts. So yeah, that is when we are going to end the stream. Thank you guys very much for watching. Fucking hell. Ah, clip it. What was I saying? Yeah, next stream is going to be on Sunday. Yeah, I won't be able to go live Friday, Saturday. Yeah, so Sunday, and I think I put in my schedule that I'm going live 3 PM, so let's stick to that. So 3 PM Sunday, we are most likely continuing with... So we can also go another way. I mean, if we really want to, we can actually go another way too. I'm not saying I'm scared or anything. I'm just saying that we could go another way. Those are mine, and peace. Holy shit! Fucking hell, dude! Oh my fucking god! Actually didn't mean to do that. Fucking hell, dude. I'm not gonna get cursed. So, does cursing not work like in Dark Souls 1? Because last time I did get cursed during the boss fight, but I just died. Speaking of which... Couldn't do it. My heart came back. I can't kill an innocent animal. Not like that. I just can't do it. Oh, shit! We got him! Oh wait, is he still alive? Nah, he's fucked. So anyway, easy, dude. Did anyone say first try? No? Well, first try. Wait. Am I bamboozled? This is not gonna be like part 2 of the boss fight, right? You're gonna stay down. You... Why did I say first try? I hate myself. Fuck this. Fuck my life. Yeah, no, I just keep him like that, and then we do this. Break the rules in test chamber 7. That was an achievement. GG! Okay, it did work. It was a little bit tricky.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. And they are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
You fucking piece of shit. That is outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. After all of that time, fuck you. Is that a fucking Dark Wraith? Wait, I wanna LT. I wanna... Okay, yeah, it's not an attack in any way. Okay, I'm gonna die. I died twice because I wanted to test that thing. But what did it do? He just went and casually killed someone else. Okay, Dark Wraith. Wait, I think that's the song that plays when you beat the game. Yeah, I think it's the ending, like the credit music or whatever. Oh wait, I think I have one left, don't I? No wonder you didn't recognize it. Fuck you, dude. Okay, I didn't have anyone left. Ah, shit. Thank you. That was a bloody long fight. Jesus. Dragon Headstone. Ooh! Easy! What is it? Fucking third try or some shit? Holy shit. You're a madman. Let me guess, there's an easier way to kill him. Thank you. That was a bloody long fight. Jesus. Dragon Headstone. Ooh! Easy! What is it? Fucking third try or some shit? Holy shit. You're a madman. Let me guess, there's an easier way to kill him. My fucking hammer, dude. You can't even see me.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the
It's covering
darkness.
half the screen. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this shit.
Like embers linked by lords past.
Easy, dude. Did anyone say first try? No? Well, first try. Wait. Am I bamboozled? This is not gonna be like part 2 of the boss fight, right? You're gonna stay down. You... Why did I say first try? I hate myself. Fuck this. Fuck my life. Yeah, no, I just keep him like that, and then we do this. Break the rules in test chamber 7, that was an achievement. GG! Okay, it did work. It was a little bit tricky.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. And they are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
You fucking piece of shit. That is outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. After all of that time, fuck you. Holy okay. Okay, I just need to take a breather real fast. Holy shit. This is the reason I don't play horror games. I'm not gonna get cursed. So, does cursing not work like in Dark Souls 1? Because last time I did get cursed during the boss fight, but I just died. Speaking of which... Couldn't do it. My heart came back. I can't kill an innocent animal. Not like that. I just can't do it. Oh, shit! We got him! Oh wait, is he still alive? Nah, he's fucked. So anyway... Wait, I think that's the song that plays when you beat the game. Yeah, I think it's the ending, like the credit music or whatever. Oh wait, I think I have one left, don't I? No wonder you didn't recognize it. Fuck you, dude. Okay, I didn't have anyone left. Ah, shit. Oh shit, I don't have any more Estus. Oh no. Who cares? Who needs Estus anyway? I do. This close! So we can also go another way. I mean, if we really want to, we can actually go another way too. I'm not saying I'm scared or anything. I'm just saying that we could go another way. Just give me something small, like brimstone. Yeah. Okay, one free. Guppy's tail. Oh, is this Guppy? Holy shit, dude! Oh. We chillin', dude! Sit down, boy! Third time's the charm. Let's fucking go. First try. I mean... Oh shit, no, wait, is there one of these? No, not again.
I'm on my way.
Not again, no. No, it's like the Abyss Watchers. No,
Brother,
don't do this to me.
wielding sword of Lothric's
Oh.
prince.
Shit. We are back. How you doing, people? Do you guys want to know something that's mad? I legitimately can't take a break. It's fucking mad. Like I go off stream to have a break from programming and get some food in. And what do? I sit down in front of my TV and I start watching a video about programming. After I've been programming for about 5 hours live on Twitch. Even during my break I sit down to watch programming. It's kinda mad. Is it going overboard? Maybe, who knows? Do we care? Probably not. What are we doing? We were fixing the game over menu. That's what we were doing. And we thought... Oh, this is the bad thing about taking a break. Now I kinda lost track here of what I was doing. No, here we go. We thought about adding a event after you play a jump scare. Or we could talk directly to the game manager, but that's kind of bad. That's kind of what we're trying to avoid, because we have done a lot of that stuff here. So preferably, we should use something like another event. And I would like to change this. I don't... Yeah, on game over. Wait, can I call a function from an event in this... Can I... I don't know if this makes sense. Can I listen to an event that I create in the same class? Because this one will fire off... Oh no! Yeah, no, what I do instead is that I do something like this. I have a class which does stuff, but then I also call the event. I just does that. There's no reason to subscribe to the same event. I can just make sure to invoke the event in the function where I want to do the other stuff. So what I think I want to do... This... We need to change this at some point. This can't be game over. For now the game is gonna break if I change it. Because then we're not gonna get the monster to stop and stuff. So I think we are going to move this on game over invoke. I mean, I could rename this function. Can I say, because the references is only from the monster. So could we call this something that's a little bit more appropriate? Maybe for now, because this looks if the game is over, and that's the thing, we need to set the game to be over here, because otherwise the monster keeps going. We have a function to start the game and to pause the game. I think we're gonna rename this into stop the game rather than game over for now. And that should update here as well, right? So now you still look at the game over bool, that's fine. But you now call the stop the game function. And then we're gonna make a new, not public. How are we doing this? No, we need to make an event here. The monster needs to have an event. That event is going to be if you're caught. So we're gonna make a public event action, which is called on player caught.
Is that correct syntax? Event not capitalized, action, name. Okay, almost. We almost got it. There we go. Public event on player court. And then what we do is that if you play the jump scare, that means that the player was caught. But we should not call this immediately. I think we're gonna pretend like when the jump scare is playing that the player actually isn't caught. And then at the end we say on player caught question mark dot invoke. Because now we can make it so that the game manager subscribes to the on player caught event, and when that event plays, we actually call the now private void game over. Because now we end up having a function for when the game is over, and then we can have multiple subscriptions. Because I guess you can make it so that multiple subscriptions to other events can still call the same function, right? I'm pretty sure that would be the case. What's up, Idan? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. You know what? Let me give a little shout out to Idan. He also develops games here on Twitch. He's making a really cool like survivor-like, roguelike type of game. So if you guys are interested in that stuff, then check him out. As far as I know, I haven't unfortunately been able to check it out myself, but you just released the alpha, didn't you? Or like a early alpha version or something on Steam? In 45 minutes, holy shit. That's fucking cool, man. Congratulations. You doing alright? Nice. Glad to hear that. And also, thank you very much for the follow, man. How are you feeling? How are you feeling, man? Are you excited? Nervous? I don't know. Oh. I think it will be good, man. I'll see. Hopefully I'll get the time and I'll check it out. Super nervous. I mean, that's understandable. Just making sure everything is set up. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like, we're doing my first game jam here, so I am a little bit similar. It's a long one, but I think I'm gonna be pretty nervous before, like, actually publishing the game, because even though it's technically not the first game I work on, it will be the first game I actually publish, and the first game I actually build for WebGL, which I'm a little bit scared of, just because I don't know what to expect. So hopefully I'll have time to make a few test builds to make sure everything works correctly, because I will probably cry if I end up publishing this game and then it doesn't work. Game jams are the best. Thank you, man. Yeah, so far I am really enjoying it. Like I said, it's a long one. It's like a month, so it's not one of these like 24, 48 hour ones. That I know that you've done a few. I'm quite sure, because you did... Press Control was for the GMTK one, right? And that one, as far as I know, is 48 hours. That's mad. I don't think I could do a game in 48 hours yet. That's absolutely bonkers. But yeah, I still... To be fair, I kind of enjoy having a deadline, to be honest. I feel like it's actually not... It's easy to think about deadlines as something bad, but I think it's actually pretty helpful. Because I don't think I've ever been this productive for a game, if I'm being honest. Wait, does this function need to be called onGameOver? Because that one is from the event. I just started trying to use events here, so I'm still not entirely sure how they work, but they seem to be really good, because I've had an issue with me making way too many singleton instances. Oh no, right, we just invoked the event from somewhere. And then the subscriber listens. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. A deadline, poor line. Exactly. Now, Idan, if I may ask you, do you know what are the main differences in making a build to be played in the browser compared to a normal, like, executable application. Is there anything special I should think about before publishing this game? I do assume that some stuff will be irrelevant, like, I don't think you can... Is there a point in having, like, settings for resolution and stuff? In a web build? I'm not entirely sure, I don't think so. Because I think the web build itself will set, like, the resolution, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of Unity, not so much. There are sometimes some random issues, so try to make a build as soon as you can just to test it. Yeah, I think that's... I might actually try making one now in the weekend, because I have, like, was it 9 days left? So I do think, like you say, it's probably good to try and make a build pretty early to make sure that I know how it works and that I don't have any weird issues, because in that case we need to solve them, like, now. Because I really don't want to sit here, like, 2 hours before the deadline and not be able to sit there with some errors I can't fix, you know? That would be horrible. That would not be fun. Okay, so let's see. Now, if I'm not mistaken, can I not, even though this function calls a new event, should I not subscribe that function to be called when this event is fired? If I understand it correctly, I think I should be able to do that, right? So if we just check if the play is caught, and then we, yeah, just then you select what. So here I could just say game over. I think that should work. So in void start, no, let's not do it in void start. Let's keep on going with the, I think it's better to use on enable and on disable. So we do a on enable, and we are going to say, I'm gonna check the monster, and you have a on player caught event, which we are going to subscribe to. And what function method do we want to put here? We are going to say game over. Wait, that's not right, is it? I think I don't need those. I think I just do this. I think that should be fine. And then on disable we unsubscribe, which is apparently that is a good convention to do. Wait. Using the generic type action requires 5 type arguments. Whoops. Oh wait, do I need to... Let's see, which one is that referring to? The monster. Do I need to do the weird little these things? Is that why? And just then not, or can I not use, oh, can I not use an action here? Do I need to use some other thing if it's gonna be void? Yeah, like I said, we are still learning. We are developing noobs here, so we're trying to learn how events work. But they do seem to be good to, like, decouple my code, because I have like 18 different singleton instances that all talk to each other back and forth. It's spaghetti over here. It is definitely spaghetti over here. It works, but it's not very flexible, and if I touch one thing, everything breaks. And I don't think that's gonna be good to build on. So the plan is that after the game jam, I do think I'm gonna continue working on this game. And I will slowly but surely start switching this out to use events instead, because it just seems to be a better system. Spaghetti forever. Exactly. Okay, maybe I can't use an action. It did work here, but we did actually give it a parameter. Maybe that's... But wait, didn't I make a... Yeah, I did action on game... Wait, which one is 23? It is the monster one that's... So why is this not working? If
this is working. Public event action on game over. Public event action on play. Wait. Is it because I don't do anything? No, wait, what? I'm so confused. I've been working on my game for almost a year now, and it's spaghetti into lasagna, into pizza, into whatever Italian food you can imagine. I mean, yeah, I guess that's the thing. I do think there's definitely a balance you need to strike, it seems like, where like you can definitely go overboard when it comes to like improving the code architecture and like the optimization. It seems like there's always some point where you have to be like, this is good enough, because otherwise I feel like it would be impossible to ever finish anything. Absolutely, perfection is the enemy of a released game, as the saying goes. Yeah, I think that perfection is the enemy of any like creative endeavor whatsoever. Like, as soon as one does something, like, as soon as one does anything that's like creative, it seems that sometimes it seems like a bit of perfectionism could be good, but it's a dangerous game to play. For me, it has to be perfect for the player. That's a good way of viewing it. Yeah, and that's the thing, because if your code is perfect or not doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't affect the player experience, right? We talked about that on my Discord the other day. It's like, if the player can't tell the difference, it doesn't really matter, you know? As long as the consequence isn't that the player is like negatively has some type of negative experience because of it, then it doesn't really matter. The prime example is like what you call it, Undertale, which is kind of famed for, as far as I know, not having incredible code in it, but it works, so no one cares. If you think about the stuff you made is perfect, stop doing that thing, you'll suck it. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, solo indie devs seem to have this in common. Undertale, Balatro. Oh, I see. I didn't know about Balatro. But yeah, I do think it just goes to show that in the end it doesn't really matter as long as the game is good. Like, if people enjoy the game, it doesn't really matter. Why can I not use... Oh, wait. I might have an... No, but this one works. Why do I not get an error for this one? Wait, who is trolling this one? Oh no, that's just the... Wait, that's not right. Monster, you should not subscribe... Wait, what the fuck is going on? What have I done? Oh no, this is in the game manager. We say... Yeah, we subscribe game over to the on-player court. I don't understand what I've done wrong here. I mean, I understand that they say that I need some type of argument for this action. I just don't understand why, since I didn't need an argument for this. It looks the same to me. Same with how Vlambe used to talk about that game. I'm not sure I know about them. Nothing I've ever made is perfect. Absolutely nothing, except for my daughter. Wholesome. I'm about to be sending emails for about the open alpha for some 20 content creators, and I'm super stressed. Build is done though. I mean, that's nice. Yeah, I can imagine. That's a big thing. Because this is like the first... Because have you... No, you've had the demo up, right? You did have the demo up, but this is the first actual, I don't know, main release of the game or whatever.
this is a major step though. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I am a little bit interested, because if I feel like this game is worth continuing to work on, which as of right now I feel like it could actually be, I'm feeling really good about this game. I would like to set up a Steam page for it as well, but there seems to be quite a lot of work to even fucking get something on Steam to begin with. And it's also the whole thing about, like, I would probably like to have a company behind the game, but as far as I'm aware, I think I actually could set up the Steam page as a sole proprietor and then, like, move the game over to a company before the release, if I want to. Because that would mean that I could get the Steam page up a bit quicker and at least start, I suppose, collecting wishlists. Hell yeah, go for it. Yeah, I think I might actually do it. I'm feeling really good about this game, to be honest. It's simple, but I actually feel like I have something good going. Press Control was 48-hour jam and a week-ish to set up this Steam and the rest. Oh yeah, there you go. Releasing a game on Steam is great, even simply for learning. Yeah, I do think so. That's why I think I mentioned that in your stream before, that I was even considering, like, putting up one of my earlier games on Steam, even though I don't think it would do good or anything, but just to, like, learn how to actually put something out on Steam. Because, like you said, I do think that experience is pretty good to begin with, just to have that experience behind you, you know. Yeah, worth it for the experience. I do think so. Whether the game does good or not, I think it's good to have done it. I am so confused about this. On player court vote. And then in the game manager, we subscribe to that one and say that if that is fired, then we should fire off game over, which would in turn fire off a new event, which we also declare here. Why is this declaration of the event fine, but this one isn't? Using the generic type, maybe this is one of those moments where I should just try actually doodling the error. Survival Light called Nautical Survivor, yeah. Really cool game, to be honest. You should be proud of it. I think the release is gonna go good. Delegate void action. Oh, that's different. But I don't want to use that. I just wanna. Well, I just wanna try to see what happens. What if I put a bool in here? And then here we would invoke, I think this is how it works, we would invoke it to be true. That doesn't change anything. Interesting. Interesting. This didn't do anything either. Am I missing the namespace? Did I need to use system for this? Is that the issue? Okay, that error actually did disappear, so I think that might have been the issue. Now we just need to find, let's see, we're gonna copy Unity engine dot and see, we're gonna find random. And let's see, where are we using the random namespace? This now needs to be Unity engine dot random. Unity engine, indeed. That should be fine. Unity engine dot random. unityengine.random. Okay, let's see, did that fix it? I think it did. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I need to get used to this. Like, I feel like so often my errors actually stem from me not having the correct namespace. I feel like it's way too common for that to happen. Okay, so now that should be good. Now we should, when the player is caught, after playing the jump scare, we should invoke this event, which the game manager subscribes to, and when that is invoked, we call the game over function, which in turn invokes a new event called on game over. So this is basically what we did. We had way too many singleton instances, and now I'm gonna move that over to have way too many events. That's basically how we're changing this. What's up, Tito does stuff? How you doing? Hola. Tá tudo bem? Sweet, sweet, sweet. We did find that solution. That's good. So what were we doing now? When you call the on game over event, we actually want to... See, indeed. How you doing, man? I think... Actually, we don't need to use this event now, but we are gonna need to have it later, because we probably want to do certain stuff here. I think what we're gonna do is handle a few things from here though. So we're gonna make a public game object, call it like game over menu. I also think we might just turn off the entire game. Like, I have this game one here, we could just completely turn this off. The only issue there is that we also turn off like the monster and stuff and the flashlight, which we might have some dependencies on right now. Let's not do it just yet. For now, let's just do this little game over menu thing. So if the game over function is called, then we're gonna say that the game over menu will be set active. Let's see if this works. Like always, I'm gonna have to give a little bit of a disclaimer here. We are working on horror games, there will be a few jump scares, and one is incoming now. Wait, I'm forgetting a reference though, so I'm gonna have to fix that first. Which is in the game manager. You need a reference to the game over menu. There we go, now it should work. I will tell you guys before the jump scare appears though. Let's skip the intro for now. Speedrun first room. Okay, he's coming. Jump scare incoming. Don't get too scared. 3, 2, 1. Okay. That did not work correctly. Wait, we still have game manager. Oh, we still have a null reference exception. Why? 39. The jump scare looks so much better. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think the screen shake actually made it a lot better, and I do like the animation effect for it as well. I wasn't sure about the blood transition, but I think it kind of works, to be honest. 100%. Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. Yeah, screen shake is underrated. I do think you can go too far with screen shake, but in general, I think it's... I think, for me at least, I'd rather have too much than too little. In general. But I do think there's a balance to it. I think one needs to be a little bit careful with it. To be fair though, in my game, it is kind of fine anyway, because if the player doesn't like it, I just have a setting to completely turn off screen shake, so that should be fine. Also, content creators like horror games. Yeah, I think horror games in general do quite well for like online content, you know. Because everyone likes watching someone else get scared. Not me, because I get too scared myself, but which is ironic since I'm making a horror game. Keep searching. How are you doing your screen shake? I am doing my screen shake. I have 2 scripts I made as assets, one to shake the camera and one to shake the canvas. Because in this game, since this is a very like UI heavy game, almost the entire game is placed on my canvas. And the issue here is that I use screen space camera, which means that if I shake the camera, it actually shakes the canvas the same way, meaning that nothing actually shakes. So I have this canvas shake script that I put on a game object inside of my canvas. And what this basically does is that it takes in the red transform and the original position, and then I just have 3 different intensities that I call through this instance. So we have a singleton instance, so I have global access, I can call it from anywhere. And if I, for example, like in the jump scare, we just call this heavy shake, we check whether the player has screen shake enabled in the settings. If they don't, we just return. Otherwise, I have a coroutine which takes in the duration and magnitude, and while the elapsed time is less than the duration, we just say that the X and Y position of the red transform is set to a random position between -1 and 1. So it's just 1 pixel, and then with times magnitude, so if you want it to be stronger, you can just raise this one. And then afterwards we made sure to always set it back to original position, so it doesn't stop shaking somewhere in a like a weird position. From the beginning I only had a trigger to make it shake, and then in each script I would just say which duration and magnitude I want. But I kind of found it to be easier to just from the beginning set up 3 different intensities, and then I just made them public, so if I want to change them I can do it here. And then I just call depending on, rather than having to each time say what intensity and duration I want, I just set if I want to call like medium or heavy and so on. I think it works pretty good. Oh shit, wait, what was the null reference exception we had? Game Manager 39. Monster.instance. Oh no, this is once again about the order. I did it in a different way. I have a function that takes magnitude and time. It shakes depending on the magnitude, and during the duration it reduces the magnitude linearly until it... Oh, I see, I see. So yeah, your one isn't... Which is like, during my shake, the shake is like at a constant intensity. So I suppose for you it starts off more intense, and then kind of... The screen shake kind of fades out, if I understand it correctly. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. That works well too. Maybe even works better, to be honest. It makes more sense. I might actually look into that. We'll see, I might change my asset. Not impossible. Don't know if you want to try that. I mean, it makes sense. It sounds like a
pretty good implementation. Okay, issue now is that this one is loaded very quickly into the game, so the monster.instance does not exist yet, meaning that we're not able to subscribe to this event. And no, wait. But this is kind of fine, because as of right now, this one doesn't actually subscribe to any events in the game manager. So what we could theoretically do... Oh, but then it's not gonna find the game manager here instead. I've never really had issues with the execution order before, but I realized that that's something that events definitely introduced for me. I get way more of these now. Is there a better way of doing this? Oh, yeah. I've never had to play around with this stuff before in any of my other games. This seems difficult. Am I gonna have to start doing this for every single object I have? Because I'm not sure I can call the... I don't think I can like initialize the monster before. Okay, let's try just to see what happens if we say that we execute the monster at the same time, which is the thing, it won't happen at the same time. Wait, why did that not work? There we go. Because I don't think the computer actually can do it at the same time. There will always be... So now it's going to do the game manager and then the monster. I think this still might not work. Yeah, it still can't find the instance. Also added a way to reduce camera shake on a slider from 0% to 100. Oh, that's pretty neat. Oh, I did not think this was gonna be an issue. So the thing is that I could make the monster initialize even before the game manager, but I'm not sure that's gonna make sense either, because in the update function you still check stuff about the game manager as well. This is probably gonna change later on though. Dude, is there not a way you could do something where you like... It would be nice if there was a thing where you could like... If monster.instance is equal to null, wait until it isn't. I mean, I suppose that you technically could do that somehow. You should try the game sometime, would love to get feedback from you. Yeah, for sure. I'll try it out. Did you post it on itch? The game isn't very fun in my opinion. The balancing is the worst part, I think. Balancing is difficult. It's way more tedious than one might imagine. I noticed when I did like my... when I did my roguelike, or my roguelike deck builder and the roguelike turn-based game I worked on, like, balancing all the stuff is not easy. It is quite time consuming. And it's something you kind of have to do constantly while iterating on the game, I feel like. But it's also difficult when you have people playing the game, because at one point, like, I nerfed one of the characters in the game because it was way too overpowered. But then I noticed that, like, playtesters who had played earlier were a little bit disappointed that the character wasn't as good anymore, so then I was like, oh shit, maybe I should have like... Maybe it would have been better to like buff everything else instead of nerfing that one. Because now it felt like I kinda subverted people's expectations a little bit too much. Because they were used to that one doing more than what it did. I don't know, it's difficult. Lack of mechanics in general.
too easy to cheese as well. I do think lack of mechanics doesn't have to be bad. Like, I do very firmly believe that very simple games can be very good. But it all depends on the actual execution of it, of course. Yeah, I imagine a deck builder would be really difficult. Yeah, there's so many things to balance, like how, you know, how rare a card is, like the health, the damage, the ability they have, whatever it might be. There's so much, and then how that goes together with like everything else. And you know, I had trinkets and stuff, so like how it would react to trinkets. There was a lot of stuff to balance. What if we unsubscribe on... No, this is... Is this bad? Maybe. I was thinking if we unsubscribe on disable, but if we actually like manually enable it. Or maybe let's try and see if it makes a difference if we would subscribe to that event in the start function instead. I don't think it will make a difference, because I still think that the execution order will be script to script, so it's gonna do like await, on enable, start, and so on. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. It seems to work. It does seem to work. Okay, I guess we try it. Okay, skip intro, speedrun first floor. Okay, jump scare incoming, just so you know. 3, 2, 1. Did I lose the screen shake? Okay. That was a little bit late, but it kinda... I mean, it kinda did what it was supposed to do. We did get the game over menu. We still need to like turn off the other stuff. No wait, actually we don't, because the game over menu, I think, yeah, we do have a background, so as soon as this one turns on, it does cover up everything in the game. So technically we don't need to disable anything, we just need to make sure that the timing is right for when it gets enabled. So what's the issue now? The issue is that in the monster, when we do the jump scare, we wait 3.5 seconds and then we turn off the jump scare and we invoke this method, which the game manager listens to, and it calls the game over, which activates. That should happen at the same time, shouldn't it? Okay, what if here, what if we just made sure that we set the... We invoke the method and then we turn off the jump scare. Let's see if that makes a difference. Also, let's make sure this timing is right. We wait 3.5 seconds. That should be the same time as the jump scare animation. Yeah, definitely, but for this game I wanted to have more mechanics rather than simplicity. Okay, yeah, I got you. I just wanted to do different stuff to learn as much as possible. I mean, that's a good way of thinking about it. And I think that a good way to think about it, especially if you feel like you, in the end, did it to learn as much as possible, is that if the game isn't, like, entirely up to whatever standard you set for yourself, that doesn't really matter, does it? As long as you did learn stuff, and I assume you did learn a lot. Yeah, no screen shake. I don't know why we didn't get the screen shake. Because we do have this function that should call the screen shake. And I didn't change anything in here. Wait, I do have my... We should actually test. I think I still have some testing buttons for the... let's see... Here we go. Boom. Yeah, it actually... Why did my screen shade stop working? This isn't doing anything. You call the light... Did I must have done something weird when we took a look at how I handled that stuff. That looks right. This instance. What did I do? I didn't change anything in the script, so that should be fine. I don't know what I did. Shaking is set to be off, which should be right. This game object is on. We didn't change anything here. Just to make sure these buttons as well, they do indeed call the canvas shake. Huh. Oh, I know. I did play around a little bit in the settings, didn't I? I literally turned off screen shake. Of course we don't get screen shake. I disabled it in the settings. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's completely fair. So, what are we doing? We need to check the time of the animation here. Jump scare animation. You should be... That is exactly 3.5 seconds. Which is the same time we put here. Wait 3.5 seconds. That should wait for the entire animation to end. Oh, you know what? Game over menu. If I activate you... I think we actually should make it so that the jump scare is in front of the menus. Because then it will... Then we can turn on the menu earlier, here. And when the jump scare starts to fade out, it will instantly show that. That's gonna look way better. So in reality, we are only going to wait like 2.66 seconds and then we invoke the method. 2.66. Because then the game over screen will pop up behind the transition and then that will fade out. That's gonna look good. I think that's how we want to do it. But then I think that this, I might actually make it so that this blocks raycast targets. So that in case you can't accidentally click on something before this has faded out, if that makes sense. I think we need to try it to see whether this works or not. Yeah, because maybe then it will be weird because, let's see, if we turn this on, you're down here, you can't click anywhere, which is fine. Here you still can't click. You won't be able to click until this animation is completely finished, because that's when we... Oh no, wait, we have to wait more, because otherwise we will cut the animation short when we turn off the jump scare game object. That's not gonna work either. So now we have to make sure that we still wait 3.5 seconds. So For ease, let's do this. And then here, we're gonna wait another... how long did we want to wait? 3.5 seconds, so 0.9. And then we turn off the object. That should be fine. 2 minutes now, got to go. Of course, it done. Thank you very much for dropping by, man, and congratulations on the release. Anyone, if you want to check out his game, it's called Nautical Survival. Nautical Survivor, sorry. No, Nautical Survival, that's right. Sorry, now I got mixed up here. Thank you very much for the lurk, man, and best of luck. I think it's gonna go great. Okay, so here, now, at this point, the game over scene will be set active. This is gonna start fading out. Here it will be, the blood transition will be turned off, and that's when you can actually click the buttons. Is it gonna be too long of a wait time? No, that's fine. I think that should be fine. Maybe we should, just for safety, turn off this a little bit sooner to make sure that the animation doesn't start to loop. I think that should be good. Now turn this one off. We also turn the game over menu off, and we try again and see how this works. Let's skip the intro, speedrun. Jump scare incoming. Just so you know, don't jump out of your seat. Okay, it's closing in. 3, 2, 1. Wasn't too bad. We do have an issue though. If the menus... No, if we put the jump scare in front of the menu, that means we put it off the game object, which is what we shake, meaning that we actually didn't get any camera shake for the jump scare. I really want to have camera shake for the... Or we did have camera shake for the jump scare, but only for the background, not for the monster. And I feel like the monster is almost more important than the background. So the monster needs to be on here. I guess perhaps what we could do is that we put the menu on here as well. And just make sure that this menu is behind the jump scare. Don't think that should make any difference, because you can never trigger jump scare when you're in a menu, and this object will never turn off anyway. So I kinda think it's fine having the menu here. It means that you can't open settings in front of the jump scare, but that's kind of fine anyway, because the jump scare is only a few seconds. Okay, let's rush him. Jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1. That's not too bad. I don't know, maybe if the fade is a little bit... is a little bit quick. I feel like... I like the blood speed, but I feel like the fade afterwards might seem a little bit rushed. Better? Sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, maybe if we should slow down the fade from red to black. Let me see this again. Jump scare now. Yeah. I think I want the... this part... Oh, sorry. I think I want this part to be a little bit slower. Because that is quite quick now. What if we go to 4 seconds? That's a big difference though, so maybe it's gonna be too much. No, I think that feels better. We should adjust the curve a little bit for that one. Better Sweet Symphony. I see what you did there. Should we try? I know I recently learned that you can play around a bit with the curves here. Can you make the fade go down? How do you mean? Oh, so they fades. I mean, we could just continue getting the... like following the blood flow. I mean... we kind of could. It would look a little bit weird now, because if we do it... where did I put that one? Is that... it's not in the rooms. It's not in objects. Is it... wait, let me see. Is it in UI now? Oh, I think I just made its own... The weird thing is that if we fade it down, it would basically look like this, where there's a complete... you know, it's gonna be completely straight, like a line at the top, which would look a little bit weird. I suppose something we maybe could do is to quite literally take this, copy paste it, and then, what is it, Shift V I think? Oh wait, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Boom, copy, paste, there we go, Shift V. I mean, I guess we... oh, but that's not... is that gonna look right? Because then if we did something like this, I suppose we could make it look like, rather than doing a fade, it could actually be a full transition. We would need to change this stuff a little bit though, because in that case it wouldn't be like these bigger bubbles here, it would be, you know, more like this. Let's see here. I'm not sure though. I think maybe if we make the fade a little bit not as linear, because now it feels like there's a lot of fading happening here and very little at the end. Like here. The last part here has almost no fade. Or just the fade going down, blurry line. Well, in that case, I kind of need to do it through Asprite, because it's hard to... I don't know how I would blur it in Unity. But what we theoretically could do, if we want to have that, like... if we want to have an actual, like, pixel art fade, is that we just do something where... let's see, if I take like this, and we remove a bit of, like, the alpha value, I think... apparently not. But it... wait, how would I do this? Can I not? Oh no, wait, we would need to do it the opposite way, right? We would have to do something like this, and then we just have a little bit of opacity here.
yeah, you know, we should like make the fade in the image. That should work. Like create our own fade. Because then it would fade from like the top of from the top to bottom, which would be in line with like the flow. I mean, we should kind of try and see how it would look, because what we could do is that we take, let's see, that's the fading. So if we go here, we select the blood, and then we continue pulling you down, something like this. This would basically give the same kind of thing, right? Wait, that did not do what I thought it would do. Oh wait, did I? Oh, I didn't add that in the fucking... Wait, what did I do? Go here. I don't think I was recording, I think that was the issue. So we record, we take the blood, and then we keep pulling you down here. Now... Okay, this is kind of what it would be. Maybe... Let's see how this would look. Okay, that's a very sharp line, but I think that's because... Maybe in that case, we shouldn't move it down as early. We should kind of start the... We should start the fade at the same time. No, we should start the fade earlier. Which, this is the fade. So if we would move you like here. Oh, but then we see the monster behind and that gets weird. You could also do the fade with a Bezier curve. I don't know what that is. Yeah, but that's kind of what I was thinking about. But in that case, we do it without... Yeah, make it be smoother. Because that's the issue I feel like now. If we go back here... Here. I feel like there's... It's not a completely linear one, at least not as how we experience it. No, wait, I know it's not linear because I'm using Unity animations, which never does it linearly. Which is now, I feel like if we go to the middle, I feel like that's... It feels like this is more than 50%. Because, like, here you almost don't see it anymore. Look, here, the whole thing is gone, even though we have this much left. So the curve is a little bit weird. Smoother entry and exit on the keyframes. Yeah, I feel like changing the curve also could be a way of making it look a little bit better. I do think the, like, having you fade down could work as well, since it would be in line with the motion of the blood. Let's see how it would look if we... But it looks like you do have that on the fade. Yeah, I actually think I would want the opposite. Because I would... We can see here, we... Wait, I can see colors, so it would be... Blood image color alpha. It's the yellow one. Wait, this looks completely straight though. Maybe not. Yeah, I think Unity like automatically makes a bit of curves and stuff, you see like this stuff is never like completely linear, which often looks much better, but not always. In this case, I think I might actually would like to change this. In the L phase, what happens here? Do we do a... Okay, that's when we start the fade. But then it feels like I would want to almost make the fade... Let's see, if I move this one, then I actually... How would I... So if I move here, I actually change the fade value. So now it would... Yeah, now it goes up. What happens if I move you down more? Yeah, then it becomes a much quicker fade and it does nothing here. I want the opposite. I almost want to make it feel even slower, because now here it doesn't do anything. I want it to be like... I think I would like it to be slower in the beginning and... No, quicker in the beginning and slower at the end. How would I go about doing that? What's this? Yeah, this is it. This is the fucking curve. So, wait. This is more... But no, now it's gonna go fading up and down, right? So it's gonna go down, and then it goes up and down. That's not what we want either. I want it to be more linear though, I think. Now we instantly get that. Okay, what if we do just that? Still kind of the same thing. I didn't slow it down a little bit in the end, but it looks like it made slightly stop, which is kind of weird. No need to have that keyframe there, or do you need... True. True. There's nothing saying this keyframe needs to be in this exact spot. This is when we turn off the entire object, but that doesn't matter, because we can just cut this animation short programmatically. So if I do something like this and move it further, it would remove a bit of that slow fade in the end, and we get a more... Wait, did I move the wrong one? What the fuck did I do? Why do I have two here? Are you the same? No, this is the actual 0 one, so if we remove this one, which is now, it still ends at... Where did we have it before? At 4. So this is when it ends, and then we just push that forward. Now it would be a little bit the jump from here to black, which we don't want. We just want to time it. You just need 2 keyframes for the fade out, one with 100% opacity, one with 0. Am I not understanding something? Yeah, I do, but it's just that I felt like there's an overlap here where it almost reaches 0 before we actually hit the end. So for some reason I felt like, at least experience-wise, it seems like the fade is really quick in the beginning, and then here barely anything happens. But what I just realized is that when you said like you don't need to have the keyframe there. Oh, I think you meant, because I think I accidentally created one in the middle. That's probably the one you were referring to. But I realized that I can just move this one, and that would kind of make the same thing, because now this would programmatically be cut off at the 4-second mark. So this part, this really slow part that kind of bothers me, wouldn't actually play, because it would go down here and then get cut off. Make the curve more accentuated. Would it fix that? Yeah, I just don't really understand how that works, because when I tried changing the curve, I feel like I made it like into a squiggly curve, and it becomes like a fade out in out, if that makes sense. Let's see, curves. Why can't I? Where did my shit go? Oh, okay, I can choose to only see this one. Because here is when we start the fade, and obviously this is kind of hard to tell now. Can I make this... Yeah, here we go. Because here we can see that this is not very linear. It has like a... It actually slows down the fade in the end, which is kind of what I don't want. Click on the keyframe, pull the handle up. So this one. Oh, and now... Yeah. Wait, let's see how... Okay, so now it's the opposite. Now it stays very strong in the beginning. But then it's a much better... This is what I want, a better fade out in the end. Wait, we can't go too far. So what we could do now is that we just move that keyframe back a little bit. Yeah, I feel like there should be two, but... Oh yeah, here we go. That's how we do it. Because from the beginning, it's something like this, where it kind of slows down the fade at the end. We want it to be more linear, something like this. And then what we might do instead is move this keyframe back a little bit. Because now there's not a lot happening in the beginning. So it fades down, or it flows down. And then we have a much more linear fade. Yeah, this is much better. This is what I want. Because now we don't have that weird like slowdown at the end, which feels a little bit off. Wait, can I change the angle from here as well? Oh yeah, but then I affect the beginning, which I don't want. I wouldn't do it linear at the end, a little bit of ease out. Right, let's see how this looks in real time. Yeah. But now we also change the... let's see. We do need to move this back now if we do this animation. Because otherwise it's gonna cut it short. I think that's better. Let's see how it actually looks in game. Once again, slight little warning here, there will be a jump scare. Right about now. Fuck. I missed him. Also play the thing instead of swiping your mouse. Yeah, for sure. Okay, jump scare incoming now. Something weird happened here. Oh yeah, because you don't wait 4 seconds. We actually only did 3.5 seconds. So I moved it too much, I think. Confirmation mouse is gonna make you manually look like what you want by moving the mouse in a non-constant speed. Yeah, that's true. Sorry if I'm bad sitting a bit much, by the way. Keyframes are kind of my thing from my video editing day. No worries at all. I keep saying that. In general, if I'm playing games, I don't want like any bad sit gaming. If I'm coding or doing stuff in Unity here, I am all up for some bad seat game development. Because I just want to learn as much as possible, you know. So anything that might make the end product better, I am very open to hear it. So no worries whatsoever, man. Tafish. Let's see. Let me see how this looks again. How did you zoom in on the y-axis, by the way? Maybe Godot does it the same way. Control or Shift? Shift. So Shift and then the scroll wheel. If I do Control, it's on the x-axis. If I don't do anything, it's a normal zoom in and out. And then with Shift, it's on the y-axis. I think Godot does it differently. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's this. I feel like this is the kind of stuff that's important to learn. All the little things you don't think about. Like with me and my whiteboard here, I started writing down all the like shortcuts for my IDE so that I can start being able to like program quicker. Because that's the kind of stuff you don't think about, but you can waste so much time on it. Like in the beginning, if I wanted to like rename this jump scare, what I would do is that I would rename it to jump scare 2, and then, alright, now I have to go down here and rename this into jump scare 2, and if I call it here somewhere, I need to... And then I realized, if I just do Control, or I realized, Chex told me about it, Control RR, I can rename it everywhere at once. So fucking good! Do you imagine the amount of time I have been wasting? Because I just didn't know about that shortcut. And then stuff that we found out today, like if I don't want to use this, Control KC, boom, it's all commented out. Before, I have literally gone ahead and done this. And commented out every single line myself. Such a waste of time! Like, this is the kind of stuff I am like the most eager to learn at the moment, because it's so convenient. It's so good! It's so good! But it's so easy to miss this kind of stuff when you start off working, because I just don't know of the existence of these neat ass shortcuts. So that's the kind of stuff like yeah, I really want to learn more shortcuts and stuff to be able to make my coding quicker and more efficient. So fucking yeah, it really is. It really is. To like retire code for a little bit to debug. Exactly. But rather than making it in like a either like having to delete everything and save and then like redo it or some shit like that, or commenting out every line one by one. Now I know I can just do this. Boom, everything is commented out. So much smoother. The fucking code pipeline has been improved. And we are here for it. So good. So that is the kind of stuff I really am happy to learn about, because it's something that makes me more efficient as a developer. In like one, it takes 1 second to learn it, but it will save me like hours of work long term. I wonder, is this gonna be too quick if we keep it here? I think it is. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I actually want to keep it like this. So then at... Yeah, this is when we turn on the game over menu. And then here somewhere we turn off the other game object. Because now we cut it short. So here we made sure to wait another 1.38 seconds. I do want to wait a little bit less just to really make sure that the animation doesn't accidentally loop and you for like 1 second see the monster again. Even though that would be a little bit creepy, but yeah, that's not what we want to do here. So turn this off and let's see how it looks in game. Speedrun. I literally do that so many times, it's so satisfying. Yeah, That kind of stuff is nice. Okay, warning, once again, there is going to be a jump scare in about 4 seconds. Now. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I think I quite like it. Why do I have animation on my temporary button here? Which I don't need anymore, because reload scene is literally just to try again. That was the same thing. Like it too? Nice, nice. Yeah, I feel like that was a quite big improvement. Jump scare? No, never mind, I missed it. We do need to make something similar for when you actually win. We need like a, you know, ending scene in some way. I think, to be honest though, what we might actually do is just run straight to the credits. Because I do have credits set up. So rather than having like an end scene, we just go to the credits, and then if you skip the credits or after you watch them, you end up back in the main menu. And if you want to play again, you just press play from there. I don't need, yeah, we don't really need a menu for it. Jump scare? No. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Sweet. Game over scene. For now, you are completed. Sound effects are gonna be done a lot this weekend, I think. More rooms and content. We have added a few more rooms. We have a total of 3 rooms at the moment. I am not entirely sure how many more I will add. It all depends on how much time I feel like we have. The victory scene, like I said, I don't really think we're gonna need a victory scene. I think what we're gonna do instead is just switch over to the... we're gonna switch over directly to the credits. Which shouldn't really be that difficult, because if we look at the game manager, we have a function to... let's see, reload scene. Yeah, but this is it. Fade to scene, blah blah blah. So what we can do is that when we call the good game well played, we literally just fade to the scene called credits. Like, we don't need to have an actual menu for it, because, I mean, that would end up being the main menu anyway, because that's where you would end up afterwards. And also, I was a little bit cheeky and added a scripted jump scare at the end. Let's remove that one for now. And then I think, for now... let's actually... No, not like temporarily... No, that doesn't work. Okay, let's remove the last room. I don't think I want to spoil too much in case any of you guys want to play this game. So let's test if this works by... Oh no, wait, I did not need to do that. Wait, I can just do this. If we give you back... Because we have the current room ID, and all it does is after you complete the room, it checks if the current ID is bigger than the amount of rooms we have. So 0 is that one, blah blah blah. So if we do 2, that means after we finish this room, the current room ID will be incremented into 3, which is bigger than... Or it's not... Rather, it's not less than the amount of rooms we have, which means that we have finished the game and we should get the credits. So here, if we now finish this room... I don't know why I picked everything up. now when we exit, we should fade out into credits. And boom, easy peasy, we have the ending scene. Which I do think we need to fix, because this is it's a little bit too slow, isn't it? I feel like this takes a little bit too long. I think we might speed that up later. But I mean, that pretty much works. There's no real reason why we would need to have like an actual ending scene. I mean, the credits kind of is... Just if you see credits, you understand that, oh shit, I actually finished the game, you know? That works. Okay, so easy peasy, that means that the victory scene is pretty much done. Add a timer. I do think a timer would be good to add. I do think a timer would be good. It would also be pretty nice to just fill out the rooms a little bit more, because some of these rooms could definitely have more stuff in them, just to have... Basically, for the sole reason of the player having more stuff to like interact with and look at. Because I do feel like some of them look a little bit empty, you know? And I do even think we have some stuff at the moment which we are currently not using. Yeah, the time with the title staying still is okay, but the movement is a little too slow. Yeah, I feel like that the scrolling animation of the credits, I think that actually is because I changed the credits. I think the credits used to be... I think I had more stuff in the credits, but I never changed the animation. No, wait, it's... No, it's the opposite. I added more stuff into the credits, which made the credits longer. But I think the animation from top to bottom is still the same, meaning that it turned out to become much slower, because I'm pretty sure I did have it quicker from the beginning. So yeah, I do think that scrolling animation which should work, because if it's too slow, we just guarantee that no one is ever gonna sit through the credits. Let's be honest here, 99% of people are still not gonna sit through the credits, even though it's like 7 seconds of credits. But let's be honest here, how many people watch all the credits of a movie? Not that many. I did watch a lot of the credits in the Portal games, because the song was kind of banging. But overall, you know, it's not something... I think it's a minority that actually watches through the credits. And I have been nice, the credits are fully skippable. Like, if you want to, you can instantly skip it. There's no need for anyone to actually watch it. If we go current room ID 2... Whoops, we have an empty room. Boom. Like, you can quite literally, right as you click here and we fade in, boom, I can click and we are back in the menu. So it's not like, I'm not gonna force anyone to sit through the credits. Like, if you don't want to watch the credits, then don't watch the credits. I don't really care that much. But like, if anyone wants to watch the credits, I don't want it to be like painfully slow. Because now, I think like you said, I think this part is kind of fine. But then here, the scrolling feels very slow. I definitely feel like we can up the speed a little bit here. I like to watch movie credits, especially animation ones, but there's 2 reasons. I do think that depending on what you do with the credits, it can be more... Like, if I'm watching a movie and it finishes and the credits start rolling, but if there's like, you know, maybe funny blooper clips or something playing with the credits, I mean, then I could get distracted and actually watch it. But if we have like, in this case, we have like static fucking rolling credits. Like, there's nothing actually going on, and that kind of stuff I feel like most people are gonna end up watching, or not watching, which I think is something you just have to accept. That's okay. If you don't wanna watch the credits, I'm not gonna force you to watch the credits. We should also, of course, try to add more rooms. I do feel like having more rooms is good. The only issue is that we don't have that many objects at the moment, and I am very scared of the game feeling like you're repeating the same rooms over and over again. So I don't want to reuse objects too much. We haven't used this stool. We can definitely put the stool in somewhere, just to have... It's not gonna be like interactable. We also have the shelf. We haven't used the shelf. That could be a good one. We should add a shelf and just put like a few books on it or something. Just to have something more in the scene, you know? Yeah, the shelf and the stool has not been used. We should also try to make more of this stuff, but it's kind of difficult. If anyone has any like good furniture or objects we could put into a scene, feel very free to shout it out. Because it's not that fucking... I said it before the other stream, it's so ironic because I come from the land of IKEA. You would kind of expect me to be really good at remembering different pieces of furniture. It's actually pretty difficult, not gonna lie. Where should we put the stool? This room is pretty empty. We should have a stool in that room. I mean, to be fair, I think actually the first room might be the worst of them all. It's really empty. Nothing going on in the walls. At least here we have like the door, which... And in this one we have door and like painting. I feel like something over here could be good. We do have a small painting we haven't used yet. I don't know if the stool really fits in here. I mean, I suppose you could have a stool close to the table. That would kind of make sense. Like, this is a little bit weird, just we have a desk set up here, but we don't have an actual stool. Let's see how it would look. Let's create a... And that one doesn't really need to be interactable, so for now, let's just make an image. We're gonna call this the stool. Are there any objects here I haven't used yet? I don't think so. I think I've used all of these somewhere. Yeah, I have. This one though is going to be the stool. Native size. We are gonna make you, of course, be lit so that you react to lightning. And that is basically all we need to do. Now we can just plop you down. That's annoying. If we put it here, it looks too small, doesn't it? That looks like a very, very small stool. I think it makes more sense to put it here somewhere. Like this was the stool for the PC. Yeah. Maybe something like this. Let's make sure we put this... Let's see, the Y would be 32, I think. The X value should be even. So we place you somewhat in the middle here. And then we just make sure that you are an even number. And that should be pixel perfect. Yeah, I was also thinking about this. This might be a good thing to do. The floppy disk. This would basically be the save state of the game. I haven't implemented it yet. But it would basically be a way of the player to find the checkpoint, rather than straight up giving a checkpoint to them. They have to actually find the checkpoint in the scene. I think that's pretty good, because it also forces the player to, you know, to actually look around more, because and it compared to giving them a perfect checkpoint at the start of every room, it becomes a little bit less forgiving. Because that means that if you get caught before you found the checkpoint, you actually have to redo the last room as well. So it becomes like another objective to like see, can I find the checkpoint in the room? I think that's a pretty decent idea. One reason I like movies, I like to know a lot of stuff about it. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Second reason, my wife is a concept artist for animation movies. Oh, I see. So each time you can be sure that she said, oh, I worked with that guy. Oh, that's cool, that's cool. I see, I see. Should we see if we can get the checkpoint system to work? I mean, that would be pretty nice, because now it is semi-annoying. Like, if the player actually loses in like the final room, you are forced back to the beginning of the game. Which, you know, that's a little bit... I do like stuff not being too forgiving, that's a little bit much. So, maybe that's something good to try and focus on. Which is, in that case, this floppy disk. First of all, let's make this stool into a prefab in case we want to reuse it. Let's see, I already made a script. This is just a destroyable object, because there's no reason to pick it up and place it in the inventory, because it's just going to take space. You're not going to be able to use it anyway. So, oh, I even made a function for it. Save checkpoint in the game manager. Which doesn't do anything at the moment, but we can have a look here. If we pick up this item, we should get a debug log saying that we have saved the checkpoint. Checkpoint saved, indeed. So, when we save the checkpoint, what would we actually do? I mean, the main thing is that we need to check what room we're in. Right now, that's a little bit weird, because that's in the room manager. I do think this was unnecessary. I think this would have been better to actually have in the game manager. So we might change this later. For now, this is a game jam game, so we do want to be a little bit, you know, we wanna get going. We actually need to finish this game, and then we can optimize and fix stuff later. Why is my camera so... Sorry, there we go. So what I think we're gonna do now is that we are just gonna use these nasty ass little singleton instances that I've thrown around in my entire game. We're gonna check the room manager, and we're gonna see what the current room ID is. And then we need to make a function to restart a checkpoint rather than to reload the entire scene. But it's a little bit annoying because we don't want to save items that are picked up in that room, because in that case you can start getting like multiple items. What we actually could do at the moment, since you never actually have to really reuse items and stuff, we could just empty the entire... For now, let's not do anything with the inventory, let's keep the inventory as is, we will figure that out later. We're gonna go to the game manager and save checkpoint. We need to check which room we are currently in. Actually, just because I'm interested. We have 5 references to the room manager, which is 2 from the game manager and 2 from the monster, and 1 inside the room manager? Oh, is that this one? Is this a... Yeah, this is one of the references, I see. It would be better to have this merged with the game manager, because then we can handle all of these like progress functions in the same place. Because now we once again made these scripts very dependent on each other, which I don't think is not great. Because otherwise what I would do here when we check the... Or maybe save... What we could do is so that the floppy disk actually calls save checkpoint in the room manager. And then we can check on game over if like checkpoint is equal to null. And if it isn't, meaning the player has found some checkpoint, then you just call the room manager to, instead of set up a new room, you like reset the same room again, or reset the last checkpoint room. We could do something like that as well. I don't know if this makes any sense. It's okay if it doesn't, it barely makes sense to me. I don't know what I'm doing. But that's okay, we're trying our best here. That's one way of doing it. Still think that the best would be to merge the room manager and game manager. That is a little bit more work. Nah, let's do it like this now. Let's keep it like this. Let's not do too much. It is a game jam. We do want to finish the room. So you know what? Actually, we don't even need this function whatsoever. Because right now the room manager handles the room, so we might as well keep the checkpoint here. So we have an int for the current room ID. I think we're gonna have a int for the I don't know, checkpoint ID, which from the beginning is going to be set to 0, meaning the first room. And then just to be redundant, at start make sure to always set that to 0. Because we don't have to reload the scene to start at the checkpoint, we can just like reload the room itself instead. So, what do? We are not gonna update the checkpoint when you get to a new room, that's too easy. Instead, we're gonna make a new public void called save checkpoint. Maybe not save, maybe set checkpoint. Set new checkpoint. And if you call that one, all we need to do is check what the... Yeah, because if you pick this up, the checkpoint will be in the same room as you pick it up in. So in that case, we say that the checkpoint ID is equal to the same as the current room ID. Yes, and then from the floppy disk, we don't call the game manager, we call the room manager. And not save checkpoint, rather we call set new checkpoint. Wait, is that not right? Set new checkpoint, set... Oh. Is checkpoint 2 words? Checkpoint or check space point? Yeah, it's not 2 words, so this should be correct. Boom. Now, if we play this, we should be able to keep a track here. In the beginning, the current room and checkpoint is set to 0. If we cheat and say that we are currently in room number 2, and then we pick up the floppy disk, yeah, now the checkpoint ID is set to 2. And then what I think we want to do is, similarly to like one of these
tooltips. If we take... where are my... Here, tooltips. If we take the interaction tooltip, we're gonna duplicate you. And we're gonna name you... something like checkpoint notification. I don't know, I suppose it's a notification. And we're gonna say something like new checkpoint found. Maybe. Let's try this for now. We can make this look... it doesn't need to be this big, really. But we can keep this for now. You're not really a tooltip. We can't... I mean, we could place you... No, we can't place you on the room, because then you would get destroyed. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just keep you where you are right now. And then... I think what we're gonna do is that when we call the set new checkpoint, let's just make a public... No, it doesn't need to be public. I need to stop making everything public. Let's serialize the field and say that we have a private game object. Same thing here. Neither of these need to be public. Right? Do I ever... Can I see references to this one? I have to go make me some eggs for evening breakfast. No worries, man, no worries. Enjoy your eggs. I had eggs for lunch today. Eggs and sausages. Where do I check how many references I have? I'll not be able to do that. I don't think any other script references that one, though. We should be fine. We can just serialize both of these. CI Lilo, have a good one. Thank you very much for dropping by, like always. Wait, I messed up some syntax or something. Oh yeah, we didn't finish this one. Private game object, checkpoint notification, save, boom. Why do we still have errors? Invalid token. What have I done? Serialize field, private. We do have semicolons everywhere. What have I messed up? Oh, is it something down here? Set new checkpoint. No, that's right. Current room ID does not exist? Well... Why though? Why though? Because you should exist. Because I set you here, right? What if I... Just a test. What if I only make you private? No? Something is wrong with my syntax. It must be. Is that... Can I not set you as a... in the... No, that should work. Shouldn't be an issue. Private game object, checkpoint notification. Maybe this is the issue. Maybe you... Okay, maybe we keep you public. Holy shit, it's still not working. What have I done? Oh, did I remove int? Yeah, these needs to be integers. That's why I messed up, I think. So now we should be able to serialize you. And let's try serializing this one as well. I think I just forgot to mention what type of
variable it was. Yeah. Made sense, that's fair. Okay, now we're gonna take the checkpoint notification, and when we set new checkpoint, we are basically just going to... Let's just start a coroutine called show notification. I don't know if notification is the correct term here, but private IE numerator show notification checkpoint notification set active true yield return new wait 4 seconds, maybe 2 seconds. I feel like that might be long. Let's do 1.5 seconds, and then afterwards checkpoint notification dot set active false. Room manager checkpoint notification boom, turn you off. And now if we pick up the floppy disk, wait, let's interact first, let's get rid of these tooltips. Now if I pick this one up, new checkpoint found. That works. That lets the player understand what they just did. So we now have a way of saving a checkpoint. So what we need to do is to have a way of set room. We need to set the same room again. So what we do here is that the new room is the current room ID. So this function should actually still work. So I think we're gonna do this through the game manager, because for some reason I handle a lot of UI through the game manager right now. So game over. Here we have start game. What I think we're gonna do is take all of this and move it into the start game function, and then just make sure that if you don't want to skip the intro, you run the intro and then you return early and you skip doing everything else. No, that doesn't work, because now if we call this function again, you will actually just replay the intro. So this is not gonna work. So this is to start the actual game. This is to check whether you should start or play the intro. So maybe we do that into like a private void called something like initialize game. I don't know what I'm doing, but let's try it. And then we do that. We don't need to subscribe here. We can subscribe, because in that case we would just resubscribe, which doesn't make no sense. We're gonna keep you in the start, but what we're gonna do is that we are going to start off initializing the game when you first open this scene. That will check whether you want to see the intro or start the game, and then you start the game. Now we just have a function to have a... basically what we want to do is restart the game. Because currently, if you press the try again button after you lose, you actually call the reload scene, so it just completely resets everything, which is fine. But we would like to have something like restart at checkpoint, which is what the button is going to call. So if you have a checkpoint... Do we have the reference to the game over menu here? We do. That's good. So we're gonna have a public void called restart at checkpoint. And if you click that one, we are not going to fade to scene because that would restart the entire scene. Instead, what we're gonna do is that we are going to call initialize game. We're gonna run the intro or start the game like normal. Or are we? Are we? Public void start game. Is this where we set the room? It's not. Oh, we set the room from the room manager, don't we? At start, blah blah blah. No, the first room is never set. Because this first room is... Right. We don't actually ever set the first room because the first room is automatically loaded. This function is only called to set like room 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. But it's fine because we always destroy everything in the scene before we set a new room, so we should be able to call this function. So what we would do is basically make sure that let's see, current room ID. Wait, when do I call set new room? Is that from the... do I call it from the game manager? Wait, I can see that, can't I? One reference. Yeah, game manager. When you complete an objective, we set new room. And at that point we have called the final room finished, which is actually what increments the room. So I think we're gonna add a parameter here, and we're gonna say that you're gonna set the new room using the room manager.instance. Our current room is not public. Okay, now what we're gonna do instead... yeah, we set a new room if you complete the objective. But here we could make a public void... wait, where did I put restart at checkpoint? That was in the main... in the game manager. So here we say... load the checkpoint room. And if we do that, we're basically going to do the same thing as when you set a new room. Just that, let's see, we're gonna destroy all the child objects of the room, meaning the furniture. We're gonna say that the new room image will not be the current room. It can actually be the current room as long as we start off by saying that the current room is equal to the checkpoint ID. So if you start by changing it to the checkpoint ID, and then this will be set to the wherever you found the checkpoint, and the new room equals room blah blah. Yeah, and then you instantiate the furniture. That should be fine. So, load checkpoint room. That's a weird name, but it should work. And then in the game manager, when you complete an objective, you set a new room. But when you restart a checkpoint, what we're gonna do is basically, we do need to See, we need to make sure that everything gets reset. I think, actually... Should I not... Is there a way to reload the scene? Yeah, if we had a don't destroy thing... No, I think reloading the scene is gonna overcomplicate this. But it's a little bit... The tedious thing about not reloading the scene... The annoying thing about reloading the scene is that we're gonna lose currently the checkpoint index, which is that will be reset. The tedious thing about not resetting the scene is the fact that we will need to make sure that everything is initialized correctly. So, for example, the monster needs to be reinitialized. Which is good, because we have a function to initialize monster. And that would basically reset the monster immediately, so that should be fine. So, in the game manager, let's just handle everything from here now. It's not good, it's spaghetti, but it's fine, it's gonna work. We need to make sure that we call the monster.instance and initialize the monster. We also need to make sure that we will reload at the checkpoint. So we need to call the load checkpoint. Let's just call this load checkpoint. That makes more sense. We need to call this one as well. And I think that we could actually do from the... Not from the initialize... No, because we only want to initialize the game if you're at the first room. Because if you restart at like room 2, you should never play the intro. That's only if you restart. So yeah, we should never initialize the game. We do need to start the game. Because that will set these to true. But are they ever set to not be true? What happens? Game over... You just said game over to be equal to true. Which means that when you start a game, we have to be sure for now to say that game is over is equal to false. Restart at checkpoint. Right, we need to load checkpoint, which that should that not happen here? Start game? No. Where do we... Room manager, set new room. Where do you happen? You happen at objective completed, right. So what we do, that will still work as it should. So yeah, we just load the room, right? When you click this button. So if you click the button to restart a checkpoint, we say room manager.instance.load checkpoint. That will set the room to be correct. And after that, we just made sure to call the start game one. That means that if you have tooltips to always show, that will always show when you restart. That's a little bit redundant. For now, let's just try this and see if it happens. Which order should we do it? Should we start the game first or initialize the monster first? Wait, I think it's more important to initialize the monster because that will set his position and stuff. So I think we initialize the monster, set the room, and then we start the game. And now, when we load the game over menu, where do we do that? Here, at game over, we set the game over menu to be true. So what I think we're gonna do is have 2 new public game objects, which will be the we're gonna have the try again. No, let's just call it the restart button. And then we're also going to have a load checkpoint button. And then when we set the game over menu to be active, all we do is say that if room manager.instance dot check is that one not public? Yeah, you, unfortunately, because I'm doing spaghetti code, you need to be public. Now, in the game manager, we check the checkpoint ID. If you are equal to 0, meaning you haven't found a single checkpoint, then the restart button should be true, and the... Wait, no! We should actually have the same button. Like, even when you press try again, you could actually... We don't have to reload the scene. You could actually just, like, reload the game. And then... Yeah, because then when you call load checkpoint... If you don't have a checkpoint, that means that checkpoint ID is 0, which means that the current room ID is set to 0. So that would basically restart the game as well. Maybe we should have this set room take in a parameter. So we don't have to like reuse this code. Oh, wait. This one sets it. Yeah, no, wait. Wait. This is dumb. We don't need to do any of this. All we do is that we change the current room ID to be the checkpoint ID. And then we just set new room. That's all we need to do. Which is now, this current room ID is gonna be set to the checkpoint, meaning that you would reset to the checkpoint room. That means that we could actually say that this is just the restart button. And then monster.instance, you initialize the monster and you load checkpoint, and that is fine, because if you don't have a checkpoint, it will be set to 0 and the game will just restart. So instead of changing the button, we can make sure that the button always called the restart button. And instead of changing which button we use, we just change the text of the button. So what we do instead is that we made sure to have the namespace text mesh pro. And instead of doing this, we're gonna say public text mesh pro UGUI, which is going to be restart button. Then, yeah, it can just be called restart button. And then if the checkpoint ID is 0, meaning you haven't found a checkpoint, in that case the restart button dot text will be equal to try again. However, if it's not 0, meaning you have a checkpoint, then we say that the restart button dot text is equal to what would you say, like load checkpoint? Start at checkpoint? What would you say? Because in this case, try again, that means to like start from the beginning, like you're starting the entire game over. But if you have a checkpoint, I don't think you should just say check or try again. It should tell the player that you have a checkpoint, so you are going to start from the checkpoint. Start from checkpoint. Restart at checkpoint. How would you phrase this? How would ChatGPT phrase this? How would you phrase the text for a button to restart at a checkpoint? Naming things ain't easy. Restart from checkpoint, return to checkpoint, load last checkpoint, resume at checkpoint, retry from checkpoint. I feel like that's a lot of text. I'm not sure that would that actually even fit. A lot of those, I mean obviously I'm not gonna have all of those, but let's see. Try again button, like restart from, like there's no way I can't fit that unless I start changing the sizes, but then I feel like I need to change sizes everywhere. Load checkpoint. Oh, that just about fits. Okay, let's do that for now. That should be fine. So, if you have a checkpoint, then the button will say load checkpoint instead. Boom. And now we made sure that this button does actually not call the reload scene. Instead, you just call the restart button. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that we just incorporated a save system into the game. It's a short-term save system, so if your game crashes, you won't be able to restart from the from your checkpoint. But at least while you're playing, if you die, you can instantly go back to your checkpoint rather than starting over from scratch. If this works, that is another thing. Obviously, it has to work. So what I think we're gonna do is go to the room, make sure that we let's see, desk with PC. Let's close this door. Whoops, actually, let's unpack you. Can I not unpack you here? What happens if I go in here? How do I... You know what I could do, actually? We could unpack this entire room. Then we need to put the floppy disk behind the closed door. So now if you open the door, you can see the checkpoint there. And then we turn off the open door. Wait, did I Ah, shit, wait. Before we do that, I think I opened all of the... Yeah, I did. So, not unpatch completely. We only want to unpatch this one, so that we then can unpatch only this one. And then here, we take the floppy disk, place you behind the closed door. We disable the open door. And now, we go into the room prefabs. We are going to delete room 1. Maybe we shouldn't do that yet before we see that this works. We're gonna put you here. Let's be a little bit careful. Let's rename this one into objects 1 old. And then we just rename this one into objects 1. Now, what have I done here? Yeah, apply all of those. Will I change something in this room? Oh, well, yeah, wait. If we save prefabs like this, they must be on, otherwise it's not gonna work. Now we take these two, disable you. Okay, I think I'm okay. How did it go? Has it been a successful launch? I don't know, but everything is done. Sweet. Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, heck, even LinkedIn, some 20 emails. Holy shit, man is working hard over here. Look at that. Early access. Sweet, man. Dude, I imagine there's a lot more work that goes into that kind of stuff than one might imagine at first. Fucking good on ya. Room objects 1 old? No. You need to be objects 1. And then we're gonna save this, apply. We're gonna save the whole thingy as well. Yeah, there's a bunch, appreciated. Yeah, I mean, I understand. I haven't, like I said, I haven't actually published anything yet, but yeah, it's like what we said before, just fucking setting up a Steam page. Like you said about press control. You made the game in 48 hours, but it took like a week to make the Steam page. I feel like the stuff around game development takes way more time than one expects at first. Okay, speedrun first room. Let's not die here. Let's see if our checkpoint system works. Maybe first we should try... No, let's get the checkpoint. Boom, new checkpoint found. And now, we're gonna die. Jump scare incoming. Just so you know. Jump scare now. Oh no, we forgot an object reference. Game Manager 139. What is this? Oh, the restart button. We need the reference for the restart button. Whoops. Whoops. That will be Game Manager try again button. No, wait, it's actually the text of the try again button that we change. Accidentally got 16k units sold as well. Holy shit. That is pretty mad. That's not bad. 12th attempt, yeah, for sure, for sure. Fucking hell, look at that. Yeah, I'm hyped. Did you, the first time you launched the game, or like set up a Steam page, did you already have the company? Because I have read about it. It does seem, from what I understand, that it's possible to set up the Steam page as a sole proprietor, and then perhaps do something like before the release, actually switch it over to a like company Steam account instead. Because the only known thing for me, if I end up wanting to make a Steam page for this game, is that if I need to wait to set up a company, that would obviously prolong when I would be able to do it. I think it should be possible as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try at least. Boom, new checkpoint found. Jump scare incoming, just so you know, right about now. No, I missed him, never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. So far, I did obviously try your game before, and it is fun. You've done a good job, to be honest. It's really nice. I actually want to try press control as well. It seems interesting. Jump scare now. Look at that, load checkpoint. So now, if we press this one and everything works, we should restart at the second room. I think it might be good to turn off the game over menu as well. That might be good. It's a little bit hard to play with the game over menu in front of you, so maybe, just maybe, we should turn off that menu. Could be a good decision. Just maybe. Just maybe. I also think we don't want this. Let's keep on spaghetti coding this. This tooltips manager. We don't want this tooltip to trigger if you're on the first floor, or if you load the checkpoints. So let's keep on making these dependencies fucking crazy, and maybe one day I will try to fix it. So for now, let's just check if room manager.instance. We can actually check the checkpoint ID, that's fine. If you are equal to 0, that would mean that we are in the first room. In that case, you can play the tooltip, otherwise I don't want you to play the tooltip. Or trigger the tooltip, rather. To be fair though, if normally that setting is set from the beginning, is set to first time, so you actually wouldn't see it again anyway, but we don't mind a little bit of redundancy here. Oh yeah, Idan, by the way, I've actually played a few more of your games. I did check out your itch page. I did play a few. I did try the... What was it? You had one about the like Aztec train ride one. And then the Pogo one. I did try those out. Boom, 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 boom. Go down. Collect the checkpoint. Okay, jump scare incoming. Right about now. That was weird. Was it just me, or did you see his face kind of glitch over the menu for like a split second? Dude, your game looks super cool. Thank you, man. That's very much appreciated. I love the style and the vibes are great. Thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it. I do feel very good about this. I think so far this is probably the best stuff I've done, to be honest. It is simple, but it feels surprisingly polished. And to be fair, I need to credit the chat here quite a lot, because if I started going for a different art style, but then we basically had a democratic vote in the chat, and most people actually preferred the 1-bit style. So that I do have to credit the chat with the fact that they helped me stick with the kind of 1-bit art style, which technically not really 1-bit, because we have a bit of red tones here and there. But I think it made the game a lot better, and it was such a good decision because it's also way less work for me, because I don't have to like shade everything. In terms of pipeline, it's going to allow you to create so much more content a lot faster. Yeah, exactly, and that's actually the thing I really like about this game, that makes me feel like this is a good game to actually put in a lot of effort to, because the pipeline for this game is going to be so good. Because I've actually structured all my objects in a really like flexible way, where I have all of these scripts for like item dependent objects, and we have clickable objects, destroyable objects, we have inventory items, blah blah, which is so easy to make more of. And then I just make all of these into prefabs, and actually creating the content, I barely have to code anything. It would just be like puzzle pieces to continue making new and new rooms, trying out. I will basically make the puzzles just using prefabs. And then, as you said as well, since the art style is like 1-bit, very simple, like it's not really hard to make more furniture if I wanted. So yeah, I feel really good about basically the pipeline for this game. It's going to be very straightforward to expand the content, which is something I'm very happy about. Because like most items work the same way, where like you click on them, you basically change the sprite, and then some of them are like you need to use a specific item to change the sprite. So it's so easy to keep making more, because I never have to make a new script. I just switch out which sprites it's going to use and what the required item is. Like I've got a really flexible base, which I'm very happy about. It would be nobody without me. Yeah, no, I do feel very good about it, and then to be fair, you saying that as well done means a lot, because you know you are quite a bit in front of me when it comes to game development, so I'm happy to hear that you think it seems good. That means a lot. Okay, reloading did seem to work. One thing that's a little bit odd is that if you reload the scene, you can pick up the checkpoint again. So we can actually pick up the checkpoint for the same room. That's a little bit odd. That would actually be really simple to fix though. We should just change the prefab. No, we changed the floppy disk. We just have we serialize a private integer called, in this case, like the room ID. So that is the room in which this floppy disk is placed. And then all we do is that we have in the start function, when this floppy disk is checked, we can just check if the room manager .instance .checkpoint ID is equal to this room ID. That would mean that you already have this checkpoint, and if that is the case, just destroy this game object and you can't pick it up again. Because it's a little bit weird just continuously picking up the same checkpoint over and over again, even though it doesn't do anything. I think this might actually work. So if we now go to this floppy disk, and this room ID would be at the moment 1, because this is the second room. So if we do that, and then we override this prefab, I think actually when we replay, that floppy disk will no longer be there. We also have inspectable items in the game, stuff to distract the player a little bit. Okay, let's get him to walk away. Oh shit, what have I done? Oh, I know what I did. I can't save the prefab before when it's disabled, because that will mean that we're gonna instantiate it with the prefab being disabled, which is a bit weird. Skip the intro. Speedrun first room. Pick up the checkpoint. Jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Now if we load checkpoint, I think the floppy disk is gone. Fucking genius! It actually works. It actually works. Nice. Sweet. I do think we're gonna change this. Where are you? Game manager. Activate monster. That one's fine. And then this one doesn't really work anymore, so we can remove this and remove this and this. My scrambled eggs were really good, nice. I'm not really good at cooking, but I kind of good at scrambled eggs. Amazing French fries? Oh yeah, you're Belgian, so... yeah, made sense, I suppose. Yeah, dude, I'm not a good cook either, to be honest. I am a shamefully bad cook. Sweet. Something we should do is add a checkpoint in the final... as of now, the final room. I do think I want to add more rooms as well. Should we look though? Wait, did I have any more art? Any more objects we want to place in these rooms that we haven't used yet? Anything we haven't used? Where are my... did I remove the small painting? Because I did make this one, which we haven't used. That one we could add just to have more stuff. Because I don't want the rooms to feel too empty. Which, like, some of them feels a little... to be fair though, I'm not sure. It doesn't feel as empty when you're playing, because you can't see the entire room at once. Well, I mean... okay, something that's good is that we can at least say that no matter where I hold the flashlight, there's always at least one object that I can see in the room. That's kind of good. But I do think it would be nice to, like, furnish them a little bit more. At the same time, less furniture kinda makes it seem more like... imagine if that was the right code. Less furniture does kind of make it seem more abandoned, if that makes sense. Ooh, maybe we should make one of these, because none of these objects are actually interactable right now. Maybe we should hide the floppy disk behind one of these. So like these boots, I mean they are supposed to be boots. I'm not sure it's super easy to tell that they're boots. I'm not working with a lot of pixels over here, okay? But we should try. Objects 2. Here we should have, let's see, those are the vertical boots. We are going to... Oh shit, I think I need to unpack this prefab. Unpack. Then we're gonna take vertical boots. You will also be unpacked. We're gonna make a parent object, which we're gonna call boots vertical. We're gonna duplicate this one. We're gonna move you over here. So basically what you're gonna do is just shift the boots over if you click on them. So it starts off like this. If you click it, you move the boots over here. I think that should work. So now we're gonna make this into a simple object swapping object. We don't have a sound effect, so we'll just do select. Oh no, wait. This script should actually be on this one. Yeah, the parent shouldn't have any scripts. And then we're gonna copy this one. We're gonna paste you here as well. So if you click this one, you change into this object. If you click this one, you change into this object. And that is basically all we need to do. Now we go objects. This is what I mean, like creating new interactable objects is pretty easy, which is nice. Items? No, wait. I did save this as a prefab. Here, books vertical. Let's remove this prefab because that's an uninteractable book. Objects 2 prefab. Oh yeah, we need to remove that one as well. That's fine for now. Let's make this into a new prefab. And then we're gonna go item collectible. Here I think we should have the... Oh, did I not make the floppy disk into a... Yeah, floppy disk, you need to be a prefab. Okay, that did not work. Can I copy you and paste you here? Paste? No? Well, that was mean. Okay, I open this one. There we go. Easy peasy. Now we take this floppy disk and we place you right behind the vertical books. And then see, we need to make sure that you are completely hidden. And we switch out the sprite. And then we move you 79.5. There we go. We switch this back. And also we have to make sure that the room ID on this one is set to 2, otherwise it will give you the wrong checkpoint. Now we go to rooms, object 2, we can delete you, we can also delete the old one of objects 1, and then objects 2, we create you into a new prefab and set you up in the room manager. can follow a recipe, but if it says 15-minute recipe, I'll do it in 45 minutes. Dude, I know what you mean. Holy shit, you know what, I tried making once. I'm still pissed off about it. And I don't think I will ever not be pissed off about it. I was gonna make pancakes once. And it was something like that. They told you like, yeah, this is gonna take like 10 minutes to make these pancakes. No fucking way. If you have one frying pan and you need to fry every single pancake, one at a time, no fucking way that takes like 10-15 minutes. I stood there like an hour later still making fucking pancakes. I was so pissed off. I'm still mad about it. Yeah. Yeah, so I can relate to that one, for sure. Current room ID 0. Let's change you to 2. And then... if we pick up this floppy disk, boom, checkpoint is set to number 2. Sweet, we actually have a functioning checkpoint system. Carol Jota with the raid. Thank you, mate. Appreciated. How you doing? Welcome back. Mike239X, welcome to the channel. How you doing, man? Let me give a little shout out to Carol Jota here. How you doing? How was the stream? What have you been up to? We are still working on the Game Jam game here. So far, going quite good. We now have a fully functioning checkpoint system, which I feel quite good about. I do think we could make it better though, because right now I had to manually set the current room ID. At start, you could just always say that the room ID is the same as the current room. Yeah. That should be fine. However, I noticed that... let's see, we check if the...
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Red Rucker? Let's do it. It is time. Goodbye. Okay, let me catch up with you guys here. I hate those in the meantime. I hate doing multiple things at the same time. Best way to burn everything. True, true. Enjoying your holiday this fine Friday? Not bad, not bad. Sounds nice. Where do you come from, Mike? If I may ask. It was aight, trying to sort my thoughts out and come out with a plan. But also a little doodle and made a quick character design. Sweet, sweet. Time to continue unpacking and cleaning my room. Yeah, those real life responsibilities as well. Those old alerts? Yeah, I told you, man, I'm still using those old alerts that you made me like fucking 8 years ago. They're still fucking running hard here on the stream. Reminds me of the good old time, indeed, indeed. Germany, All Saints Day or something. Yeah, oh yeah, we actually have the same one. We actually have the same one, yeah. Alla Helgons Dag, I think we call it. But yeah, it would translate to the exact same thing. All Saints Day. Cool. You're from Germany, I see. Moin moin. Not that it's really morning, but... Cool. Yeah, that's the only thing. For anyone who doesn't know, I recently quit my job, so Technically speaking, depending on how you want to phrase it, I'm either unemployed or self-employed. You decide. I don't really mind what you want to call it. But those like holidays don't really affect me that much anymore. Technically, it's as we call it, Red Day. It's a holiday in Sweden today, and I'm here 8 hours in. So yeah, they don't really do much for me anymore. Not that I mind. Obviously, I do want to be doing this. Like, you know, I actually enjoy this. So okay, I think we're gonna be a little bit cheeky and continue making this into full-on spaghetti code. We're just gonna make the current room ID public for all objects to see. And then we're gonna say that the room ID is equal to room manager.instance.current room ID. If the checkpoint ID is the same as this room ID, then destroy the game object. I think that should be fine. Now I never have to manually set that up, it should happen automatically. So let's see, now if we look where do we have here? The floppy disk, which is the checkpoint. I feel quite happy about this mechanic actually. Rather than like freely giving the checkpoints to the player, they have to actually find the checkpoints in the room. I feel like that's a pretty good mechanic. It also raises the stakes a little bit, because if you haven't found the checkpoint, it becomes more stressful, because you know that if you die now, you don't have a checkpoint. Just making it into the next room is not enough. You have to make it into the next room and find the checkpoint. I feel like that's a pretty good design. I feel like it is. So now we don't have to set anything up. We do, however, have to make sure that this actually does work. So I think we're gonna test it out in the second room, which means we're gonna have to die. There will be a jump scare. I will warn you beforehand though, because I am a nice, sympathetic person and I don't want to scare you too much unless you play the game. If you play the game, I definitely want to scare you. But if you're watching me develop the game, I'm not sure how comfortable everyone is with jump scares, so I will be nice and let you know beforehand. To be fair, if you get scared, it's a little bit on you as well. We are making a horror game, so, you know, you can't expect that there won't be any such things as jump scares. My daughter never stops talking, my head's gonna explode. Ah, yeah, she's that age, I suppose, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna pick up this checkpoint. Maybe we showed that text a little bit long. I think we could actually maybe only have it for like a second. I don't think we need to show it as long as we just did. It feels like it lingers a little bit too long. Okay, jump scare incoming soon. The monster has turned back. It's coming in like 3, 2, 1. There you go. Okay, checkpoint seems to work. Let's load it. And what I want to make sure now is that we can't find the checkpoint again. Why is it so scary? Surprised Pikachu face. Yeah, I mean, it's true, like, it literally is in the title. I am developing horror games, so like, you can't expect to not see some scary elements if I'm doing a horror game. That one did get me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. That one, I was not fully prepared for that one. It got me a little bit. Whoops. Okay. Fucking hell. I've had worse ones though. There has been times when I almost like jump out of the chair. I want to make sure that it still shows up correctly, that we don't get a checkpoint if we haven't picked up a checkpoint. So let me die once without taking this beautiful little checkpoint. Jump scare incoming. Right about now. It's not that bad when you expect it, it's when it comes unexpectedly. Is that a word? I think it is. That's when it actually is pretty bad. And now it says try again. So now if I haven't picked up the floppy disk and we try to restart, we should always end up back in the first room. There we go. It doesn't stop. It should always stop there in the first room. I think when we initialize the monster, we don't really do it correctly. Yeah, I know why. Because when you die, that actually means that stopped is set to true. Because the only time you can die is when he's looking for the player. Meaning that stopped is equal to true. So I think when we initialize the monster, we have to actually make sure that stopped is equal to false, because he has never stopped when he's at the start. Like even in the second room when he starts close, he's actually like one step away from the door and he walks to it. So he should never be stopped from the beginning. There might be more stuff here that we can make sure to set correct. No wait, these are actually checked at runtime, so that's fine. Don the Developer with the raid. Thank you, man. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How was the stream? Let me throw you a little follow. How you doing, man? I assume you were developing games as well. I don't know why I have the inclination to say that, but something just tells me that maybe you were developing games. Could be your username, I'm not sure. Irvin, I think. Sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you very much for that follow, man. It is appreciated. How you doing, people? Welcome. We are currently developing a game for my first ever game jam. It's a simple little point and click horror puzzle game. It's kind of what we're working with here. TRT, thank you very much for that follow. Appreciate it. What's up, Don? Hey, we were doing some web development. Oh, interesting, interesting. Always love seeing people do game jams, though. Yeah, it's fun, it's fun. So far, it's my first one. It's not one of these, like, super stressful ones. I do have, like, you know, it's a 1 month long one, so we're not doing, like, some crazy 24-hour game jam. But it's the first one I do, and even a month is pretty stressful, because I'm also a pretty... You know, I'm pretty new to this whole, like, coding developing thing. I'm still, like, a completely self-taught noob who uses way too many singleton instances everywhere. Zinka, thank you very much for that follow. Appreciate it. But that's cool, that's cool. So you do web development. And Don as well, thank you very much, man. Cool, cool. What kind of stuff were you working on, if I may ask? I still like that a lot. Oh yeah, the running one? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, so we have just been working on the checkpoint system for the game, and I think I had a pretty good idea here. Basically, the player has to actually find floppy disks in the different rooms to get the checkpoints. So we won't like just hand it to the player, they have to actually work a little bit to get the checkpoint, which I'm pretty happy about. Lurking on mute, I have to work. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much, Zinka, and thank you for lurking, and I hope you have a good day as well. Oh shit, he scared me a little bit, not gonna lie here. I feel like that's a good indication. When I get scared by my own game, it feels like I'm probably doing something right. You know what I mean? I've been building a Twitch app that uses your stream data from your past stream to help you understand what you're doing well with and what you could improve. Oh, that sounds really interesting. That sounds cool, man. How far along are you? Okay, let's reload a checkpoint and see if he still stops or if he has that weird bug when he walks past. So once again, jump scare incoming, just so you know, in about 3, 2, 1. There we go. Trying to be a little bit nice and warn you here. Okay, load checkpoints. Okay, this time he actually stops at the window. Good. And now the floppy disk is gone. So basically the theme for this jam was safe in the dark. That's why the main mechanic is that you have to try and solve a puzzle while also making sure to turn off the light in time, thus remaining safe in the dark. About halfway, I'll probably release it first day of the new year. Oh, I see. It's a passion project of mine. Anyways, I'm hungry. I'm going to grab something to eat. Have a great stream. For sure, man, go get yourself some food. Thank you once again very much for that raid. Appreciate it. I will make sure to check you out and see what you're working on. It sounds interesting. Have a good one, man. Cheers. Okay, let's make sure this works as well. If we pick up the checkpoint here, I do want to make sure that we don't show that text for as long. I feel like it's a little bit overdue. 3, 2, 1, jump scare. Load checkpoint. We should now end up in room number 3. And we... What the fuck happened here? What happened to my safe? And why did he not stop at the window? What is going on? The floppy disk is gone, so that's good. What happened to my... What happened to my safe? Did I accidentally save it with the safe open? Objects 2. No. Huh. Oh, did I actually make the safe into an instance? Am I ever using this instance? 2 references. We are. Okay, so on the second one we already had the safe. So we destroyed the new one. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Why am I using this as a singleton instance? Because everything I do in this game is a singleton instance. That might be why. What is it? The sprite selector. Oh yeah, wait, I can't change that. I think this actually needs to remain a singleton instance. But we need to... What if we destroyed this game object on disable? So on disable we unsubscribe and then we destroy the game object. I think that would make it so that the instance is null and then the new object would be set as the new instance. So on disable, if we destroy the game object after we unsubscribe to the event, I think that might be a solution. Might, maybe. The safe mystery, a teaser for the sequel. Dude, I'm gonna become a fucking speedrunner of this game. Let's take the checkpoint in case we die. Okay, we do have a safe here, that's good. Take the checkpoint. And now, let's die. Jump scare incoming. And now if we reload at the checkpoint, the safe should be intact. Fuck! Okay, so just destroying the object is not enough. I guess the instance reference, can that still refer to a destroyed object? And even though we can't find the object, maybe that technically isn't the same as null. So what if, let's see, instance is equal to null, then this happens. So if there isn't an instance, when this object is enabled, you set the instance to this. So the issue now is that on the second run, there is an object reference for this instance. So we destroy the new game object, which is not what we want to do. So on disable, what if we... I mean, this game object is always destroyed, so that, yeah, I should have known that can't be a fix. What we can do though is maybe we can just forcefully say that the instance is now null. So we force it to become null before we reload. Think that could work. Speedrun time. Find the key, find the trapdoor, go down, walk away. That was a misclick. Fuck. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Sorry about that one. Now he walks past again. Oh, you know, I think that might be because of... Because now we only reset the... we only say that stopped is equal to false when we initialize the monster. I think we need to do this every time we like load a new room as well. Because that one is only called when we like start at a checkpoint or when we like first start the game. We can't use on enable because he technically is never re-enabled. Or is he? Technically, we do enable the monster. What if we here say that stopped equals false? Because I think that one is actually called from the game manager every time you start the game, is it not? Game manager, if activate monster, enable monster. But wait, that also only happens when you start. We need it to happen when you... We need it to happen when you set up a new room. So yeah, this is not... That's not gonna work either. It loses in its own game, really good dev or really bad gamer, who knows, maybe both. Fair point, fair point. Like, you should expect me to basically not be able to lose at this. But, yeah, I proved you wrong. Okay, how do we do this? I think the best way is to... I mean, the room manager should probably fire off an event that we load like a new room. Otherwise, what we could do, if we want to be really lazy about this, is the fact that I'm pretty sure stopped is a public bool. So we can actually reference that one. So what we can do is that every time you set up a new room, we just call the monster.instance and say that stopped should always be equal to false. More spaghetti code? True, I know. I am spaghettifying my game more and more the further we go on. But it's a game jam. We can optimize later, is what I'm trying to tell myself. Will I optimize later? We don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Hopefully, yes. Maybe, no. We'll see. The plan is to optimize later. But I think that has been said more than once and hasn't happened. So, we'll see. We'll see. Wait, was that something else I was gonna do? Wait, we fixed that bug. I got distracted. I do know one more thing I wanted to do, which is in the room manager. We want to make, maybe this one, the new checkpoint notification only needs to be for like 1 second. I feel like it's a little bit long. You'll optimize the next one without deadline. Yeah. I mean, I've made other games without deadlines, and I think this is... They have probably been even less optimized, so I'm not entirely sure that's true. Bum. Can I see the checkpoint notification again? New checkpoint found. It looks too small for this one, so maybe we should just make this longer for the sake of it and say like, you found a new checkpoint. Does this need to be capitalized? You found a new checkpoint. I think that's fine. Nothing else is capitalized, so I don't think we need to capitalize this either. That should be fine. There was definitely something else I was doing. I think I got a little bit distracted or confused. What was I trying to do? Because I got distracted by the fact that the monster didn't stop, and I tried to fix that. And it wasn't the... I think I got distracted again and fixed the checkpoint. It's good, because I still fix stuff. But there was definitely something else I was supposed to do. Wasn't it? Oh yeah, it's the save. The save is still... No, yeah, we're gonna test and see whether or not the new solution to forcefully set the instance to 0 works. So... we are gonna complete the first room. Go away. Thank you. We are gonna... maybe it's too slow now. Ah, shit. Oh, but too quick, I mean, sorry. By the way, is the game really loud for you guys? Should I lower the volume of the game? Maybe that one should be like 1.2 seconds. Okay, now we have the save here. We did pick up the checkpoint. So let's die, reload, and see if the save is still intact. Jump scare incoming now. Nope, I don't think it's too loud. Okay, thank you, man. Okay, load checkpoint. Whoops! Ah, now these, the ones that actually reference this instance, don't have time to reference it. Why? This happens in Awake. Okay, I think I know a solution. This is about the execution order, right? Because for some reason those execute before the save, and we need to make... But then that would... That should happen normally as well. Oh wait, maybe on disable is called... Since the... No wait, it's always set to active. Okay, I think maybe we should make a private void on destroy. I think that's a thing. I think it is. So before you destroy this game object, you just say that the instance is equal to null. Because then the next one will see that the instance is null, and then that will be set to the instance, and the new game object will not be destroyed. Maybe we don't need to change the execution order. But I'm not wearing headphones. No, it's probably fine. I can see the like audio waves or whatever you want to call it. And they do look... It's not low, but it might not be too loud. I think my voice should still be higher than the game at least. Wait, what happened here? Where's the monster? Or did I accidentally miss him? Oh, maybe I did. That was early. Go away. Okay, let's grab the checkpoint. The safe looks fine. Okay, jump scare. Now we just walked past the door again. That's so weird. Okay, jump scare incoming now. Load checkpoint. Okay, no errors, that's good. But the safe is gone. I mean, this would be like a speedrun strat. Like, actually die on purpose, and then you don't have to do the puzzle because you can just instantly grab the key. Interesting. I don't know why this happens. That is weird. But just now, like when you destroy it, you should set the instance to null, meaning that if the instance is null, the new object should not be destroyed. What if I don't check the instance? Okay, this might be super bad. I don't know if this is a good way of doing it. But what if I... Because I know that the other object is going to be destroyed. Because I do destroy it programmatically every time. So what if we actually don't make a check? Even if something is in the instance, we just say that no, screw you, this is the instance. And we never destroy it. I don't know if this is a good way of doing it, but I do think it might work. I think I should note this. I need to get better at actually making comments in my code, so that if I look at this in the future and I'm like, what the fuck did I do here? I actually know what I did and why I did it. So, don't check if instance already exists, just overwrite. Otherwise, new object gets destroyed after loading a checkpoint. Let's be nice to future Mad Chirpy and just explain why I did that weird little thing. If this works, to be honest, we don't even know if it works. To be honest, let's just start in the final room. That's fine. You are on the 55-inch TV in the living room with home cinema audio. Holy shit, look at that. Good way, bad way, that remains a way. Interesting. Okay. Oh wait, the monster isn't here now, so I can't die. That's an issue. So let's lie to the room manager for a bit and say that the monster is nearby in the first room. Because now... Yeah, now he's close. Now I can't grab the checkpoint though. Okay, never mind. This... can't... Okay, we just pretend that this is the second room. And we only have to do the first room. It's still away. My bad. No worries, man. Your English isn't bad. Okay, speed run the first room. And now we should be in the third one. We have a safe. We grab the checkpoint. And then we die. Jump scare. Sorry, that was a little bit late. I should probably have said it a bit quicker. It happened again. For a split second, you can see the monster. Why does that happen? Interesting. We need to look into that. But first, let's make sure that this actually works. So we load the checkpoint, and now, boom, we do have a safe. I'm not gonna show you exactly how to get the code, so what we're gonna do is that we are just going... You still walk past. Fuck that guy. Starting to piss me off. That's fine. We are gonna cheat a little bit and just look up what the code to the safe is. The code this time was 2988. Safe seems to work. That's good. That is good. Okay. What about the jump scare? Why does that happen? We stop the game. We hide the inventory. Hide the description if you have any description open. You enable the jump scare game object. Play the jump scare sound effect. Shake the canvas. Wait 2.6 seconds and then invoke player caught, which the game manager listens to, and when that happens we call game over, which enables the game over menu and sets the button to have the correct text depending on if you have a checkpoint or not. Then we wait another almost 1.4 seconds and then we set the jump scare object to be false, meaning that the total wait time is about 4 seconds. If we look at the jump scare game object, it is exactly 4 seconds long. Okay, I think what we could do is that we duplicate this final piece of the... Wait, turn you on. Let's say boom, boom, fade out. I wonder if it's here, if it for like a split second shows him again. So what we could do is that we copy the last frame, which has nothing. And then we just make this twice as long, paste that frame. And now it should be turned off and that should not happen as far as I'm aware. Not bad for someone who never learned it. Good way of viewing it. But I mean, that's not true though. You did learn it. Because if you didn't, you mean you don't study it, I suppose. Maybe. Because objectively you have learned it, because you are speaking English. Okay, let's see if that happens again. Sorry, we do need to do quite a bit of testing here on the jump scare. I hope it doesn't stress anyone out too much. Where are you, fam? Why did you... Oh, wait, I I changed the room order, didn't I? Yeah. So in the second room there, he doesn't actually start at the door. Whoopsie. There we go. That looks good. What were we doing again? We are testing the jump scare. So, jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I didn't see that weird glitch now, so I think that might actually work. I never actually test the inventory system, but I'm pretty sure that it will be saved between checkpoints, so you can pick up the same item multiple times. I'm pretty sure that is how it works right now. Yeah, I learned it by watching Friends TV show multiple times. French version, original version with French subtitle, original version with English subtitle, and the original version without subtitle. I mean, I think that's a good way of doing it. Comprehensible input, slowly making it more and more difficult, forcing you to get more and more input in English. That makes sense. Okay, so here for example, if I pick up the checkpoint and like this little sticky note, and now if we die, I think I'm gonna keep those items and be able to pick them up again. Okay, jump scare. I missed it. Let's try it. I'm pretty sure that is how it should work now, which isn't optimal, but I don't think it really changes. Oh no, you don't want the progress to remain in the room. Jump scare in 3, 2, 1. Load checkpoint. Why do you walk past? You're not supposed to do that, fam. Yeah, we still have the sticky notes, so now I can pick up a new one. And we have 2 sticky notes. Yeah, that's probably something we should fix. Also, holy shit, I keep having A sprite up in the background. Which, like, I got A sprite like, what is it, 1 day ago? 2 days ago. I already have 22 hours in A sprite. Not because I've been using it for 22 hours, but because I've accidentally left it open in the background. That's kind of funny. Okay, so we have an issue with him, the monster, still not always stopping on like reloads. Is that because I actually never fixed the... Yeah, we set stop to false when we initialize the monster. But wait, don't we actually call initialize monster every time you set a new room? Room manager. Set new room. No, you don't. But here we say that stopped equals false. And I feel like that should be fine. Because even when we load the checkpoint, we call this function which says that stop is equal to false. And in that case, why would he not stop? Because he needs to be walking. I think the issue might be that we need to re-initialize the monster every time. But don't we? Wait, how else would he know where to start? Wait, do I do it... where do you have references from? Oh, the game manager does it on line 150 and 176. So after you complete an objective, you initialize the monster, and then when you press restart, you initialize the monster. Oh, but wait! We can't do this before we load the checkpoint. I think we need to initialize the monster afterwards. Because otherwise, we might set it to the wrong room. And then, let's see, objective complete. Load. Wait, none of these need to initialize the monster. We can remove you from both of these. Because both of these still end up calling the set new room. Because this calls load checkpoint, but when you load the checkpoint, you also call set new room. So instead of doing this, why don't we just like reinitialize the monster every time you set a new room? And then when you set that room, you set stop to be equal to false. You check whether the monster is supposed to be nearby or whether it's supposed to start at the door. You do different stuff depending on which one is true. And when I say multiple times, I mean really a lot of time. I mean, that's the channel classic though. I think a lot of people have really watched a lot of Friends. I haven't. I've definitely watched it. I've seen a lot of episodes, but not to the point. I do have friends and stuff who's like seen it like, you know, 7 times and that kind of stuff. I'll go watch some YouTube videos with my wife. See you next time. Of course, man, thank you very much for dropping by, and I'll see you next time in Lilo. Have a good one, man. Monster active. That one should always be set correctly. Game started should be fine because every time... Hey, Crystal Mess with the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. How you doing? How was your stream, Crystal? Appreciate the raid. We are currently still working on the Game Jam game here. We are making a point-and-click puzzle horror game kind of thing. And so far so good. Just trying to fix a few bugs at the moment, but overall we're doing good. What's up, Ord? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Crazy, I got botted? Oh, really? What's up, N-Sweep? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Can we get a raid count? That would actually be pretty interesting. I don't know what we are on, but it's kind of crazy, to be honest. We are at 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're at 4 raids. Something like that. N-Sweep, thank you very much for that follow. Much appreciated. Today, yeah, today. It's I mean, I have been live for like 8.5 hours, so we do need to keep that in mind. But yeah, it's definitely been a lot of raids today, but it is highly appreciated. What were you working on, Crystal? Were you game developing as well? Holy shiz, indeed. Indeed. An AI agent for a game? Pokemon Red? Oh, interesting. Dude, I'm still scared about AI. I did try to make like a kind of RPG game once, way overscoped. I should not have done that. But basically the same second I started having to code like enemy AI, that's when I was like, yep, this is too difficult for someone with my experience, and I instantly stopped working on the game. And since then I'm still a little bit afraid of working on AI. To be fair, you can argue that the monster in this game kind of has some AI, but it's very simple. It's very simple. Just all it does is walk back and forth and look through the window every now and then. That's basically the full extent of what it does. New checkpoint. Yeah, I think that one is a little bit too quick now. I think I went a bit extreme there. Oh, I also did not save any of the work I just did. That was not good. Oh, it's fine. I mean, we still have the... I didn't lose any progress, but I don't know why I playtested without saving. Let's see. Show notification. I think 1 second is too low. Let's do like 1.25 maybe. 1.5 felt a little bit long. Yeah, we've been on it for a month or so. It has been tough, but we are learning. Yeah, I think like that's a good way to view it though. As long as you're learning, it's all good. That's kind of the way I view it. Let's skip the intro. Let's find a checkpoint and see how it looks now. Go away, creepy man. Pick this one up. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. What else were we doing? We were making sure that the monster is being correctly re-initialized. So we are gonna have to test the jump scare here. So I will warn you beforehand though, because I am try to be a nice person here. I'm not gonna... If you play the game, you will get scared, but at least now, I'm gonna tell you beforehand. Jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1, boom. And now, if we load the checkpoint, we want to make sure that he doesn't... Sometimes he skips looking in and just walks past the door, which is a little bit weird. So that's kind of what we're trying to make sure doesn't happen now when you reload at checkpoints. That's great, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I have jump scared myself a few times on accident while playtesting this game. It does happen every now and then. And it's probably gonna continue happening quite a few times, but most of the time I try to be conscious about when it's gonna happen so I can warn you guys. But sometimes I get distracted, and yeah, that's why I do give off the disclaimer every now and then that we are working on a horror game. You kinda need to expect that accidental jump scares may happen. It is a possibility. Also, Raka, I don't know if you're still here, but no, wait, it's Friday. You don't stream on Fridays. Never mind. I was gonna say, were you streaming today? But you're not. Right? You do Monday, Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. So, never mind. Okay, load checkpoint. Let's see if he skips the window or if he keeps going. Fuck you, man! Fuck you! Why? Why? Why don't you look in? What is the issue? Now every time we set a new room, we re-initialize the monster. When we initialize the monster, we say that he hasn't stopped, meaning that when his weird simple AI starts walking, you check if he hasn't stopped and the game isn't over, he's walking, meaning that this is true, because otherwise he wouldn't be walking in the first place. But then when it checks if he's at the door, so you check if you're at the door, if you haven't stopped, and if the monster is nearby. And the monster should be nearby, because that one we set when we initialize, and if that's not the case, we wouldn't be able to see him. Because if he's not nearby, he will get put outside of the view. Okay. And then... So what do? We check if you're at the door. We look at the transform anchored position. Hasn't stopped should be set to false. Or stopped should be set to false, rather. Hasn't stopped should be set... That would be a double negative, so that would be true. That's not what I meant. Monster nearby should be true, otherwise we couldn't see him. So he should start the coroutine looking for player. And when we do that coroutine, then stopped is set to true. We switch the sprite, which makes him appear to look into the window. He should then wait between 1 and 3 seconds before starting to walk again. Why is this? Let's do a debug log and check whether or not this actually gets called. Looking for player started. Just the turn around one, that one works well, because afterwards he turns back and then he does look into the window like he should. I don't understand. And at the door, maybe he's too quick, maybe I need to raise the... Because we have a gap here of 3 pixels. If it's within that frame, when he looks at this bool, if it's at the door, that will return true. And if that is true, then we start the coroutine looking for the player. I have had issues before when he's actually walking too fast, so that he ends up like skipping over this gap. But I'm pretty sure this should be fine now. Let's see if the thing gets called, but it shouldn't get called. Because in that case, if that function is called, he should look for the player. I think maybe I need to increase the gap a bit more. Here it works fine, looking for player started. That one should actually be called ended. Let's take the checkpoint and get caught. So jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, looking for player started. And that's fine, because that needs to happen, otherwise we couldn't lose. So that's good to think about. The last thing that happens is that this IE numerator plays. But since we did get this message, that means that the stopped is set to false. And this shouldn't matter anyway. Oh, walking towards door is also set to false. That's the issue. Because that one we never reset. Okay, I don't even need to load this. I am 99% sure that I found the issue. The issue is that when we initialize the monster, we only say that stopped is false. But we don't... Maybe... Oh wait, why would that matter? That should not... No, wait, that shouldn't do anything. If I'm not mistaken. Turn around, walking towards the door is true. Okay, I do think we should set that one when we initialize him anyway. So, on initialization, I think that's a word, yes. We should say that walking towards door is always true. Because he always starts off walking towards the door after initialization. What else happens when we... Oh yeah, no wait, the last thing we do is not to look for the player. The last thing we do is play the jump scare. Is there anything we do here that messes this up? Shouldn't. That should be fine. We do set the walking speed as well in initialization, so that should be fine. This should be fine as well, because that is called after we change his position. This is weird. This is weird. Why does he... Okay, if it happens again, I think we might try to make the gap where he chooses to stop a little bit bigger to make sure that it isn't the fact that he like skips over that gap, because that can happen. Now when he's not nearby, he does walk a little bit faster. Here we can see that pretty much every number is called right. It does seem like it. Maybe, yeah, maybe he is walking too fast. It's not impossible. But it always works here. On the first one, it always works. It's only if we take the checkpoint and then restart that he seems to skip over it. Also, jump scare incoming. In 3, 2, 1. And now we load checkpoint. He did stop. That's good. Okay. Did I just get lucky? No, it can't be the speed, because there, when he runs towards the door, we like more than double his speed, and he always manages to stop then. So that should not be an issue. Maybe it was that walking towards the door one. I don't know why that would affect anything, but okay, let's pick up the checkpoint. Now he did stop correctly here, that's good. He walks away. Let's see, maybe we get the right code. No, it would have been badass if I just guessed the code out of like 1,000 possibilities. Okay, jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1. Load. Now let's see whether he stops at the door or not. Seems to work. Okay, maybe we fixed it. We might have fixed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, come on. I got distracted. Oh shit. I tell you, it happens every now and then. Every now and then I legitimately get a jump scare myself. Ah. Okay, now we might as well try again and see whether he stops or not. Seems to be working. Sweet. Okay, let's see if we can get to the credits again. I'm not gonna show you the solution to this room in case anyone wants to try the game after it is finished. So let me cheat and look up the code. The code is 3522. 3522. Thank you very much. I'll grab that key and we will go out. And successfully, we end up at the credits. Sweet! That's a lot of... Dude, we have done a lot of progress today. I'm feeling good about this. Let's see here. Yeah, we have sound effects. Potentially add more rooms and content. I do think the timer would be nice. Go out and bump into the monster, die anyways. I actually did do that before. Legitimately. Before I let Bjarne playtest the game. The guy is doing the sound effects for the game. And I actually hard scripted a jump scare right as you exit the door. So that it automatically happens. And I mean, it did get him, so that was good. So we might actually do that. We should actually do a jump scare, but instead of triggering the game over screen, because we don't want to do that, because then the player thinks that, oh, maybe I lost. I actually, maybe I did something wrong and I want to retry. Maybe that's a good way of tricking them to always replay the game. But we could theoretically have a jump scare that then goes to the credits instead. Could be good. Because one thing that is a little bit of a criticism to this game right now is that it can be pretty easy if you decide to be a big old chicken. Because what you can do is basically barely have the light on whatsoever. Whoops. So what you can do is just wait for him to go away, turn on the light for like 2 seconds, and then turn it off, and wait until he comes back. I didn't even flinch. Yeah, sure man, sure. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? So yeah, this is actually a viable playstyle. Just wait for him to go all the way back. When he gets away, do like one thing, turn the light off, and just wait. Like, obviously the game isn't very fun when you do this, but like, if you want to play like a chicken, you can, which is a little bit bad, because this almost, as long as you don't get like too distracted by looking at something in your inventory, it's kind of hard to die this way. I mean, there are a few traps and stuff, but overall, you can play very much like a chicken. So I do feel like maybe actually scripting a jump scare into the game isn't that bad, because it would make sure that even either really good players or like players who play very, very carefully, we basically guarantee that everyone will get a jump scare at some point. And it does kind of work as well, since you are escaping. This is the only time in the game that you're escaping into the same area that the monster is. That was close. That was close. That was close. I'm good, thanks. How it's been going? Dude, it's been going really good. I feel like we've done a lot of progress. We have the like victory state kind of working, the game over scene, game over menu. There's, yeah, we've done quite a lot today, haven't we? We have done quite a lot. It's looking good. I think that's another thing why adding a timer to the game might be fun, because then we could be like, after you finish the game, it could say something like, oh, you finished the game in this many minutes. Which could be a way of actually, you know, encouraging the player to not play as much as a chicken. If that makes sense. But it could actually, something that could be fun is scripting a few more, like, scary things into the game. That maybe not are like loose conditions. Like maybe you don't actually die, but still something scary that happens. Like we've talked about some stuff, like maybe if you open something, a little rat pops out or something. Maybe that wouldn't be too difficult to do actually. I mean, it depends on how difficult it is to draw a rat in this. Because like in this first room it should work pretty well, since there's nothing in the first room that actually like scares you. So if we could make a little rat, that should actually work pretty good. I have no idea how to do this though. I don't know what I'm doing. We're gonna try and see. How the fuck does a rat look? Because just something like that popping out when you like press something should actually freak the player out a little bit. And that's not too bad, actually. Like if this comes running, I feel like you should actually understand that this is a rat. Whoops. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Just add a little like creepy sound effect to it when it like pops out. Or does it look like a radio controlled car? It's one or the other. Either it's a RC car or it's a rat. Maybe it's a little bit, maybe the bunda is too big. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I don't think he has to be that juicy. And also, this can be very quick. Like, it can literally be like, when you open this one, it's just like, boom, and he runs out. enough to give the player like a little bit of a, ooh, what was that, you know? But yeah, I think we should try. Let's try adding this one into the game and see how it looks. And then we just handle it with like an animation or something. And we just make him move quickly enough to where I don't have to make him actually have an animation. Definitely want the sound to it. Yeah, some little, like, very slight jump scare sound. Like, obviously not like a horrible jump scare, but a little like, doom, you know, kinda, I don't know, something that like makes the player jump a little bit. And then maybe, I don't know if it's possible to make some kind of little rat noise as well to sell the fact that this is a rat a little bit more. Because I'm not sure how clear it is. Also, is his angle correct? And that actually seems pretty fine. Because I do think that these like scripted scary stuff, but that's not like, doesn't actually make the player lose. I think it's pretty good. Because it adds more flavor to the game. So that the monster is not the only thing that's like spooky. And that's why I thought before, like, maybe making like a random scary noises jukebox could be pretty fun too. Like having something that just randomly, like, once a minute plays some creepy sound. Maybe a knock on the wall, or like, you know, a little scratch on the wall, or some shit like that, just randomly popping up every now and then to like freak the player out a little bit. I do think something like that could be pretty good to like add more stress to the game as well. Let's see here. Room 0. We are going to make a new, let's see, create empty. No, we can actually just make an image. You are going to be rat. Wait, we actually need to cut out the rat as well. You are a rat. Boom. Rat. Wait, did I not save? Did I forget to apply? Rat. No, what? Sprite. Rat. Oh, wait. Oh. Never mind. Found it. Do you have any time-based puzzles? No. Maybe we should do something where there's some like more like, you know, time elements to it. That should actually be good, because I do think that's another like criticism you should have to this game. Is that, okay, it's not too bad. We do have some variety in the puzzles, but it's, I am a little bit scared that I would end up making too many like Find Waldo puzzles, where the puzzles are actually just like find the key, unlock the door, find the key, unlock the door. Where that's like the full extent is just to look around. Where we do want to have more stuff. That's why I'm happy with like the third room, where we have like the safe, and you actually need to be able to figure out what the code to the safe is and stuff. Something that adds a bit more variety to the puzzle. Maybe having something time-based could be good. Do you have any ideas, Raka? The only thing is that or actually, there could even, since we have a checkpoint system now, there could even be something where it's time-based in the sense that the player actually loses. Because you can do it two ways. The way I'm thinking about time-based, you could either have a puzzle where you need to do something at a specific time, and maybe that's like an interval, so like every 5 seconds something happens, and that's when you need to like finish the puzzle. Something like that. Or you do something that's more time-based in the sense of like stress and urgency. Like you have 1 minute to complete this room. Wait, maybe that's what we should do for every room. Maybe we should always put a time limit before the monster walks into the room. Because that would make it so that people can't be too much of a chicken. Because we have been discussing whether to add something like maybe like an insanity meter, so that if you have it dark for too long, you're gonna go more and more insane. But we could just make a timer where you check like, if you have spent like, I don't know, 4 minutes in the room, then he's just gonna walk in and get you no matter if the light is on or off. I think we might actually add that. Because that would fix the issue of it being too easy to play like a chicken. And it would be pretty easy to do as well. We could just make a little... Because the thing I was thinking about before with like the insanity bar is that it's kind of hard to depict it. Whereas like if it's purely like you have a set period of time to do the entire puzzle, that's really easy. Like all we do is make a little like hourglass. Boom. And then we just have a little bar that shows you like how much time you have. And then as the puzzle goes on, you just see how the time goes down and down. Like it would add a lot of stress, which I think is good for this type of game. So maybe we should just add like a literal timer with a lose condition to every puzzle. I don't know, does anyone have any thoughts? What do you think? I actually think it could be pretty good. Because there is definitely an argument to be made about the game being a little bit too easy to cheese by just being a big old chicken. Which I do consider to be a bad part of the game. Because you don't want people to be able to be too, you know. I think it sounds good. I don't know about every puzzle, but that's along the lines of what I was thinking, to prevent cheesing. Yeah, it would definitely help to prevent the cheesing. Yeah, and definitely for like the full game, it might be a bit much constantly having that time pressure. Maybe like in the first room we don't need to have it, but maybe it's... Like the thing we could do as well is just make sure that it is pretty long. It's not gonna be like so that the average speed in which someone completes the puzzle in is like just enough time to do it. Like we would give it a bit of extra, but just to make sure that players aren't like, you know, spending 90% of the game with the flashlight off because they're too afraid. Yeah, I think that might be a good thing. And it also helps the theme of the game a little bit more, since the Game Jam theme here is that the Game Jam theme is safe in the dark. And so that's why, you know, you turn off the flashlight to remain safe in the dark. And the only issue that we realized the other day is that if you do like an insanity meter where you go more and more insane if you keep the light off for too long, that goes against the whole safe in the dark thing quite a lot, because it quite literally makes you unsafe in the dark. I suppose in some degree this timer would do the same thing, but not in like as much of a direct way, if that makes sense. I mean, technically, it's pretty much the exact same thing, I suppose. I don't know, it still feels better. I think we might do it. Okay, that's when he's gonna start. I don't know how we're gonna trigger him. I think we might make... this into like a special cabinet, so that we actually have a trigger on the door. Like when you click this door, you activate the rat. The rat does need to have an animator.
Which is, I do think it's easiest to do this with animations. Assets, project, animations. I don't know. I'm just gonna do one for rat. I don't know. Naming is hard. Rat. Another thought is maybe a hidden mechanic of a check on time spent in dark versus number of interactions to prevent the one interaction / light off strat. Wait, another, maybe a hidden mechanic of a check on time spent in dark versus the number of interactions. So, do you mean something where, like, for example, you wouldn't be able to turn off the light if you haven't done enough interactions? Or how do you mean? I'm not sure I'm following exactly. Boom. Okay, so what happens? At first, the rat is gonna, like, jump a little bit. And then land, like, down here. I think this can be pretty good. And then he's just gonna, like, rush out of the scene. And wait, I do wanna... Let's put him a little bit further away to make sure that he doesn't, like, slow down at the end, just that's weird. I think this could be pretty good. Maybe he's a little bit quick now. Oh, wait. Can I please get the test light on? I think this is gonna be pretty good. Obviously, it's gonna look a bit better if I actually open this door. This is how it would actually look. So, like, when you pop this door open, you just see this rat jump out. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I think we need a... I think we need another clip for, like... I don't know, rat gone. Just meaning that he will no longer be in the scene. And that is... We can just take the... Copy this key and place it here. Preview would then put him outside of the screen. So that we now can make sure that from entry... Now, after he's done the rat animation, which is when he runs away, we are going to allow that full transition to happen, and then it's just gonna stay gone. And at entry, this is the one. I think we need a trigger here to decide when this is going to happen. So we're gonna have a I don't know, rat trigger. Oh wait, we need a default state as well, which is like when he's in the default, which is gonna be the one that he is in at the beginning. So we go to the default state, and then if you trigger the rat, then he will instantly jump out, run away, and then stay gone. I think that should be all we need.
Mm-mm-mm. Oh, and we could even add stuff where, like, maybe you hear, like, heartbeats go up more and more the less time you have to, like, stress the player out even more. Oh yeah, we also need... I do have breathing sound effects I haven't added yet. That is something we should add as well. Okay, the rat is pretty much fully set up. We just need to make sure to trigger this at the right point. So maybe we make a new script called like I don't know, some object that triggers another object. So we made something that's also reusable in case we want to do something similarly. Something similar in another point in the game. Because otherwise, I don't know, we need to have it so that, yeah, when you click and open this door... Oh no! Wait, you know what we can do? I mean, we could also have this actually be a clickable object. No, I don't think that's as scary. I was thinking that theoretically you could open the door, see the rat, but it's completely still, and then if you click on it, that's when he like jumps away. But I think it's more... I think you would get a better like mini jump scare if it's just like when you open the door he just plunges out. I do think that's probably gives more like shock value. Added a smaller jump scare sound, that might work. Also added a mouse tweak. Ooh, let's check it out. Smaller jump scare, mouse tweak. Perfect, let's see. Yeah, I think something like that can be perfect. And then little mouse tweaks. Yeah, this is gonna be great. And yeah, then we can use that the other jump scare you did, that should be used for when the time runs out. The one we were thinking about if the battery dies. Which we might add in the full game later as well, if we want to have like batteries for the flashlight. But I feel a little bit stressed adding that for this version. So for the game jam, I think we're not gonna do batteries. But maybe we'll do it for the full game. Let's see, there we go. That's both of them downloaded. Let me just get them in the correct folder. Projects, audio, sound effects. There we go. Donezo. We have the sound effects. As long as the radio is implemented, I'm happy. We are gonna implement the radio. The radio is... we already have it in the scene, it's just not a interactable object yet, but we will implement it. Okay, so... could we do something where we have an object that reacts to another object? So maybe the rat checks if another object is clicked. Is that possible? Because that would be a really like flexible way of doing it, and we know that we could add this to like multiple objects later on. So we have this door 1 closed, which is a object swap object, which has an override. Maybe we should, I mean, we could add something here, similarly to like if you're supposed to alert a monster. We should do something like if you're supposed to trigger some animation, then do it, you know? So we would have like a public bool called like trigger animation, which is of another object. We're gonna make sure that this is always set to false, because otherwise I'm gonna have to reset it for every object I made so far. And this trigger animation would then... What you would do is that we would have a public game... No, because we're not triggering animation, so we are just gonna say a... And also, why are you public? You don't need to be public as far as I know. We could just serialize a private animator called animator. And same thing with this bool, you don't need to be public, you could just be a serialized private one. I do feel like I need to start using serialized stuff more, because there's so much stuff I made public just because I want to set it in the inspector. But I don't think that's enough of a reason to make a variable public. Because that's not... You know, public means that any object in the scene could access this variable, which is not really what we want. I just want to use it in the inspector, and for that I think serialized field is the way to go. As far as I know. If anyone has any thoughts on that and you don't agree, let me know. Okay, trigger animation. So what we would do here is that we would say something like, if animator is not null, then animator dot set trigger, and then we're gonna have a trigger, so we just do trigger name. And then last but not least, we need yet another serialized field called private string trigger name. This is something that would be interesting. I don't know if this is possible, but it would be really nice if it was. If you could do something where like, if this bool trigger animation is false, if it is set to false, then this stuff is hidden in the inspector. But if you check it and make it true, then this appears. That would be really nice. I'm not sure it's possible without like implementing my own inspector or like inspector add-on or whatever, but it would be really nice. Because now I'm just gonna have these that are almost never used in a lot of objects, but they're still gonna like fill out the script. I think the other thing you could do, to be honest, is to just have... I probably should have made another object that derives from object swap object and then add this stuff. So not every object like this has this stuff. Instead have like a object swap and trigger animation object. That's probably maybe the better way of going about it. But this is fine. This is fine. Let's do it for now at least. So if the animator is not null, then set the trigger name. And then we need to add the sound effects as well. I'm not sure I want to make a separate script for the rat. That doesn't make sense. Okay, I think this is dumb. I think I should make it into a new script. So we're gonna open this one. We're gonna... Oh wait, are you not a prefab? Oh, you're not. Then we are chilling. So the door 1 closed. We are actually going to remove this script. We're gonna make a new script called OS trigger animation object. So that's an object swapping and trigger animation. I don't know if that made sense, but that's what I'm gonna call it now. Naming is difficult. At this point, I'm not even trying. So this is a script that's going to derive from the object swapping object. And what we're gonna do is that we are going to add, which is, I'm starting to realize that we have quite a few new things we need to implement here. So we're gonna add all of these. We're gonna remove them from here, right? All of that is the new stuff. Yes, indeed. And then we are going to copy this, remove it from this script, and now the original object swap object is not affected by this. And then here we are going to... Oh wait, we need to override this click function. So we're gonna copy this, paste that as a new override, and then in the original one we once again delete this. Which means I don't need this full override, because this base on click will call the base on click from this parent, which will do all of this stuff. So actually, this can be removed, and this can be removed. We just need to call the base on click, and then see if we're supposed to trigger an animation. We actually don't need this, because now this is its own animation that should trigger an animation, so we know we want to trigger an animation. So what we're gonna do instead is to only check if the animator exists. If we have a reference to an animator, I think we're gonna do, if the reference to the animator is not equal to null, we might as well do 2 checks here, why not? And the trigger name is not equal to nothing. So we do a double check to make sure that both of these are set up. If they are, then on click you will trigger this. And then, I think every time this happens you always want to play at least one sound effect. So I did make something pretty good. Let's see. That looks right. For the doors, didn't I? For the doors I think I have... No, it's for the item-dependent clickable object. For this script, I have a function to... if I want to play 2 sound effects or only 1. So we're gonna copy this, add you here, but this time we're gonna be smart, and we are gonna make all of this private, but serialized. Because we are improving as a programmer, that's why we do that. And then where's my... here. No, not the door, we want the... this one. Whoops. No, here. Item dependent clickable object. On click, we check if you're supposed to play 2 sounds, then play another sound after a certain delay. So then here, after you set the trigger, we check if you're supposed to play 2 sounds, then play the second sound effect after a certain time. And I think that's all we need. And this little rat should work, as far as I know. No errors, that's good. Maybe I am actually learning this stuff. Let's do this so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, we don't want to alert the monster. Whoops, I'm at the door. We don't want to change the door. We want the Door 1 closed. Wait, we have to make sure this only happens once. So we actually need another bool that doesn't need to be serialized. You can actually just be private. We can have a private bool called animation triggered to make sure that we only trigger it once, because these doors are, you can like open and close them if you want to, because interactions are fun. So before we do any of the other stuff, let's see, from the beginning we set this to false, so the animation has not been triggered. And then we say if animation triggered is false, then we do all of this stuff, and last but not least we say that animation triggered is true, and then it should never be called again, because it would be kind of weird if you keep having more and more rats jump out of the cabinet. That wouldn't really make sense. Or you like spawning new rats into the game. That would be a little bit weird. And that should be all we need. Well, shit, I feel like I'm actually getting a little bit more efficient at coding. Feels good, man. Okay, so the sound effect, this is the sound effect when you click the normal object. This is going to for now be select, because that is just going to be like the open cabinet sound. The new object will be the door 1 open, which goes back to door 1 closed. So we change it to the sprite with the door open. We don't alert the monster. The trigger will actually be this rat. This rat has an animator, and the trigger name I think was just rat. We do want to play 2 sound. Oh no, wait, we want to play 3 sound effects. I mean, I guess the sound effect for opening and the sound effect for the jump scare can happen at the same time. And then after that, we want to play the sound effect of the rat. I think that's how we want to do it. So, for this... play 2 sound effects is... Okay, let's make it so we... how do we do this? No, I think we remove this bool and we just... Let's see, string second sound effect. I think we're just gonna do sound effect 2 and sound effect 3. And then what we do here instead is check if sound effect 2 is not equal to nothing, then play sound effect 2 with the time between sounds. Why did I say I felt more efficient coding and I immediately feel like now I got confused again? How do I want to do this? Okay, so time, we're gonna do time before second sound effect. And then we also add time before third sound effect. Now, if sound effect 2 is not nothing, you play sound effect 2 with the delay of time before second sound. You know what? Let's actually call this second sound, and let's call this third sound. And then we do yet another check. If sound effect 3 is not nothing, then play sound effect 3 with the delay of the time before the third sound. Okay, that should be good. Now it's very flexible, and if I don't want the extra sound effects, we just don't write anything and it should be fine. So we're gonna trigger the rat trigger in the rat animator. Okay, we have to set up the sound effects. So, system, audio system. Starting to have quite a few ones here. We're gonna have the rat sound effect, and we're also gonna have, let's call it small jump scare. This is going to be, let's see, smaller jump scare. No, that was the wrong one. You go here, and then you are gonna have the mouse screech. Okay, let's call it the same. Oh wait, I've already started calling this rat everywhere, so let's keep that for consistency's sake. 100% volume, maybe. Let's try it and see what happens. Let's make sure to apply those to the system prefab. Now we go back to the door one closed. We make sure that the second sound effect will be the small jump scare. The third sound effect will be the rat. I think the jump scare is going to happen pretty much immediately, at the same time as we open the door. But the time before the third sound effect, maybe add just a little bit before which is, you're probably not gonna hear the rat otherwise anyway. So let's wait like a quarter of a second. I think that should work now. Should we try it? We have to make sure that... Wait, let's do this. Let's apply everything here. Go into this prefab, and then we're gonna move the rat and legitimately place you behind the door one closed. So that means that if we remove this open door and close it, you can't see the rat. Oh dude, if this works, I'm gonna be pretty happy. I might even be a little bit proud of myself. Maybe. Let's see if it works. Do I have the test light on? I do. Okay, let's have a look. I haven't balanced the audio, so something might be loud. We'll have to see. If it is too loud, then sorry, but it's probably fine. Okay. This one is fine. And now we open this one. I didn't see a rat. But we did definitely get the sound effect. So that was good. Was it loud? Was maybe the jump scare a little bit too loud? I didn't look at the audio waves. I don't know, I feel like audio balancing is something I'm gonna have to do a little bit as we go. Let's put it at like 70% maybe. So why did not the rat... Why did you not do what we wanted? Let's put you here. Let's see, the sound effect, the trigger is called rat. We start off in the default one. And then here, if you trigger rat, you should do the rat animation, which has exit time. It should play the full rat animation before he then stays out of the screen. And that's where he should end. And I'm pretty sure the... Oh, wait, did his position move when I... Yeah, maybe I just didn't see him, because he's not in the right place anymore. But yeah, I think that might have been the issue. Let's see. Rat, where exactly in the scene are you? Oh. And that looks right though. This does not look right. Yeah, because you are based on your parent object now, aren't you, you little bugger? But I do... Otherwise, it could be if we set this object to be active in that... Rather than actually putting it inside, we like put it above here, but we disable it. And when you click, you enable the rat object, and then it jumps. Just then it doesn't matter if he is in front of the closed door. I think I might actually do that, because then I don't have to change his animation. Otherwise I need to like rework the entire animation, which isn't too bad. I mean, I did do it in like 1 minute, but because now, if we play it, he is in the right place. So I think we're gonna slightly change this script and just make sure that if the animator is not null, then the first thing you do before you trigger the animation, you say animator.gameObject, meaning the game object of the animator, .setActive true. And then we just made sure that from the beginning the rat is in the correct location, but we just disable him. And I think this is gonna look the same, because now you will open the door and he will automatically, instantly appear and then trigger the animation. I think that's gonna be fine. But only one way to find out. We're gonna try it and see. That's pretty good. And now, if we close and open it, nothing happens. Dude, that's a pretty good one. I think that might actually get a few people. Yeah, that's definitely gonna get a few people. That is fucking lovely. GG on that one. It would be nice to add the timer as well. I wonder how... Let's see, I'm on the same layer as the rat now, am I not? I am indeed. Let's not be that. Let's just remove you, make a new layer. Let's make you over here where we have the flashlight. Because I think it makes sense to have the bar close to the flashlight. Either, maybe... No, we're gonna cover more stuff if we do it horizontal. I think the best thing, if we're gonna have a timer, is to put it down here. Yeah, I think that's better. It's pretty clear that that's an hourglass, right? Which I feel like is a good way of showing time. Should we
fill it. What do you think? Should it be filled or should it be empty? Maybe the empty one is a bit clearer. Maybe? Maybe just that. Maybe I overdid it. Wait, is that? What do we prefer? Is that gonna be too thin? Maybe it would be a bit too difficult to see how much time you have left. I mean, it would definitely be a lot clearer if we did 2 pixels wide. And I suppose this would be a pretty important game mechanic thing, so I guess it's good if it's somewhat clear. Oh shit, I'm just so indecisive whether it should be filled or not. Yeah, maybe it should be filled. I think it maybe looks better. Ultimately, I don't know, but I think we can try it. Definitely not centered now though, which is not okay. So that means we would have to make this one a bit bigger. But that means we have to make it taller, because otherwise it looks weird. Now it looks like a rook, like a chess piece. I mean, I do think it's still gonna be pretty clear if you have a bar that's ticking down. And you see this, I think people are gonna understand that this is supposed to be an hourglass.
The indecisiveness is real. But yeah, let's do it like this for now. Doesn't look too bad. Let's take you and... You know what? I think we're gonna copy this and delete it. And then we're gonna open UI, because I suppose this is more UI. And we'll just put you here or something. Boom. Wait, how did this work? Yeah, I only need the fill and the background, because then the area to fill can just be an invisible game object. This should be fine if I understand how what you call it, sliders work in Unity. Save as UI. Yup. That's the wrong one. UI is the one we want. Let's make this one its own object. This is going to be called hourglass. Then we're gonna have the, I guess, time slider maybe. And time fill. Go, let's see, game, should we have you here? Wait, what do I have the inventory? I do have the inventory here. Maybe we should make a parent object for all the, like, game UI that doesn't have to do with rooms. That kind of makes sense. So we would have like the... Oh wait, you need to be in front of the cutscene though. So the inventory, the flashlight parent, and then we're gonna make a new game object, which we are going to call timer. And you can be an empty game object, but we're gonna add a image of the hourglass, native size, raycast target, no. Should it be lit? Yeah, I think that might be good. Having it so that you actually need to use the flashlight to see how much time you have, just to keep adding on to, like, keep making more like stressful elements. I think we're gonna try having it as a lit material. This is going to be called the hourglass. Let's duplicate this one, and we are going to make a timer slider, native size. Move you up like 9 pixels. We take the hourglass and we move you down 20 pixels. That does not look right. That's 1.5 pixels. So we do 19.5. There we go. This is going to be the time slider. We need to add a slider component. Let's see, do I remember how this works? You are not going to be interactable. Let's remove this transition. Because interactable, that's like the slider, like the, you know, the volume slider. Like it's actually interactable, because you can move it, interact with it. I guess that makes sense. Which this one is not interactable. We only use a slider to show the amount of time that's left. So then we need a fill rect transform. Handle rect we don't need, because we don't need a handle. Oh wait, should the slider not be on... No wait, I think... No, remove you. We're gonna call this just timer. We're gonna make a... We are going to make a child object of an empty child object where we add the slider. We're gonna make you stretch. See the size of you. Whoa, that's big. That's not... Wait, are you not supposed to stretch to this one? Oh yeah, wait, 0, 0, 0, 0. There we go. And then we do one from the left, one from the top, one from the bottom, one from the right. Now we only have the area in the middle. This is going to be the... I think this is how it works. This is going to be the slider. And then... I think on the slider we add an image, which is going to be the time fill. Technically I didn't need to make one for this, because it's just a white... Like one white pixel would have been enough, and then just stretch it. So now we should be able to make this as a timer that runs out. As far as I'm aware. Let's go to the slider. No transition. The fill rect is going to be this one. And then... Okay, that looks weird. Oh, it's horizontal now. We need top to bottom? No, bottom to top. Yeah. So it's going to be full, and then as the time goes down, we just lower it. Let's take the... let's see, let's take the fill and... Oh, your values are driven by the transform. Left minus... Wait, what? Can I set you to 1? 1? Okay, 0, 0, I mean. Are you gonna stay that way if I slide now? Oh, look at that. Perfect. That is what we want. How much time should you have per room? It shouldn't be too stressful. We just need... We only want this... We don't necessarily want people to run out of time. Like, that's not what we are aiming for. We are just aiming to have something to encourage the player to not play too much as a coward. And to add a little bit more stress to the game. So I do think we should have at least like as of right now, the puzzles are pretty easy. We can change it later on where We should probably make some function where you can set how much time you have for each room, so that maybe the really easy ones have less time than the really hard ones, if we make more. So I think here for the max value, we are just gonna do this in like percent. So we set this to 100, and then we can just check how many percent of the time you have left, and move it down accordingly. On value changed is not actually going to do anything. Here, we are going to implement, I actually already have a script for timer, because I used it in my memory game to give speed bonuses. So I think we are just going to go ahead and import that asset, because in this game jam we are allowed to use assets. So we're gonna go to gamedev, Unity assets, scripts, general, no, functions and mechanics, timer. Go here to the timer. We are gonna add this timer. How does this timer work? Let's have a look. Oh, position, that's not what I wanted to change. We want to change this one. Can I? Oh no, that doesn't work. Why am I a perfectionist? I don't really know. Wait, this is dumb. I need to make sure that everything lines up, so these need to be whole values. Like so. Is that 1 pixel? That looks to be 1 pixel. And then if this one fits perfectly or not, doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see, timer. To start timer max time. Check timer. Okay, so that just gives you a debug log with the time you have left. Stop timer. So that function we need to call when you... Every time you finish a room, we need to call the stop timer. And then the timer coroutine just checks the elapsed time. If that's less than the wait time, then you say that the time left is the wait time minus elapsed time. Okay, I think... No, wait, we could actually change this script. Yeah, let's... Instead of adding a new script, let's change this script. And handle all the timer stuff from here. Okay, I do think I'm gonna be lazy here, because we want to make quick progress. The easiest way for me to do this, I know is not the best way, is of course to make a singleton instance. So we make this timer into yet another singleton instance, because then we can just call the function to like stop and start the timer from the other scripts easily. Spaghetti, but easy. Not optimal, but easy. That's what we go for here. Okay, so when you start the timer we need to set the max time of the room. So what I do think we're gonna do, which is it makes it a little bit more flexible, is that we're gonna go to the script we have for rooms, and we're gonna make a public float, and we say something like max time. So that would be the max time for you to complete the room in seconds. Why not be a bit extra clear? Then, let's see, if we go to the room manager now, yeah, each room I can set what the max time is supposed to be. So, the first room, not really long at all, but it is the first one, so we don't want to stress the play too much. Maybe we just try something now for like... I'm gonna have to do some playtesting and see how this works. Let's do like 3 minutes maybe. Let's try 3 minutes in all of them. Just a good thing here to think about is the fact that now we actually do have checkpoints in the game, so dying isn't as bad as it was before. Like, even if you run out of time, you don't have to start over all the way from the beginning, and the next time you restart the room, it will be easier since you probably already know some step of the puzzle, even if you don't know the whole one. Okay, so now we have max time set in the room manager. And I guess it's probably easiest to, for now, even though it's not great, we're gonna handle the logic of the timer through the room manager. So you know what? Exactly why do you need to be an instance? Why don't I just make a reference? Why don't I just have a reference to the timer? Why do I need to make everything into a static instance? I don't really. I don't. Let's just decide that the room manager for now is the parent of the timer. So here, let's see, after room objects and that stuff. Let's do it here. Let's do a public timer called timer. Now we should be able to take our new little timer and just make a reference here to you. We can't apply it, but that doesn't matter, that's fine. And now, because here we already have the list of rooms and the current room ID, so we can just check the max time and what we're supposed to start. And I guess we do that, we always call set new room. No, we don't call set new room the first time. Okay, we are going to make a new private void called start timer. And we actually don't need to bring in any parameters. Like, in reality, all we really need to do is say something along the lines of we're gonna cheat, start timer, max time. So we start the timer with the max time. That will be, we take in the list of rooms that we have, and then the current room ID dot that's too long. Let's just call you max time. That's fine. Dot max time. So now that will automatically set with the max time of the current room you're in. So, oh wait, we can't do it at start. Because then if you watch the cutscene, it's actually going to start the timer during the cutscene. That's a little bit mean. I think maybe we should actually call the set new room function for the first room as well. Because right now we don't, and I think that's a bad decision. I think we should always call this, so this is just a function that we always use. Because then in here, after we instantiate the room and everything, we can just tell you to start the timer. And then... oh no! You know what the annoying thing is? We don't actually here have a way of knowing when you complete the room. Okay, we make the room manager subscribe to an event of the game manager when you complete the room, and when that event fires, the room manager stops the timer. That could be one way of doing it, and I think it would work. Rather than continuing making these weird, like, what do you call it, singleton instances and all of that. I think it's probably better to actually use events here. I think. This is why you want to do like more cohesive and clean code, because now this kind of stuff gets a little bit messy when I call functions from so many different places. Like, if I had a more clear, like, if my game manager really handled like all the progress, it would be a lot easier to just call all the timer functions from there. But unfortunately, we are working with spaghetti code over here. Oh, we also need to make sure that right now the timer actually does an update here, which it needs to do. Or should we just... No. No, fuck it. I don't think the room manager is going to handle the timer. I think the timer itself, we already have this be an instance, so the timer can just check the match time of the current room. So let's actually remove this stuff, and then we make a more complete timer script to handle everything here. I suppose that actually is more coherent as well. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick, like, 5-minute break, and then we'll see if we can get this timer to work. And we'll be up. I have been streaming for fucking 10 hours, but I think we'll do a little bit more. I do wanna see if I can get this timer to work. We are a little bit in crunch time here. We do wanna get this game finished for the game jam, which we do have quite some time left. I shouldn't be too stressed, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, I'll be back in just a few minutes. See ya soon. Couldn't do it. My heart came back. I can't kill an innocent animal. Not like that. I just can't do it. Oh, shit! We got him! Oh wait, is he still alive? Nah, he's fucked. So anyway. And all of these are sort of sitting in that style. Am I supposed to sit here? I might be like... Fucking found it! My fucking hammer, dude. You can't even see me.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the
It's covering
darkness.
half the screen. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this shit.
like embers linked by lords past.
Holy. Okay. Okay, I just need to take a breather real fast. Holy shit. This is the reason I don't play horror games. Let's see what is behind the fog gate. Oh my god. Is that a fucking dark wraith? Wait, I wanna LT. I wanna... Okay, yeah, it's not an attack in any way. Okay, I'm gonna die. I died twice because I wanted to test that thing. But what did it do? He just went and casually killed someone else. Okay, Dark Wraith. Oh wait, we didn't even find a bonfire. This is the same bonfire. This is one of the doors we couldn't open. Okay, GG. But where's the drop?
Bonfire!
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. I am so stupid. Okay, someone fucking... I know I'm gonna get a few of you with this, because I bet what a lot of you do when you wanna have the genius idea to make your fucking password secure. What do? You take your fucking... Let's say you have password. What do you do to make it safe? You change the A to a 4 and the O to a 0, don't you? And then you think, boom, maybe you even add an exclamation mark at the end. Boom, you're fucking safe. No, you're not, you fucking knob. Get a good password, get a password manager, fix your shit. Easy, dude. Did anyone say first try? No? Well, first try. Wait. Am I bamboozled? This is not gonna be like part 2 of the boss fight, right? You're gonna stay down. You... Why did I say first try? I hate myself. Fuck this. Fuck my life. Thank you. That was a bloody long fight. Jesus. Dragon Headstone. Ooh! Easy! What is it, fucking third try or some shit? Holy shit. You're a madman. Let me guess, there's an easier way to kill him. Or... Ooh, fucking hell, dude. Jesus Christ. You know how Americans, they have like soft T's and then they pronounce their R's, so they go like water, water, you know? Whereas like the British, they tend to have either hard T's or they do like the glottal T, so but then they do a schwa instead of pronouncing the R, so they say water or they say water. Whereas the the Australians are kinda in the middle, aren't they? Because they take like the soft D's from Americans, but they don't pronounce R's, they also say schwa like the Brits. So rather than saying like water or water, they say water, water, isn't it? Oh, you fucking cunt, give me some water! Oh shit, I don't have any more Estus. Oh no. Who cares? Who needs Estus anyway? I do. This close! We are back. Okay, I think we need... Let's just get right back into it. We need a reference to the slider. So, public slider, let's just call it slider. That one is from the namespace unityengine.ui, so we need a reference to that as well. I think that should be fine. Seems like it. It is quite funny how long loading times in Unity pretty much always means you don't have a, at least not a direct error. Because if you do, it is almost always like instant, like boom, you've made a mistake. If it takes like 3 seconds to load, you know you're good. Okay, so we need to do something during the timer coroutine. I think maybe when you start the timer, we should make sure to always say that timer, no, slider.value is equal to 100. So we made sure to always set the slider to be full before you start the coroutine. And then during the coroutine, we need to make sure to, we need to calculate the percent of time that remains. So that should be in the initial loop, runs until the wait time is reached. And then here, this is when wait time has reached. And then this is another function to calculate overtime, which we're not actually going to use that, so I think we'll just comment that out for now. Same thing here, overtime. I mean, we can reset it, it doesn't matter. So when we say that the wait time has been reached, we set the time left to 0, and just for the sake of it, I think we set the slider value to 0 as well. And in the initial loop, this is when we need to do some calculations. So while elapsed time is less than wait time, you set what the... you calculate the elapsed time, and then yield return null. So in between here, so here we, what do? We update elapsed time, and we calculate time left. Then what we're gonna do is update the slider. And how do we do that? Well, what we do is that we have the time left, which is the full wait time, so that's the max time. And the time left, we don't care about the elapsed time really, not for the slider, we only care about the time left, because that is what you're actually going to show. So we just need to make sure to, okay, we need to calculate this so that we know what percentage we are currently on. So let's see if I can do this off at 10 hours into a stream. That means that, let's see, the end we're gonna do is say that the slider value is equal to percent left. That is going to be that's actually going to be a float, so I think we need to cast this into an integer, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, we don't. All we need to do is make the slider value into a float as well. Who cares? That's fine. It doesn't have to update perfectly by whole percentages. So let's remove whole numbers. So now this could be like, yeah, it can show like 0.5% as well. That's fine. Who cares? That's turned into a float, that's turned into a float, otherwise we don't do anything with these sliders, so that should be fine. So we need a float percent left, and that's what we need to calculate. So that would be the time left divided by the wait time, right? So if it's been, the time left is 20 seconds and the wait time is 60 seconds. Indeed, we have 33% left. Oh, but yeah, then that's actually fine. Yeah, that's actually easier. So the percent left, because in this case we do get 0.33. But that's fine, all we need to do is make sure that slider value from beginning is set to 1, and then we make the max value into 1. So then the percent is here. That's way easier. That's way easier. Rather than recalculating that into like whole percentages. There's no reason to do that. So the percent left is equal to time left divided by the full wait time. And then we set the slider value to be the same as the percent left. I think that should be fine. Now, should we? I think it might be easiest to do everything from the game manager, because here I know that we have the function for objective completed. And we also have a function to start game, which I think, oh no, that one's not called on every room, that's only the first room. But that's good, because that means that if we do it at start game, it won't start during the intro, only after the intro has played, which is what we want. We could even, yeah, we can actually be nice and pause the timer during the pause menu. I don't think you have a function for that now. No, we only have stop timer. So we do all of that, and when you stop the timer, we should always set the value to be 100%. So we would need to make a function to pause the timer, which is this runs while the lapse time is less than the wait time. So I think what we could do is take this and put inside another while loop, right? So we do something like while wait, would this... If I do something like, you know, while game is not paused, if the game is paused, is it going to skip over this and end the coroutine? Oh wait, we have a function to reset the timer. So maybe... Oh no, but when you call start timer, you also reset it. Yeah, we need to like pause and play the timer, basically. I'm not entirely sure if this is gonna work. Because if the game is paused... Yeah, because normally, look. Normally it looks like this, and the initial loop runs until the wait time is reached. So when this has been reached, we go down here, and then we go back. Oh no, then we stop. What if we make... No, wait, I think we should make 3 while loops in a row, where the first one is just while true, because that would be an infinite loop that never stops. And then we just make that loop check whether the game is paused or not, and as long as the game isn't paused, maybe we don't need to make 3 while loops. Okay, I think this is what we do. We... It doesn't even need to be an infinite loop. It doesn't need to be like while true. We can actually do while elapsed time is less than wait time, yeah. So that means that we have not run out of the time, and as long as that's the case, it will always run this loop. And then we just check if... I'm pretty sure if we're gonna be lazy now, I think we have a bool when we pause the game. We set the game paused to be true. So here we could be lazy and just say if gamemanager.instance.game paused. If that is not the case, if the game isn't paused, then run the timer loop. So now, as long as you haven't run out of time, it is always going to check whether the game is paused or not. If it's not paused, then you continuously run the timer loop until you run out of time. This should work. Now we have a way to pause the timer. And this is actually what's going to give us... What we can do here is actually to make a public float called total time spent, and then we actually have a way to check how long it took you to play the game. And that would be pretty fun to like give the player at the end, like if you finish, like how long did it take you to finish. And this would even work even if you die and like replay, it would count the total time it took you from start to finish. So total time spent. Just all we need to do then is that let's see, elapsed time is equal to time.time minus start time. So that's continuously the... But that's updating like every frame, isn't it? So I can't just add this into... If we just increment this, then it's fucked. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how I would do this, but there should be one way where we, at some point, just take the elapsed time and add it to the total time spent, and then do that each time we start the timer. So like, maybe... either at the end here, or before you stop the timer, you just say that elapsed time is added to the total time spent. I think that might be the way to do it, actually. Because if this loop runs out, that means you've spent the full waiting time. Yeah, the wait time has been reached. So this is only going to call once. So in this case, we can just say that the total time spent is going to be the same as it is, so it's plus equals elapsed time. And then, if you stop the timer, so if we stop it while we are still in this loop, meaning we won't actually reach this part of the code, in that case, before we stop the timer, so if the timer is not equal to null, before we stop it, we just say that the total time spent plus equals elapsed time. I think we now have a way to check the full playtime of a player, like the full time it took them to do a playthrough of this game, which, I don't know, data is always fun. I like giving players a bit more data. I'ma head to bed for sure, man. Have a good night of sleep, and indeed, vi hörs imorgon. Sounds good. Thank you for dropping by, Bjarne. You too, man. Sleep well. Okay, everything there seems to be working. So I think this timer is pretty much fully set up to work how we want it to. All we really need to do is to start and stop it correctly, which I think is going to be through the game manager. So we don't need to do anything when we pause it, that will be handled in the time itself. But for example, if you complete the objective... Okay, so let's see here. Game manager, let's have a... do you need to be public? Can I serialize a field for a reference to a game object? I think that should work. So then do a private game object called timer. Oh wait, you shouldn't even be game object, we can just do timer. Seems to work. See, can I set you here? I can indeed. Just take this timer, put you there. Perfect.
Now, initialize game, blah blah blah, start game. When you start the game, then we should say timer dot start timer. And that is all we really need to say. Did we update this correctly in the start timer? Start coroutine. No, because here we actually need to implement the match time. I think we're not gonna do that. Let's be lazy. Let's just say if timer is not equal to null, stop the coroutine timer, otherwise reset timer, slider value is 100%. And then here we just say float match time is equal to room manager dot instance dot rooms. Oh, this is gonna be long. We do room manager is equal to room manager dot instance. Match time is equal to room manager dot rooms. I think. Is that not what I call it? Rooms, yes. Oh, but that's a... I see, that's not a public list. That might be an issue. Okay, what if we just make a return function to check the match time of a room? So we make a public float called match time of current room, and this is going to return. What exactly is it going to return? It's going to return rooms with the current room ID dot match time. And then here, instead of doing all of this stuff, we can just say that the timer start coroutine match time. Okay, so we say match float match time is equal to room manager dot instance match time of current room. We just call that function. And this will return whatever the match time of the current room is, and then we start the timer with that match time. Seems to work. So now we never have to actually give the timer the match time. It's just gonna find it itself. So here we can just say when you start the game, you just start the timer. And then the other function is stop timer, which we're gonna need to call as well. Update, pause the game, we don't need to do anything. Stop the game. Game over. In reality, what we should do here is make the timer subscribe to events like this. And just when game over is invoked, you always stop the timer. But for now, we're gonna be lazy. Objective completed. This is one of the moments where we need to stop the timer. Good game, well played. So, we don't need to stop the timer here, because it will always have been stopped there before. So now if you win, we know that the timer will be stopped. If you complete the room, the timer will be stopped. And we just need to make sure on game over. Which is stop the game actually happens before game over. So I think here we stop the timer.
And that means it will stop when if you get caught by the monster as well. And I think that's all we need. And then the last thing we can implement, if we just want to make it easy, we can just do the normal jump scare. So in that case, what we do in the timer is that if you reach the total wait time, in that case we just trigger the jump scare. That's like the easy way to get it to work now. Let's put this slider in a bit of a better position. I feel like it should work quite well to have it down here. Feel like that made sense. Something like this. So 155, 59.5. That looks pixel perfect to me. And I think actually we should make the entire slider into a lit sprite. Let's see, we need to set the slider here as well. Because that way you actually need to use the flashlight to even see, which is going to be really stressful, because that means that when you start the game, like when you turn the flashlight off, you actually don't know how much time you have left. So you need to even turn the flashlight on to see how much time you have left. Maybe we should put it over here instead. Oh, that's weird. Oh no, wait, is the slider going the wrong way? Or is it not updating at all? Wait, reload scene, skip intro. Okay, let's look at this real time and see what is happening. Timer. The timer is not timing. Oh wait, this is the first room, which means that no, we should call it the we still call it the start game, and at that point we do say start timer. Have I set up the... No, wait. Notice, I couldn't even see the time update. If time is not equal to null, stop the coroutine, reset timer. Match time of current room. Okay, I think the best way here is to just make a few logs. So we do a debug log, timer started, timer stopped, and then timer coroutine started. Let's see if any of these call. Nothing so far, but that's kind of fine, because the game hasn't actually fully started. Okay, now it's full, that's good. Let's see what happens after the cutscene. Boom, it's set all the way down. Wait, have I reversed this somehow? Timer coroutine started, timer started. It hasn't stopped, so it should be running, but this isn't actually... It's not updating with the time. So, it's not running. Okay, I think something is wrong here. While elapsed time, is less than... No, that's correct. Elapsed time is 0. And then wait time, that will be the max wait time. Game manager, if the game is not paused, that should be fine. Then you do this while... Okay, maybe the wait time isn't updating correctly. What if we make this into a public variable just so we can see it? We make a public float called max time, and then when you start the timer you set max time to be this and start the coroutine with the max time. Because theoretically, if the max time doesn't update correctly, and that's set to 0, then the timer won't start. Skip intro. Yeah, the max time is set to 0, meaning that I suppose the room manager doesn't give us the correct time here. I know why. I changed the name of that float, and that might have reset the numbers. Yeah, all the max time is set to 0. Lemao. Okay, so we set you to 3 minutes. Now, for testing purposes, let's do 30 seconds. Look at that. We actually have a fully functioning timer. What's up, Checks Party? Just woke up. How it's going? Welcome back, man. It's going good. It's going really good. We've made a lot of progress. Good morning, man. How you doing? Look, we have a functioning timer now, so now we can stress the play out even more. Nothing happens when it goes to 0 though, so that's probably something we should solve. What's up, Candonian as well? Welcome, how you doing, man? Yo, 11-hour stream, mad lad. Yeah, we did go fucking hardcore today. We are currently at, 10 hours and 40 minutes. But I don't know, man. I'm doing a lot of progress, so fucking I can't help myself. And, you know, it's fun. It's fun. I'm enjoying this, so... How you doing, man? Okay, so I think the easy thing to do now to make a loose condition from this is just that we say that here, if we reach the wait time, meaning the time has run out, then we be a little bit cheeky and we just call the jump scare from the monster. And boom, we have a losing condition. So now we can actually force the player to not play too much as a chicken, because if they do, they will get a jump scare for being a chicken, which is kind of what we wanted. So, just a quick FYI, we are going to trigger a... Oh, that's weird, the pause menu is behind the tooltips. That's something I need to fix. We are going to trigger a jump scare here. I will warn you though. When this timer goes to 0, we should get a jump scare, if this is working correctly. There's also that little jump scare, which might be still slightly too loud. We might have to fix that. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna work? Jump scare incoming, people. That does work! We actually have a fully functioning timer with a loose condition. Of course, it shouldn't be that quick, we should give the player a bit more time, but... And maybe do some warning to give feedback that the time is about to run out. Were you able to eat anything? Yeah, I have taken breaks. So maybe we do like 1000 minutes? No. Oh, this is seconds, so maybe 3 minutes? I feel like that's pretty conservative. Like, we've been quite nice here, so maybe, well, it's the opposite of conservative. Maybe even, it could even be a bit much. I think maybe that sound effect is a little bit loud. I mean, it's kind of good to have loud jump scares, in a way, but I don't want to overdo it either. I mean, this room is definitely easy to make with this time limit. I think all of them. I think 3 minutes might actually be too much for at least the size of these rooms. That was quick. That was very close. Oh, this is not... Is the timer not updating? Oh, it's not. Okay, so something gets messed up when we start a new room. How come? Oh yeah, because here, if we set the new room, we don't have any function to actually start the timer. So as soon as we set a new room, which is then here, when the objective is completed, we stop the timer. If it's the final room, we call the good game well played, and then we return, we stop this function early. Otherwise, if it isn't the final room, we set a new room, and in that case, we start the timer. Monster is like, what's the bright light coming from? Must be my ice plane tricks, repeat 100. Yeah. There is like a slight Skyrim NPC vibe to this monster. Which is, you can definitely argue that even though he's not looking straight at you when the light is on, he should probably see the fact that the light is coming out through this window. But that's one of those things that we, pretend that it just doesn't. It's not a real thing. We don't know about that. No, let's not focus too much on that. That's just gonna be one of those like inherent game mechanics we just can't fix. Okay, small jump scare just for the fun of it. Yeah, I really think that's a good one. I think that one is gonna get quite a few people. Okay, wait, what was the issue before? The timer didn't start. Now it indeed starts. And let's make sure it works on a restart as well. So let's trigger another jump scare and then we reload from the checkpoint. So jump scare, okay, never mind. Okay, jump scare incoming. 3, 2, 1. And then we load checkpoints. And the timer has indeed begun. Something we should check as well is to make sure that the timer is paused when we pause the game. So let's just keep this paused for a little bit and then check the timer again to make sure that it's... It would be bad if the timer runs out now and there's an accidental jump scare. That would probably scare the shit out of me, but I think we should be fine. Because I'm pretty sure I've done this correctly. Straight down here to shine the light on the timer, that's hardcore. Yeah, I did go... I'm not being super forgiving in this game. I'm not being super forgiving. So, if you're being a chicken, you don't even know how much time you have left. So you actually need to turn on the light, put yourself in danger to even know how much time you have left. So... Wait, that did... Oh, it actually doesn't work. Oh, this is interesting. The timer is actually in front of the pause menu as well. That's unique. Yeah, I feel like it does fit the game a little bit though, because it's the same thing with the inventory. You need to actually use the light to see what you have in your inventory. But we do have an issue. The timer is not pausing, which I don't know why that would be, because if we look at the timer, where the elapsed time is less than wait time, it should check if the game manager dot... Oh, no, wait. So if this is true, it starts running this loop and it never ends. This actually, I think we need to have the triple while loop here. So it checks while the game is paused. Because otherwise, I think it might be that when that loop has started running, it never stops even if you pause the game. Yeah, I do think we have some unique aspects going on with this game, which I'm pretty happy about. We got the inventories like that as well. Yeah, I think like right now basically the flashlight is the only thing you can actually see while having the lights off. Because obviously you need to see it to be able to turn a light on. But otherwise we basically hide everything from the player. And that is because, like I said before, we did have a bit of a problem with the game being a little bit too easy to cheese by just constantly keeping the light off. Just do one thing, turn it off and wait for like the full run of the monster, which becomes a little bit lame. And I feel like this timer is gonna force people to actually have the light on a little bit more, because they also need to be quick. And I do think that that kind of stressful feeling kind of fits the game, you know? Because we're not looking to make people feel comfortable, you know? That's not what this game is about. If you want to be comfortable, there's plenty of like cozy games you can play, but here, that's not what we're aiming for. We're aiming for uncomfortableness. And so far it works, because this is my game and I'm almost a bit uncomfortable to play it. So I feel like we are getting it. Your design skills and instincts are really good. Thank you, man, I appreciate that. No, the timer is still going down in the pause menu. So I guess that's the same thing again. Because when this while loop starts running, it never stops. What if we do it the other way around? What if we check if... Wait, what am I doing? I'm checking if the elapsed time is less than the wait time. And then if the game is paused, and then I'm rechecking if elapsed time is less than wait time? This makes no sense. What am I doing? But maybe we should do it the other way around, where we actually check if the elapsed time is less than the full wait time. And then while the game is not paused, we run this. I think that might be how we should do it. So we basically take all of this and we just post it here instead. Are you using time scale to pause? No. This is how I'm trying to pause it. To check while the game is not paused, we update the time. And hopefully my thought was that if this isn't true, this should stop. But I think this might be a misunderstanding on my part in how while loops work. Because from what I understand now, from playtesting this, it seems like it might be the case that if this has started once, it keeps going. No, but that shouldn't be the case. Because if this is no longer true, it stops the loop. So this should... Wait, let's see if this did make a difference. Now you should go down. You are. Now we pause. Did the game just break? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think I just crashed Unity. I think I made some weird infinite loop. Because Unity just completely froze on me. Oh shit. I am pretty sure I just completely broke Unity. Wait, have I made any changes?
Don't
No.
forget to save.
Yeah, I probably should have saved. Because this is, as you can see by the asterisk, not saved. I do think most of the work has been done afterwards, so I hope. Yeah, I think I need to end this task, because this is completely frozen. Whoops. This could be interesting. Okay, so this is definitely not the way to do it then. So this works, but now it doesn't pause. It's not ideal because you are going by time.time. If you pause, time.time will still count up. Oh yeah, that's true, because time.time is like the actual real time, isn't it? Which means that even if I pause, when I go back, so maybe my pause did work before, it's just that when I go back, it would immediately update to be the correct value, because you check elapsed time is still equal to time.time minus the start time. So even if I pause, that doesn't make a difference, because it would kind of like, even if I manage to pause it, it would re-update once I continue afterwards. So you might have the cache waited time as a float variable in your class, then when you pause, stop the coroutine. And then unpause will start a new coroutine with the cached wait time or whatever. Yeah, we do have this elapsed time, which is really the only thing we need. That one is actually saved as a variable. So yeah, that sounds pretty good. So basically what we could do is make like a public void to but you can't resume the progress of an early time is... Oh yeah, we do reset it here. But what if we don't reset it in the timer coroutine? What if we reset it only when you actually start a new timer? But then we make a function to like resume the timer, and in that case we just start this one without resetting the elapsed time. That would keep the elapsed time to be the same. Because we also don't want to call the stop timer, because this one... Now this one resets the slider and stuff. And stops... I mean, stopping the coroutine is fine though. But I think there is a way to do it. If we remove this elapsed time -0 and we do it before we start the coroutine instead, then it only happens when you start the coroutine. Ideally, don't make a new method, but pass it as a parameter. Oh yeah, that could probably work. 11 hours? Yeah, we are getting that. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. It did end up being a pretty... I mean, to be honest though, it's not that mad. Like, my usual streams are still like 9 hours or something. But we did go a little bit over today. I have made a lot of progress though. Okay, so float wait time. What we could do then is pass in... Yeah, we just make another float called elapsed time that we pass in as a parameter when you start the timer. And then if you start a timer as a new one, you can define optional parameters. Oh, interesting. Float elapsed time equals 0f. Oh, so then if I don't pass anything in, it will be set to 0, but if I pass in a parameter, it will overwrite the equal 0. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. Also, something that's good to check. Okay, did I actually lose the timer? Foda-se. Wait, how much work did I actually lose? Okay, we still have that jump scare. The good thing about Unity crashing is that you never lose the actual scripts, it's just the stuff I do in Unity that gets lost. But it does seem like I'm gonna have to redo the timer. That is a bit unfortunate. This way your current code without that parameter won't break. Yeah. I do think that's a good way of doing it. So then we could say here like basically float elapsed time is equal to 0. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna redo that stuff today. That was a bit unfortunate. I should have saved. This is a good lesson for the future. Save more often. Basically, I think especially, because this has happened before, I think the main thing is that working with certain loops is dangerous when you don't really know what you're doing. Like in this case, working with like while loops and stuff is a little bit risky. Because I think that's when you can kind of create these weird like infinite loops that can kind of break the entire game. The float time routine, is this how you meant? So wait, does that mean that is it better to say this one afterwards? Say that if we pass in the optional one afterwards. In that case, if I start the timer with only one variable, is that fine? Or will that overwrite only this one, and then this one will be 0? Is that how this works? But then if I want to, I can add in another variable. at the end is better. It does make more sense having the permanent one first and the optional one after. Seems more logical. Compiler is smart though. It didn't complain with an error. Yeah, but I know I have done this before. It's not the first time I accidentally make an infinite loop. I know I did it during my first game as well, when I was coding some stuff I didn't fully understand, and I think I accidentally spawned like, you know, 100,000 pastries into my game, and the whole thing crashed. But can I then start the timer with only one parameter? Is that gonna work? Or will that be an error? It does seem like it works. You lost some progress in the script though. Where's the nested while loop? Oh yeah, I probably did, because I did... Oh, but that's interesting. I thought... Because doesn't Visual Studio save outside of that, like... Oh no, I guess they are still saved in... Oh yeah. Wait, let's look at the game manager. Do I have a reference to the timer? I do. Start timer. Do we call it... Okay. Here I did not... I can't have lost a lot of work though, because this I added quite recently. So the script seems... I think the scripts... Just the scripts were still saved after. I probably only lost like the last thing I did. Yeah, but I wonder if it's... Because when I save these scripts, that would still save the scripts in like the project files, right? Even if I haven't saved Unity. Which is like, if I change this now and save, if I would go into like my folders and locate this script and open it elsewhere, that would be saved, if I'm not mistaken. So I do think they are kind of saved separately, in a sense. I'm not sure though, but... Yeah, it's saved to disk separately from Unity. So I think that's nice, because I think a lot of the time I would rather lose progress in Unity in the editor. No, but I am pretty sure I removed this because I realized that it wasn't working. Did I? Fuck, I need to go back in the VOD and check. But I think I might have. Yeah, because this is not the original one, because from the beginning, this loop had a comment here saying that this is like the initial loop. But after I started messing around, I deleted that one. So I actually think I deleted... No, that can't be the case. Because that nested while loop, is that not what created the crash? Because without that, this would work how it usually does. Which should be fine. So I must have had that loop. Because otherwise I don't think Unity would have crashed. I mean, we can try it. If I run it now and it crashes, then... But yeah, this is fine. No, so I must have had the nested loop. Otherwise Unity wouldn't have crashed. Because... if this was what I had, that was a problem, then it would have crashed again now. Or maybe not, because the game manager doesn't have the reference to the timer. Okay. Oh yeah, wait, I actually don't have the timer in the scene anymore. That is Interesting. I don't really know what happened. I'm a bit confused. I might actually have to go back in the VOD and check and see what happened. No, I had not yet made the timer into a prefab. I am 100% gonna need to redo the entire timer, like the art implementation of it. I wonder though, just out of curiosity, is the cutouts of the sprites, is that saved? That probably should be saved since I apply it. UI. Yeah, so this is saved. The cutouts of the sprites are saved. But the actual object is missing. That would have saved you from the crash. From recreating it, I mean. Yeah, I probably would have, since that would have been something else that was also saved to disk. Prefabs are nice. Prefabs are nice. I do like prefabs, but yeah, unfortunately, I had not made the timer into a prefab. That's kinda sad, but it's not, to be fair, it takes like, it didn't take me long to set up the timer, so I'm not crying about this crash. It is okay. In the end, I think it's still good, because like I've said many times, I don't mind learning, and if anything, this teaches me a good lesson to be a bit more careful while working with while loops. No pun intended. Yeah, I will have to see how to fix this. I think this should work though, like you said, we just make a new way to handle this coroutine, and we make it so that we can like unpause the timer, where we just pass in the elapsed time as a parameter, and I'm pretty sure that should work. You should have your stream text-to-speech autoplay the save reminder every 5 minutes. I probably should. You know what, I should even set it up so that my Streamlabs bot just sends a message in the chat like every 5 minutes that I should save. Probably wouldn't be bad. Probably wouldn't be bad. But I only have, in this case, I only have myself to blame. I kind of know that you are supposed to be more careful when it comes to while loops, because this has happened before. But ladies and gentlemen, I do think it's time for me to end this stream. We have been up for more than 11 hours. I should probably try to get a little bit of rest as well. But please stay for just a moment, and we'll see if we have someone we can go and throw a raid at. And then we will be back on Monday. Continue with the game, which is gonna be the last week of this game. Interesting. Might be... We'll see if the stress gets to me a little bit more next week. Not entirely impossible. Let's jump over to Irish John Games. He's currently playing Doom 3, but he is also a game developer here on Twitch. Have a good rest. Thank you very much, man. And thank you all very much for being here today. Thank you for all the people who have raided me today. I don't think I can even say all of them. There's been a lot of people here. We had Crystal Mess with the raid, Don the developer, Carol Jarte. We had Mewtwo with yet another raid. There's been a lot of raids today, a lot of new followers, so highly appreciated. If anyone hasn't yet, make sure to go and join the Discord, where you'll be notified of streams, new YouTube videos, whatever it might be, and if you just want to connect a little bit more with the community. Yeah, once again, thank you all very much for being here today, and I will see you guys on Monday. What's up, Hobo Changes? We are still live, but we are just ending. We are just ending. But join us for the raid though. Nice to see you, man. I hope you're doing good, Hobo. Have a good one, everyone. I'll see you on Monday. Cheers.